Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. This happened when I was a lot younger, back when I was still a kid in elementary school. I can't remember the exact day, but I know the grade pretty clearly. I was around 6th grade, old enough to stay calm most of the time, but still young enough to get that sudden, cold fear when something didn't make sense. At that age, everything in your house feels familiar and safe, like you know every sound and every shadow. That's why this moment stood out so hard, because it didn't fit into anything I understood. Our house had a screened-in porch connected to the kitchen. It wasn't fancy, but it was one of those spaces that felt like its own little room. You could sit out there and be out of the sun, and you could hear the outside world without being fully outside. The porch was reached through a big glass sliding door from the kitchen. The glass was clear enough that, if the light was right, you could see your own reflection in it, and if you stood close you could see straight into the porch and also out through the screens to the yard. That day I was on the porch with my little sister and 2 neighbor kids, Brittany and Brandon. We were all around the same age, with my sister being the youngest. We were sitting around the porch table, just doing what kids do, talking, messing around, probably playing some small game or passing time, laughing about random stuff. I remember the feeling of being unsupervised in the normal way. Not like we were doing anything wrong, just that comfortable freedom kids feel when adults are nearby but not right on top of you. My parents were outside in the yard. I could hear the lawnmower going off and on, and sometimes I could hear the softer sounds of yard work, like raking or moving something. They were busy and focused, and because of that, nobody else was in the house. It was just us kids inside the screened porch area, with the sliding glass door behind us leading into the kitchen, and then the rest of the quiet house beyond that. Even though my parents were outside, it still felt like a normal safe day. The porch was bright. The screens gave the sunlight that softer look, like the light was being filtered. The air had that outside smell, fresh grass, warm air, and maybe the sharp smell of cut lawn once the mower passed by. Everything about it was ordinary. That ordinary feeling is what made the next part feel so wrong. We were all sitting there when we heard a noise that sounded like a tap on glass. It wasn't a loud bang like someone hit the door. It wasn't a long scratch either. It was just a quick, clear tapping sound, like a knuckle touching a window or someone lightly knocking to get your attention. It was sharp enough that all of us reacted at the same time, like our bodies understood it before our brains did. Every head turned toward the sound instantly. And right there, in the window area, we saw a man. For a second, my mind didn't even know what I was looking at, because it didn't fit with where we were or what we were doing. It wasn't like seeing a neighbor walking by outside. This was a man standing close enough to the glass that we could see him clearly. And the weird part was the way he looked. He seemed young, maybe in his 20s or 30s, not older like someone's dad or grandfather. His face didn't look normal in the way a living person looks. It's hard to explain without sounding dramatic, but he had this pale, almost white look to him, like the color was washed out. Not just light skin, but like the whole image was faded or drained. He was wearing something that looked like an army uniform, or at least something very similar. That detail stuck with me because it was so specific. It wasn't a random t-shirt or a hoodie, and it didn't look like a costume either, like something cheap and fake. The shape and the way it sat on him looked like a real uniform. In my memory, the clothing looked neat and fitted, not like it was hanging loose. I can't tell you what exact military or time period, because I was just a kid, but I remember thinking, even then, that it looked like army clothes. The strangest part was how still everything felt. The tapping noise was over, and now we were just staring. There are moments when time seems to slow down, and you become aware of every little detail. The way your heart starts beating faster, the way your mouth goes dry, The way the air suddenly feels colder even if it isn't. I remember being frozen in my chair, staring through the glass like my eyes couldn't look away. I honestly can't remember if we screamed. I know that sounds crazy, because it feels like something you would remember. But I think our fear didn't come out as yelling right away. It was more like shock, like our brains were trying to make sense of what we were seeing before we reacted. It was one of those moments where you're thinking, is that real? Is that a person? How is that possible? And your body is caught between wanting to run and wanting to keep looking. And then, just like that, he was gone. It wasn't like he turned and walked away. It wasn't like we saw him step back or move out of sight. One moment he was there, right in front of us, close enough to see clearly, and the next moment there was nothing. No shadow moving off. No sound of footsteps. Nothing. Just empty space where he had been. That's when the fear really hit. When something disappears in a way that isn't normal, your mind stops trying to explain it with regular answers. We all started talking at once, asking each other what we saw, almost like we needed to prove to ourselves that it happened. I remember looking at Brittany and Brandon and then looking at my sister, and the expressions on their faces matched what I felt inside. They weren't joking. They weren't smiling like it was a prank. They were wide-eyed and serious. We were asking things like, "Did you see that?" And, "Was that a man?" And, "What was he wearing?" And, "Where did he go?" And the craziest part was that all of us agreed on the main details. We all saw a man. We all saw him in the window. We all noticed something strange about the way he looked, that pale, white, faded kind of appearance. And we all noticed the uniform, or at least something that looked like military clothing. If it had only been me, I could have tried to convince myself it was my imagination. Kids imagine things. Kids get scared by shadows and reflections. But four of us saw it at the same moment, and we all described it the same way. That's what made it feel real in a way I couldn't ignore. After he vanished, we didn't just go right back to playing. The mood changed. We started paying attention to every sound. The porch didn't feel as friendly anymore. It felt exposed, like the screens that were supposed to make it comfortable were suddenly too thin, like they couldn't protect us from whatever was out there. I remember wanting to go inside the kitchen, closer to the center of the house, even though the porch was connected to it. Part of me wanted to run out into the yard to my parents, because they were right there, and in my kid mind adults meant safety. But another part of me felt embarrassed, like I didn't want to run outside screaming about a ghost man, when I wasn't even sure what it was. So we stayed there, talking quietly, replaying it again and again, trying to find a normal explanation. Could it have been someone outside and we just didn't see where they went? Maybe. But the way he disappeared didn't match that. Could it have been a reflection on the glass? That was another thought, but the image looked like it was in the window, not on the glass, and it had a depth to it. It didn't look like a reflection of one of us, and it definitely didn't look like any adult in the yard. Plus, the tap happened at the same time. The tap made it feel like something was trying to get our attention on purpose. Even now, years later, I can still feel that moment in my chest, that quick drop of fear and confusion. People say that kids notice more paranormal things, like they're more open to it, or they're less trained to explain things away. I don't know what the real reason is, but I do know that I'm 18 now, and I still remember that man as clearly as if it happened last year. I've forgotten plenty of normal days from 6th grade. I haven't forgotten that. That wasn't the only weird thing I experienced when I was younger either. There were a couple other things that stuck with me, and what's strange is that they weren't all one big event. They were separate moments, spread out over time, like little reminders that something in my house, or around my house, didn't always follow normal rules. One of the most repeated things I remember is seeing what looked like a black cat in my bedroom at night. It didn't happen every single night, and it wasn't like I saw it running around. It was more like I would wake up, or I would be lying there in the dark, and my eyes would adjust, and I would see a shape that looked exactly like a cat. A small, dark form, low to the ground, sometimes near the foot of the bed or along the side, like it was quietly sitting or moving in the shadows. The first few times it happened, I honestly thought it was a real cat that somehow got into my room. The shape was that clear. And it wasn't like I was in complete darkness either. My bedroom door was usually open at night, and there was a night light in the hallway. It didn't light up the whole room, but it gave enough soft light that I could make out the basic outlines of things: the dresser, the door frame, maybe some toys or clothes if something was on the floor. It was just enough light to tell the difference between nothing and something. So when I would see the black cat shape, my brain would instantly lock onto it like, "There's an animal in here." I would feel that quick fear, not because I hated cats, but because it didn't make sense. We didn't have a cat. We never owned a black cat. And I knew what it felt like to have pets around, the little sounds they make, the way they move. This was silent. Every time I saw it, I would do the same thing. I'd stare at it for a second, trying to make sure I wasn't imagining it. Then I would reach for the lamp next to my bed and turn on the light. And the moment the light came on, it was gone. No cat. No shadow. Nothing to explain it. Just my normal room, exactly the way it always was. The floor would be clear. There was never a sound of something running away. If a real cat had been there, you would expect at least some movement, a quick dash under the bed, a jump into the hallway, something. But there was never anything like that, which made it even more unsettling. After it happened a few times, I started doing what any kid would do. I would check. I would sit up and look around. I would look under the bed, because that's where your mind goes. I would look behind the door, even though a cat wouldn't hide there like that. I would look into the hallway. Nothing. And because I was young, I would try to explain it to myself in simple ways. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. Maybe the nightlight was making shadows that looked like a cat. Maybe I was half asleep and dreaming. But it kept happening in a way that felt too clear to be just random imagination. What made it even stranger is that my little sister mentioned it years later. We were talking about weird stuff from when we were kids, those random memories you bring up when you're older, usually as jokes. And she said something about seeing a black cat too. When she said it, I remember feeling that sudden chill again, because I hadn't told her much about what I used to see. It wasn't like I was always running around the house announcing it. But she described the same kind of thing, a dark cat shape, appearing in the room, and then gone when you really looked or when the light came on. The fact that both of us experienced something like that made it harder to dismiss. If it was only me, I could say it was my kid brain, or my eyes adjusting to the dark. But hearing her say it, without me feeding her details, made it feel like maybe it wasn't only in my head. It was one of those moments where you realize, okay, I'm not crazy. I didn't invent this. Another thing that happened when we were younger was hearing footsteps in the attic late at night. Our attic wasn't like a finished attic you could hang out in. It was the kind you can't really live in. The only way to get up there was through a pull-down door in the ceiling. You pull a string and the ladder comes down. It's not something you casually climb as a kid, because it feels a little dangerous and, honestly, kind of creepy at night. The attic stretched the length of the house, but it had a low ceiling. Back then, when I was smaller, I could probably stand more comfortably, but even now I know I'd have to duck down to walk through it. It was one of those places you imagine full of insulation, old boxes, maybe spider webs, and the kind of heavy, trapped air that doesn't move much. At night, when the house was quiet, you could hear normal house sounds, pipes, the AC kicking on, the little pops and creaks that happen when a house settles. But what we heard didn't sound like the house settling. It sounded like footsteps. It wasn't a constant march like someone pacing for hours. It would be late at night when we were already in bed, and then we'd hear it, slow, spaced-out steps above us, like someone shifting their weight and walking carefully. Sometimes it felt like it moved from one area to another, like it wasn't just one creak repeating. And when you're a kid in bed, the ceiling suddenly feels very thin. You start imagining what's on the other side of it. I remember lying there, staring up, listening, trying to convince myself it was nothing. My sister and I would sometimes whisper to each other from our rooms or from the hallway if we both happened to be up. We'd ask, "Do you hear that?" Because even when you're scared, you want confirmation. You want to know you're not the only one hearing it. There was always the logical thought, maybe it was an animal. A squirrel, a raccoon, something that got into the attic space. That would make sense in a normal way. But the pattern of the sound sometimes felt too heavy, too steady, like a person walking. And again, it's one thing for one kid to hear it and exaggerate it in their mind. It's another thing when two kids hear it, and both get that same feeling at the same time. Sometimes, after we heard it, everything would go silent. That silence would feel even louder, like whatever was up there had stopped moving the moment we noticed it. Other times, it would continue just a little longer, then fade away. Either way, it left us with that uncomfortable thought, there is space above us, and something is moving in it. We never had a simple, clear answer. There was no moment where we caught an animal, or where someone went up there and found a person hiding, nothing like that. It was just an ongoing strange thing that happened more than once, enough to become a real memory instead of a one-time scare. And because the attic access was through that pull-down ceiling door, it wasn't like someone could easily be up there without us noticing during the day. That made it feel even more confusing. Looking back now, I understand that a lot of people have weird experiences when they're younger. Some people say it's because kids are more sensitive. Some say kids are more imaginative. Some say they just don't have enough life experience to explain what they're hearing and seeing. I don't claim to know the perfect answer. I only know what it felt like from my side. It felt real while it was happening, and the memories stayed sharp. All three of these experiences, the man at the window, the black cat in the room, and the footsteps in the attic, sit in my mind like snapshots. The man at the window was the most intense because we all saw him at the same time, in the middle of the day, when we weren't tired or dreaming. The black cat was quieter but happened more than once, and the fact that my sister also mentioned it later made it feel even stranger. The attic footsteps were more of a repeated, creeping fear, the kind that makes you pull your blanket up and listen harder even though you don't want to. I'm not someone who just casually says, "Ghosts are real," without thinking. But after what I've seen and heard, it's hard for me to fully dismiss the idea. I really do believe ghosts can be real, or at least that there are things we don't understand that can show themselves in weird ways. Something that also shaped the way I think about this is a connection through my best friend. He told me that his great-grandmother is Lorraine Warren, who is known as a famous ghost hunter. I've heard stories about her and the cases she worked on, and from everything I've been told, she's an amazing person. Just knowing someone with a close link to that world made paranormal stuff feel less like a movie and more like something that could actually touch real life. The truth is, I haven't had strong paranormal experiences for a while now. It's not like my life is full of constant strange things. These days it's mostly normal. Once in a while there might be a bump in the night, a noise that makes you pause and listen, but nothing like those clear moments from when I was younger. If I count everything I've seen, I'd say I've seen 2 or 3 ghosts in total. The man in the window is one I'm sure about because it wasn't just me. The other 2 things I witnessed, if you even want to call them ghosts, I'm not completely sure about. Sometimes I wonder if the other sightings were connected, or if they were the same presence showing up in different ways. Other times I wonder if they were totally separate, just random unexplained moments that happened in a kid's life. Either way, those memories haven't faded. I can still picture that porch, the table, my sister and the neighbor kids, and the way all of us turned our heads at the exact same time. I can still remember the feeling of seeing someone who didn't look fully normal, dressed like a soldier, and then watching him vanish without any normal movement. And I can still remember how, after it happened, we all looked at each other with the same silent question on our faces. What was that? I've always been the kind of person who can walk into a room and immediately feel when something is off. It's hard to explain in a way that sounds normal, because it isn't like I see something right away, and it isn't like I hear a voice telling me to leave. It's more like my body notices before my mind does. The air feels wrong, or the space feels too heavy, or I get that uncomfortable feeling in my stomach like I'm being watched even though I'm alone. People have called me paranoid for it. To be fair, I've called myself paranoid too. I still do sometimes, because I try to be a logical person and I know how easy it is for fear to play tricks on you. If you expect something scary, your brain can turn regular sounds into something else. If you've been stressed for weeks, even a normal creak in the house can feel like a threat. I understand all of that. I try to think through things and not jump to wild conclusions. But the problem is, I've been right more than once, at least according to the people around me, and that makes it hard to brush off what I feel. On top of that, I've had dreams that felt like they carried signs, dreams that stuck with me in a way normal dreams don't. Not like a movie dream that fades after breakfast, but the kind that hangs on you all day, like it meant something and you just don't know what yet. Because of all that, a big part of me wishes I could be braver about it. I wish I could stand still and face whatever might be there, instead of turning away. I wish that if something is watching me from the darker corners, I could look right back and say, "Okay, what do you want?" I've had a friend tell me that sometimes spirits are just passing through, like travelers who don't even mean to scare you, and maybe that's true. But even if they are harmless, I still haven't learned how to stay calm when it happens. My instinct is to look away, to pretend I didn't see it, to go back to whatever I was doing and hope it stops. That's why my experiences are hard to talk about. They're not like those huge, detailed stories people tell where a ghost speaks clearly, or an object flies across a room, or someone sees a full figure standing under a streetlight. Mine are smaller and messier. They're vague, quick, and spread out over time. They feel real when they happen, and then later I question everything and pick it apart. I'm still trying to understand them. Even the background stuff I'm telling you now is connected, because it explains the way I react. I'm someone who notices strange feelings, then doubts myself, then notices another strange thing, and the cycle keeps going. So when I start describing what happened, it might sound scattered, but it's all part of the same pattern. One of the clearest moments happened 2 or 3 years ago, at night, in my kitchen. I didn't turn on the light when I walked in. That's important, because if I had, maybe I would have felt more grounded. But I've always been comfortable in the dark. I'm kind of nocturnal by nature. I can move around the house with very little light, and I usually know where everything is. The dark doesn't bother me the way it bothers some people. I had a friend named Tiffany who used to complain about it all the time when she came over. She'd be walking behind me down the hall, and she'd say something like, "I can't see. How do you get through this?" Meanwhile, I'd be fine, stepping around things like it was normal. That was just me. I didn't think anything of it. So that night, I went into the kitchen like I usually did, moving through the darkness without flipping the switch. I can't even remember what I went in there for. It could have been something simple, like grabbing a drink, or looking for a snack, or checking something on the counter. I just remember it being an ordinary moment. My mind wasn't on ghosts or scary stuff. I wasn't trying to freak myself out. I was just doing my own thing, half asleep but comfortable, the way you are when it's late, and you know the whole house is quiet. I did whatever I needed to do, and then I started walking out of the kitchen, still not turning on any lights. And then, out of nowhere, I heard it. A scream. A man yelling. It wasn't the kind of sound where you hear a voice from far away outside, like someone shouting across the street. It wasn't muffled. It was close. It was loud enough that my whole body reacted before I even processed it. I jumped and froze so fast I felt like my feet locked to the floor. The sound lasted only a few seconds. It wasn't a long, drawn-out scream that kept going. It was quick, sudden, sharp, like a burst of fear and pain slammed into the air and then disappeared. I remember standing there in the dark with my heart pounding hard, trying to figure out where it came from. I'm terrible at pinpointing sounds, and in that moment I felt even more confused because it seemed like it came from everywhere at once. Above me, beside me, maybe even behind me. It wasn't clear like, "Oh, that came from the living room," or "that came from outside." It was like the noise was inside the house but also not inside the house, if that makes sense. It filled the space around me. For a second I didn't even move. My brain was running through quick possibilities. Was someone hurt? Did something fall? Did someone break in? Did my dad yell because something happened outside? Was it the TV? But the house didn't sound like it had a TV on. It didn't sound like anything else was happening. It was just that scream, and then silence. Then my dad came around the corner. The timing was so strange that my first thought was that he did it. Maybe he was joking. Maybe he yelled at something. Maybe I misunderstood the sound. I didn't even think. I just asked him immediately, still standing there in the dark. Was that you? He stopped, confused. What? Did you just yell? I asked, still trying to keep my voice steady. He hesitated like he was trying to figure out what I was talking about, and then he said, No. In the darkness I could tell he was looking at me like I was being weird. I could almost feel the expression on his face even without seeing it clearly. That look parents give you when they think you're making something up, or when they think you've scared yourself for no reason. And the moment he said no, I knew it wasn't him anyway. I should have known from the start. It wasn't my dad's voice. It wasn't even close. My dad has a certain tone and a certain sound, and this was different. This sounded like a young man. And what scared me even more than the volume was the emotion inside it. I could hear fear in it. Panic. Pain. It wasn't just someone shouting in anger. It sounded like someone who was suffering. Like someone who was terrified and hurt, and had no control. It felt like a real human cry that didn't belong in my quiet kitchen at night. My dad brushed it off. He told me I watched too many horror movies in the past, and that my imagination was getting the better of me. And I get why he said that. Parents don't want to believe their kid is hearing screams in the kitchen in the middle of the night. They want a simple answer. They want it to be nothing. And yes, I've watched horror films. I'm not going to pretend I haven't. I'm sure that kind of stuff can affect the way you think, especially late at night when everything is quiet. But I still don't think it was just in my head. It was too real. Too clear. Too close. If it had been a vague sound, like a whisper, or like something I could easily confuse with the house settling, I would have let it go. But this was not that. This was a human scream that snapped me straight into fear, and it happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to create it in my mind first. It didn't feel like imagination. It felt like I accidentally overheard something I was never supposed to hear. To this day, I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was some kind of echo of something that happened, or if it was a spirit reliving a moment, or if it was something darker. I can't prove anything, and I hate that part the most, because I like proof. I like solid answers. All I know is the feeling it left me with. It left me with this terrible thought, a thought I didn't want, but it came anyway, that maybe I heard someone's last cry. Like maybe a young man had been murdered, and for a few seconds, in my quiet kitchen, I heard the fear and pain he couldn't take with him. That idea has stuck to me even when I tried to talk myself out of it. After that, the kitchen didn't feel exactly the same to me at night. I still went in there. I still lived my life. But sometimes, walking through it in the dark, I'd remember that scream and my body would tense without me meaning to, like my muscles remembered before my mind did. Not long after that, I had another experience in the kitchen, but this one was different. It wasn't sound. It was something I saw. This time the light was on. So was the TV. My half-brother, Mark, was visiting for the weekend. The house didn't feel creepy like it does late at night when everyone's asleep. It was normal. There were familiar noises. The TV was running. There was light, and movement, and the comfort of knowing I wasn't alone. Once again, I was walking out of the kitchen. That seems to be a theme with me, leaving the kitchen and then something weird happens. I was just stepping away, not thinking about anything in particular, when I looked over toward a spot that's hard to describe unless you've seen the layout. At the beginning of the kitchen, near a wall, there's a bookcase. It sits close to the edge of the kitchen, and there's a gap between the bookcase and the wall that opens into a view of part of the living room. You can't see the whole living room through it, but you can see enough that if someone walks by, you'll catch movement in that narrow space. So I casually glanced over, the way you do without thinking. And I saw it, a shadowy figure of a boy dash by that gap. It happened fast. A quick movement, like someone running past, like a kid trying to get somewhere quickly. It wasn't slow. It wasn't a calm walk. It was a dash. My first thought was that it was Mark. He was the only boy in the house besides me, and he was visiting, and he moved around a lot. So my brain immediately went, "Oh, that's him." But right after that came confusion. Because what was he doing? Why would he dash like that? And why didn't I hear him? Normally I wouldn't even care. If I saw my brother moving around the house, I'd just assume he was getting a drink, grabbing something, messing with the TV, whatever. But this time my instincts kicked in and I felt this need to check. Like something in me was saying, that wasn't right. So I quickly walked around the bookcase and looked down the hallway. And there was Mark, all right. But the moment I saw him, I stopped. He wasn't near the living room where the gap would have shown him. He was way down at the end of the hall, far enough that there's no way he could have dashed by that gap and then casually ended up down there without me noticing the whole thing. He looked like he'd just come out of my room, like maybe he'd been checking something, maybe looking for something, or doing something with the TV or computer setup. And he wasn't even acting like he'd been running. He looked calm, like he was minding his own business, heading straight toward the bathroom. He didn't look guilty, and he didn't look like he was trying to scare me. He didn't even notice me standing there staring at him. For a few seconds I just stood there trying to force the timeline to make sense. I kept thinking, maybe I saw him and he moved faster than I thought. But it didn't fit. The distance didn't fit. The timing didn't fit. And then I realized something else, something that made my skin prickle. I hadn't heard footsteps. Mark has heavy footsteps when he runs in the house. He's not quiet. When he moves fast, you can hear it. Sometimes he makes a whole racket, like he doesn't even try to be silent, and it can be annoying because it shakes the whole calm feeling of the house. If he had dashed by, I should have heard him. I should have at least heard a thump thump thump, or shoes scraping, or something. But there was nothing. Just the quick sight of movement like a shadow boy running past the gap. When I told my dad about it later, he reacted the same way he did before. He told me I was imagining things. He didn't say it in a cruel way, just in that tired, logical parent way where they want everything to have a simple answer. And I understand why he thinks that. I saw a shadow of a boy run by. Is exactly the kind of thing people assume is your eyes playing tricks on you. It's quick. It's in the corner of your vision. It's easy to doubt. But I know what I saw. And the weirdest part is that I still wonder what that figure was doing. If it was a ghost, was it running from me? Or was it running from someone else? Did it even notice me? The movement felt urgent, like the figure was trying to get away. And yet, the moment I turned the corner, it was like it vanished. There was no one there. No sound. No continuation of the run. It was just gone, like it never existed. It made me think of what my friend had said about spirits passing through. Maybe it wasn't living in the house, maybe it wasn't attached to me, maybe it was just moving through the space like it had its own destination. But even if that's true, it didn't want to be seen. Or maybe it didn't care if I saw it, because it knew I couldn't do anything about it anyway. That's the part that stays with me, the feeling of witnessing something for half a second, then having the world go back to normal as if it never happened, leaving you standing there with questions you can't answer. There's one more experience I remember clearly, and this one happened later, around last April, when I was in my room on the computer. That one is the hardest for me to describe without getting that same nervous feeling I had back then, because it went on for days and then suddenly became very real in a way I couldn't laugh off. When I was about 11 or 12, I ended up playing with a Ouija board, and I want to make one thing clear right away. I didn't sit down and choose to do it. I was pushed into it. I was forced. I remember feeling trapped in that way kids do when older kids or friends keep insisting, when they laugh at you for being scared, and when you don't have the confidence yet to stand up and walk away. I didn't want to look weak, but I also didn't want to be part of it. Still, I was there, my hands on that little pointer with everyone else, trying to tell myself it was just a game. I can still remember how wrong it felt the moment it started. At first everyone acts excited, like it's going to be funny, like you'll ask silly questions and the board will spell out nonsense. But then the planchette moved. And I don't mean a tiny slide that could be explained away easily. I mean it moved in a way that made my stomach drop, because I could feel the difference between someone's hand pushing and something else pulling. It felt like it had its own energy. The room felt different, too, heavier, like the air got thick. Almost right away, I felt sick. Not nervous sick. Not I ate too much candy. Sick. It was nausea that came out of nowhere, strong enough that I wanted to pull my hands away and back up. My head felt strange, like my thoughts weren't lined up right. I remember staring at the board and feeling like I was going to throw up, and at the same time I remember being scared to move, scared that if I lifted my hands I would make it worse or do something wrong. That night has never fully left my mind. I've tried to explain it away over the years. I've tried to tell myself that someone was pushing it, and I was just panicking. I've tried to tell myself I was young and easy to scare. But even now, when I think back to how the planchette moved and how suddenly I got nauseated, I can't shake the feeling that something happened that shouldn't have happened. And that's why I keep coming back to the same question, especially lately. Could I have let something out that night? And if I did, could it still be with me? Could it be attached to me, haunting me, following me around? This question has been sitting in my chest even more in the last few months, because life has changed in a big way. I had been planning my wedding, and now it's done. I'm officially married. I should feel nothing but happy and calm, like the hard part is over and now we get to settle into normal life. In a lot of ways, I am happy. But at the same time, weird things have been happening around the house, and I don't know what to think anymore. It started with something that seems small when you say it out loud, but it has become constant enough that it doesn't feel small to me. For the last couple of months, we've had an abnormal amount of flies, and they gather around the restroom window. Not a few flies here and there, an amount that makes you stop and stare like, why are there so many? It's disgusting and it's annoying, and the worst part is we can't find a reason for it. We checked everything a normal person would check. There's nothing dead in the walls, nothing rotting in the room, no forgotten trash, no old food, no weird smell. There's no stagnant water sitting somewhere. We keep things clean. We scrub. We wipe down surfaces. We've even tried to think like, okay, what are we missing? Because flies don't just appear for no reason. My husband has searched every inch of that restroom. He's the type who wants a clear cause for everything. He has looked behind things, around the window, under the sink, in places most people wouldn't bother checking. And every time, he comes up with nothing. The flies are still there, like they just choose that spot. That alone would be irritating, but it's not the only thing. Along with it has come this feeling I can't seem to shake, the feeling of being watched. It's not constant every single minute of the day. It comes in waves. Sometimes I'll be fine, doing chores, watching TV, talking with my husband, and I feel normal. Then, suddenly, I'll get that ugly feeling on the back of my neck, like someone is behind me, like if I turn fast enough I might catch a glimpse of someone standing too close. Nighttime is worse. My husband sometimes stays up late to watch TV while I'm already in bed. That's normal married life, right? One person gets tired, the other one isn't ready to sleep. The house is quiet, the lights are low, the TV is just background noise in the other room. It should be peaceful. But when I'm lying there, trying to fall asleep, I get this sick feeling that I'm not alone in the bedroom. Not that my husband is there, he's in the living room. I mean something else. Like another presence is sharing the space with me, standing in a corner where it's dark, or hovering just out of view. And it's not a fun, scary feeling either. It's not like telling ghost stories at a sleepover where you half laugh and half scream. It's a deep discomfort. The kind that makes you want to pull the blanket higher even though you know that won't protect you from anything. It has gotten so bad that even taking a shower feels different now. Showering used to be normal. You get in, you relax, you wash, you get out. Now it has become a 10-minute ordeal because the entire time I'm in there I keep looking out, like I'm expecting someone to be standing right outside the curtain or the door. I rush through it. I don't take my time. I don't relax. I'm too busy listening and checking and trying not to let my mind run wild. I've tried to blame it on stress. People always say big life changes can mess with your head. And yes, planning a wedding is stressful. Being married is an adjustment for some people. But honestly, I don't think that's it. My husband and I were living together before we got married. It's not like he moved in after the wedding and suddenly everything changed. It's not like I'm overwhelmed by sharing a space with him, because we already did that. And it's not married life itself that's making me nervous. Nothing about him feels wrong. Nothing about our relationship feels scary. If anything, he's the one who helps me feel grounded when I start to get anxious. What keeps bothering me is the timing. I noticed that after we came back from our honeymoon, that's when things started to get noticeably weird. That's when I started paying attention and thinking, okay, this is more than just a bad mood or a few random noises. One of the things that really got under my skin was the doors. We will lock the doors at night. I know we do. It's part of our routine. Before bed, we check them. We make sure everything is secure. Then we go to sleep. And then we wake up, and the doors are unlocked. When it happened the first time, I tried to be reasonable. Maybe one of us thought we locked it but didn't. Maybe the lock didn't click all the way. Maybe we were tired. Maybe it was our mistake. But it has happened more than once. Enough times that it doesn't feel like an accident anymore. And the thought that we could lock our doors and wake up to find them unlocked makes my stomach twist. It makes me think of all the normal fears, break-ins, strangers, safety. But it also connects to that other fear, the one I don't like saying out loud. What if it isn't a person doing it? What if it's something that can move through the house without being seen? Then there's our cat, Mina. She's a normal cat most of the time. She sleeps, she eats, she does what cats do. But sometimes she will sit and stare at me without blinking, and it's not the usual cat being weird. Stare for a few seconds. It's long. It's focused. It's intense enough that it starts to make me uncomfortable, like she's watching something around me, or she's looking at me in a way that doesn't feel like her. It gets to the point where I have to shoo her away. And even then, she'll sometimes move a little and keep staring like she doesn't want to stop. I know cats can stare for no reason. I know people say cats see things we don't. I don't know if that's true. But when you already feel watched, and then your own cat sits like a statue and just looks at you like that, it doesn't help. It makes the room feel strange, like the atmosphere shifts. There's also something my husband and I have both seen outside, and that's one of the reasons I'm taking all of this more seriously. Because if it were only me, I could chalk it up to anxiety or imagination. But he has seen it too. When we drive into our driveway, you can see an outline of someone standing off to the right. Not a clear face, not clear clothing, just the shape of a person, like a figure standing there in a way that catches your eye. The first time I noticed it, I thought, is someone on our property? It looks enough like a person that your brain instantly goes on alert. My husband saw it as well. He even looked for the person when we got out of the car. He went toward that area expecting to find someone standing there, maybe a neighbor, maybe someone lost, maybe someone walking by. But there was nobody. Nothing. No footsteps in the gravel. No movement in the trees. No sound. Just empty space where we both could have sworn there was a person-shaped outline. And then there's the part that I almost hate admitting, because I know how it sounds. I hear things. Not in a mental patient way, not like I'm sitting around hearing full conversations that aren't happening. I know the difference between normal thoughts and actual sound. This isn't my imagination making up voices inside my head. This feels like something outside of me, like a sound in the air. Sometimes it's whispering. I can't make out what's being said. Sometimes I'm not even sure if real words are being said at all. It's more like the soft shape of a voice, like the suggestion of speech, like something trying to speak quietly right at the edge of hearing. It's the kind of sound that makes you turn your head and say, "What?" even though you're alone. And when it happens, I ask my husband if he hears anything. He always says no. That makes me feel even worse, because it means either it's only happening to me, or whatever it is only close enough for me to hear. And either option is scary in its own way. On top of that, I've been having these strange daydreams. I feel embarrassed even saying it, because it sounds so dramatic, but it's like my mind slips into thinking about places that don't exist here. Little towns. Streets I've never walked down. People I don't actually know, but in the daydream they feel familiar, like I'm remembering something instead of inventing it. It doesn't feel like I'm just being creative. It feels like a pull, like for a moment my mind goes somewhere else without permission. It can happen when I'm sitting quietly, or when I'm doing something simple and repetitive. It's like a mental picture that slides in, and suddenly I'm there for a second, then I snap back and feel weird and unsettled. I can't explain it in a clean, neat way. I just know it doesn't feel normal. And this is where another part of my past keeps coming back into my head. In 2004, I went to an astrologer. At the time, I wasn't trying to contact spirits or anything like that. I just wanted a reading. I wanted to know what my chart said, what my personality looked like on paper, what patterns she might see. I didn't expect it to shake me up. When she finished my chart, she looked shocked. She told me I was only the second person she knew who had something called a bulb, where all the planets sat on one side. I didn't understand what that meant, but the way she said it made it sound rare, like it mattered. Then she started saying things that felt even stranger. She said I was a painter. A male. Very sad. And that I lived in another time. I remember sitting there trying to process that, because I'm not a male, and I've never lived another life that I can remember. I didn't know if she meant it literally or symbolically. I didn't know if she was talking about past lives or just speaking in metaphors, like, "You carry the energy of this kind of person." But the words stayed with me. And lately, with everything going on, the flies, the locked doors coming undone, the feeling of being watched, the outline in the driveway, the whispering that my husband can't hear, and these daydreams that feel like memories, I keep circling back to the same fear. I know I'm not crazy. I know what anxiety feels like, and I know what imagination feels like, and I know what it feels like when your mind plays tricks on you. But this feels like something else. It feels like something has been near me for a long time, and I'm only now starting to notice how often it happens. So I keep asking myself questions that I never wanted to take seriously. Could something have attached itself to me? Could it be that everywhere I live and everywhere I go, something follows, something lingers, something watches from a distance? I know some people would think that's exciting. Some people would love the idea of being sensitive, or having spirits around them. But for me it's not fun anymore. It's not thrilling. It's exhausting, and it's starting to feel invasive, like I can't fully relax in my own home. Could my past life, if that's even real, be affecting me now? Could those strange daydreams be connected to what that astrologer said? Could I be remembering something that isn't mine to remember? Or did it start much earlier than all of this, back when I was a kid with my hands on that Ouija board, feeling sick while it moved on its own? Did I let something out that night? And if I did, is it the same thing I'm feeling now? The same presence, the same energy, the same watcher that makes my skin crawl when I'm alone in bed? Or am I just being silly, connecting dots that don't belong together because I'm scared and I want an explanation? That's where I'm stuck. I don't want to overreact. I don't want to blame everything on the paranormal. But I also can't ignore how real it feels, and I can't ignore the pattern of weird things happening, especially after the honeymoon, like something shifted and decided to make itself known. I lived in one house with my mom, my brother, and my sister until I was 9 years old. My stepdad was around too, but not all the time. Sometimes he lived with us, sometimes he wasn't there, so the house never felt fully steady to me. Even when everything seemed normal during the day, nighttime was a different story. Night made that house feel like it had its own mood, like the walls held their breath and waited for the lights to go out. When I think back on it now, what I remember most is how much I hated bedtime. Most kids complain because they want to keep playing. I dreaded bedtime because I was scared of what I would see once the house got quiet. I didn't even like walking down the hallway to my room when the sun went down. My stomach would tighten up, and I'd try to move fast, like if I hurried enough nothing could catch up with me. Almost every night, I would see the same woman. She would stand in my bedroom doorway, right where the hall opened into my room, like she was blocking the entrance. She always had her hands out in front of her. Not like she was waving, and not like she was pointing. It looked more like she was reaching. Sometimes it seemed like she was reaching toward me, and sometimes it felt like she was reaching past me, like she wanted something inside the room. She looked young. And the strange part is that she was beautiful. That made it harder for my child brain to understand, because in movies and stories, the scary things are usually ugly or dark or obviously evil. This woman wasn't like that. She looked like someone you might see in a picture or a fairy tale, and yet the fear I felt around her was so strong that my whole body would shake. She had long red hair. Not a soft brown or a dark auburn, red enough that it stood out, even in the dim light. She wore a white gown every time. It wasn't like a modern dress. It looked old-fashioned, like something from another time. The white cloth hung down in a way that made her seem taller, and it also made her stand out against the darkness of the hallway. And she wore something on her head that I never forgot, a round crown. It wasn't a shiny gold crown like you see on a queen in cartoons. It looked more natural and strange. It was circular and sat on top of her head, and it had little brown sticks in it. The best way I can describe it is that it looked like a crown made from twigs, like someone had woven small branches into a ring and placed it on her head. It didn't look like it belonged with a white gown, and it didn't look like a normal piece of jewelry. It looked like a symbol, like it meant something, and that made it even creepier to me. I was terrified of her. I can admit that easily. I wasn't curious at that age. I wasn't brave. I didn't want answers. I just wanted her gone. The second I saw her in that doorway, I would jump up and run. Most nights, I ran straight to my mom's room. I would crawl into bed with her and try to hide under the blankets, like the blanket could protect me. I would press close to my mom and whisper her name, then louder, then even louder, trying to wake her up. I would cry and beg. I remember shaking her shoulder, pulling at her arm, calling out, "Mom, Mom, wake up!" over and over, desperate for her to sit up and look toward the door. But she never woke up. That was one of the worst parts. It felt like the woman could come right up to my room, stand in my doorway, scare me half to death, and my mom still wouldn't wake up no matter how hard I tried. As a kid, that made it feel even more hopeless, like I was alone dealing with something nobody else could see, even though we were in the same house. Sometimes, when I was in my mom's room, I would still look toward the hallway and wonder if the woman was there too. I don't remember always seeing her in my mom's doorway, but I remember the fear of it, like I expected her to appear anywhere. Even if she didn't, the fear followed me like a shadow. There were nights when I didn't make it to my mom's room fast enough, or nights when I was too scared to move. Those nights, the woman wouldn't just stand in my doorway. Sometimes she would stand at the end of my bed. I can still picture it, me lying there, stiff and silent, my eyes fixed forward, and her shape at the foot of the bed, white gown hanging down, hands out, and that crown sitting on her head like she had every right to be there. I don't remember her speaking. I don't remember her walking normally like a person. She was just there, appearing in a way that made my room feel like it didn't belong to me anymore. When I could, I ran to my brother's room instead of my mom's. My brother was older than me, and to a little kid, an older brother feels like protection, even if he can't truly protect you from something you don't understand. Some nights I would burst into his room, crying, and climb onto his bed. I didn't even always know what to say. I just needed to be near someone who was awake. What still shocks me when I look back is that my brother and sister saw her too. I wasn't the only one. My brother would sometimes admit he had seen her at times, and my sister did too. That detail matters so much to me now, because it's the difference between a child having nightmares and multiple kids seeing the same thing in the same house. Even back then, it made me feel both comforted and more afraid at the same time. Comforted because I wasn't alone, but afraid because it meant it was real in some way. One afternoon, something happened that was so clear and so public that it became a turning point in the way we talked about the house. My 3 cousins were over that day. It wasn't unusual for family to visit. During the day the house could feel normal. Sunlight filled the rooms. People laughed. Kids ran around. If you didn't think about the nights, you could almost pretend everything was fine. We were all in the living room, me, my brother, my cousins, just hanging out. I don't remember exactly what we were doing, maybe watching TV or talking or playing around. The atmosphere was normal, busy, loud in that comfortable family way. Then we heard my sister scream. It wasn't a little yelp. It was the kind of scream that makes your body react instantly. A full panic scream. The kind that tells you something is seriously wrong. Everyone in the living room jumped up at once. We all ran toward my sister's room. I remember my heart pounding even as I ran, because that scream wasn't just fear, it was terror, and it sounded like she was being cornered. When we reached her room, I swear we saw the woman. Not just a shadow. Not a quick movement in the corner of the eye. We saw her walking toward my sister with her hands out. That image is burned into my memory. The white gown moving forward. The long red hair. The crown. The way her hands were held out, like she was going to grab my sister or touch her. My sister was crying and backing away, and the feeling in the room was pure chaos. All of us started screaming too. The cousins, my brother, me, everybody. It happened so fast, like the room exploded into noise and panic. My brother yelled at the woman to leave. I remember his voice sounding angry and scared at the same time, like he was trying to protect our sister and also trying to convince himself he could. Everything was a blur for a few seconds. Then, suddenly, she was gone. One moment she was there, moving toward my sister, and the next moment the space was empty. No footsteps, no door opening, no normal way she could have left. Just gone. My sister was shaking and crying hard. The kind of crying that leaves you breathless and makes your whole body tremble. My cousins looked horrified. They didn't act like they thought it was a prank or imagination. They looked like they wanted to get out of that house as fast as possible. And they did. My cousins left, and after that day, they never stayed at our house again. That's not an exaggeration. They might come by sometimes later on, but they would not sleep there, and they didn't want to be inside for long. My sister's boyfriend was there that day too, and he left as well. After that, he didn't want to come over and hang out inside the house. My sister had to meet him in other places. If she wanted to see him, it wasn't at our place anymore. That says a lot, because teenagers don't usually change their whole routine over one strange moment unless it really shook them. Later on, my cousins did come over sometimes, but it was never the same. They wouldn't walk into the house. They would visit us on the front porch, sitting outside like the porch was a safe zone and the inside of the house wasn't. Even as a kid, I noticed that. It made me feel embarrassed and sad, like our home was something to avoid. But it also made me feel validated, because clearly other people felt the same fear. Years passed, and when my brother and I were older, we finally talked about it more honestly. We didn't talk about it all the time as kids because, in a weird way, you can get used to almost anything. When something happens often enough, it becomes part of your normal, even if your normal is frightening. But when we were older, we could look back and admit what we saw. My brother told me something I had never experienced myself. He said that he used to see little boys' faces. Not full bodies, just faces. Like a child's face appearing where it shouldn't be, watching from a corner, or peeking from a doorway. I never saw that. I only saw the woman in the white gown. That was my main experience, the one that haunted my nights. But hearing him say that made the house feel even more crowded in my mind. Like it wasn't just one presence. Like there were other things too, other forms, other watchers. The house also had strange noises at night, especially coming from the kitchen. We would hear banging or clattering like someone was moving things around. Sometimes it sounded like dishes or pots shifting, like a cabinet opening and closing, like things being handled. At first it scared us, of course. We'd lie in bed listening, waiting for it to stop. Sometimes we'd whisper to each other from our rooms, asking if someone else heard it too. In the morning, we would go into the kitchen and see dishes all over the floor, stacked up. That's the part that sounds so unbelievable, but I remember it clearly. Not just one plate knocked off the counter. Not one cup broken. Dishes on the floor, stacked up in a way that didn't even look like an accident. It happened so often that eventually we got used to it, which is wild to say out loud. It became like, oh, the dishes again. We didn't even react the way normal people would react. We just accepted it and cleaned it up because we didn't know what else to do. Another thing that happened often involved the bathroom. Our bathroom had 2 doors. And on the inside, those doors had eye hooks. The kind of latch where you slide a metal hook into a loop, simple and old-fashioned. It wasn't a lock you could bump by accident. It wasn't a modern lock that could jam. It was an obvious physical hook that you could see and touch, and it only locked if someone inside the bathroom hooked it. Sometimes the doors would be locked, and we would get scared. We'd try to open them and realize the hook was latched from the inside, even though nobody was in there. We'd call out, thinking maybe someone was playing around. No answer. We'd knock. Nothing. We'd try the other door. Locked too. My brother would get angry and scared at the same time, and sometimes he would call the police. That happened more than once. We hated having to do it, because it felt embarrassing and dramatic, like we were causing trouble for no reason. But we were kids, and when you can't get into your bathroom and it feels like something is messing with you, you don't know what else to do. The police came out several times. Every time they came, they would check the window. And each time, the window would be locked from the inside too. That window was also very high up. At least 8 or 9 feet high, high enough that a person standing on the floor couldn't just reach it easily. You'd need a chair or something to get up there. So the idea that someone could climb in through it, lock it, and lock the doors with hook latches, then vanish without leaving any sign, made no sense. The police were always puzzled. You could see it in their faces. They'd look at the hook, look at the door, look around the bathroom like there had to be some trick. But they never had a real answer. They never came back with, "Oh, this is a faulty lock." Because the hook wasn't faulty. It was a simple metal hook. Either it was hooked or it wasn't. One time, a policeman and a policewoman came, and I remember them being unusually honest. They said the house was strange. They said they had a bad feeling there. I don't remember their exact words, but I remember the meaning clearly. They felt like the house might be haunted. Hearing that from police officers was shocking. It's one thing when kids say they saw a ghost. People expect kids to exaggerate. But when adults in uniform, strangers who have no reason to lie to you, admit that the place feels wrong, it hits differently. It made me feel less crazy, but it also made me feel trapped, because if adults felt it too, then what were we supposed to do? As time went on, my mom started changing. I don't know how much of that was connected to the house and how much was life, stress, and whatever she was going through. I just know things turned ugly for her. The home didn't feel stable anymore in any way. It wasn't only the nighttime fear and strange events. It was also the feeling that our family was falling apart, that the adults in charge weren't okay. When I was 9, I was placed into foster care. My brother and sister were older than me, old enough to move on their own. They didn't go into foster care the way I did. They left and started their own lives. And suddenly I was a little kid being moved into different homes, trying to act normal, trying to sleep in unfamiliar rooms, trying to follow rules that changed depending on where I was placed. Even after leaving that house, I was still scared at night. In my foster homes, bedtime was still the worst part of the day. Not because something was happening there, but because I expected it to happen. I would lie in bed and stare at the doorway, waiting for that woman to appear again. I was convinced she would follow me. I was convinced she would find me. I would listen to every tiny sound in the house, every step, every creak, and my body would tense like it was preparing for her. But I can honestly say this: I never saw her again after I moved out of that house. I'm grateful for that. Truly. It's one of the few things that makes me feel safe when I think back. Whatever she was, whatever that presence was, it felt tied to that place. Once I was gone, it didn't come with me. The fear did, but the actual sightings stopped. When I was little, someone told me something that stuck with me: never go back to that house. I don't even remember who said it. It could have been a family member, a neighbor, an older friend, someone who either believed me or had their own strange experience. But I took it seriously. And I never went back. Not once. Even when I got older and could have driven by out of curiosity, I didn't. I didn't want to see it again. I didn't want to stand in front of it and feel that old fear come rushing back. The house is in Los Baños, California, near the main downtown area. I can still picture the general area in my mind, the streets around it, the feeling of being close to town but also feeling like the house itself was separate from everything else, like it existed in its own pocket of darkness even in the daytime. There are other details I remember that still bother me, even though they might seem small to other people. My mom had a lot of old pictures out on our back porch. I don't know why they were out there. I don't know where they came from. But I remember them being older style photos, the kind that look like they're from another generation, maybe even several generations back. My brother used to say those pictures were creepy. He'd stare at them and get this uncomfortable look on his face. The strangest part was that we didn't even know who the people were. They weren't clearly labeled. They didn't feel like family photos we recognized. They felt like strangers from the past, staring out of faded paper, as if their eyes could still follow you. I've always wondered if those pictures had anything to do with what we saw. I don't know if that makes sense, but as a kid you connect things like that. Strange house, strange woman, strange old photos of people you don't know. It all felt linked, even if I couldn't explain how. I still don't understand why the woman bothered us so much. I don't understand why she kept showing up, especially in my doorway. I don't know what she wanted, or if she wanted anything at all. All I know is that her presence terrified me, and it affected my childhood in a way that I didn't fully understand until I was older. And the crown is the detail I keep coming back to. Why was she wearing a crown? Why did it look like it was made of sticks? What did it mean? Was it meant to be a symbol of power, like she was some kind of queen? Was it something religious or ritual, like something from a ceremony? Or was it just the way my mind interpreted what I was seeing, turning something else into a crown, because I didn't have better words? I don't have the answers. I only have the memory of it, round, sitting on her head, with little brown sticks woven into it like a ring of twigs. Years later, my mom did get better. Life didn't stay dark forever. When I was about 11 or 12, my brother moved her in with him. That changed a lot for me. I was able to see her again, to be around her, and to take care of her every day. After everything that happened, being able to be with her and help her felt like healing. It felt like something was being repaired, little by little. If you've read my other stories, you may already know that both my brother and my mom have passed away now. That loss is something I carry all the time. And maybe that's part of why I've been thinking about the old house lately. I tried so hard to forget it for years. I pushed it into the back of my mind because remembering it made me feel like a scared kid again. But recently, those memories keep coming back. I'll be doing something normal and suddenly I'll picture that doorway. I'll picture her white gown. I'll picture her hands out in front of her. And then the crown comes into focus, and I feel that same confusion and fear. I don't know why I'm thinking about it so much now. Maybe it's because when people you love are gone, your mind goes back through the past, digging up moments you didn't fully process. Maybe it's because I'm older now and I want an explanation that I couldn't find as a child. Or maybe some part of me just wants to understand what I lived through, because it still doesn't feel like a normal childhood memory. I never went back to that house, and I don't plan to. But I still wonder about that woman. I still wonder what she was, why she came to us, and why she wore that strange crown like it belonged to her. This didn't happen to me. It happened to my mother, and it's one of those family stories that got repeated so many times that it almost feels like I can picture it myself. My mom and my grams, my mom's mother, have always told me that my great-grandmother, Agnes, we all called her Great-Grammy, used to look out for my Aunt Patty when Patty was younger. Great-Grammy passed away a year before my mom was born. At the time, Aunt Patty was around 12 years old, and their other sister was about 9. Even though my mom never got to meet Great-Grammy in real life, she grew up hearing the same thing over and over. Patty and Great-Grammy were very close, and for some reason, after Great-Grammy died, it was like she still stayed near the family. My family doesn't tell these stories in a dramatic way, like they're trying to scare someone. It's more like the way people talk about a relative who always had strong instincts, or the way someone will say, "I know your grandpa is still watching over you," when something good happens at the exact right time. The tone is usually warm, almost comforting. Still, whenever my grams talks about it, you can hear it in her voice that she truly believes it. My mom believes it too, even though she's also the type of person who can be practical and logical. I don't know all the stories they've ever experienced. Some of them have faded with time, and sometimes they'll say, "We can't remember exactly what happened, we just remember strange things used to happen." My mom has also said that when she was younger, she would sometimes see Great-Grammy, or at least she would feel like she was there. But the details that stayed the clearest are 2 specific events they still talk about. Both of those happened to my mom, and both times my mom was at Aunt Patty's house. That's another reason the stories stick with me. If these things were only happening to Patty, you could say maybe it was because Patty missed her grandmother so much, or maybe Patty was imagining comfort. But these things happened to my mom too, and my mom wasn't even born when Great-Grammy died. So my mom didn't have childhood memories of her that could easily turn into dreams or wishful thinking. She only knew Great-Grammy through stories and photos. Also, I'm not even sure these events were specifically about Great-Grammy watching over Aunt Patty. If anything, they sound like she was watching over all her granddaughters. The way my grams tells it, it was like Great-Grammy stayed close to the family in general, stepping in at small moments when someone needed help, even if it was in a quiet, simple way. The first story is the one my mom remembers with the most detail. It happened one summer when my mom was about 12 years old, which would have been around 1975. Back then, my mom would babysit during the day for my Aunt Patty at Patty's house while Patty and her husband were at work. It wasn't unusual. Lots of families did that kind of thing. If you had a responsible younger sister who was old enough to help, it made sense. My mom was trustworthy, and Patty had small kids who needed someone with them during the day. At the time, Aunt Patty lived in a small 2-bedroom house directly across the street from my grams and papa. Literally across the street, close enough that you could look out the front window and see my grandparents' place. That detail mattered because it meant help was always right there. If my mom needed anything, or if one of the kids got sick, or if something happened, she could go to my grams in less than a minute. That summer day started like a normal babysitting day. I've asked my mom about it before, and she always describes it as ordinary right up until the storm hit. She doesn't remember any big warning signs or anything dramatic earlier in the day. It was just one of those days where the weather turned fast. A thunderstorm rolled in, and it wasn't a light summer rain either. It was one of those storms with heavy downpour, loud thunder that shakes the windows, and lightning bright enough to turn a room white for a second. It got dark outside in that weird way storms do, like it suddenly looks later than it really is. Then the power went out. When the electricity cut off, the house instantly felt different. The usual background noise, whatever appliances were running, maybe a fan, maybe a radio, went silent. The rooms felt dim even in the daytime. And storms already make houses creak and groan, so every little sound seems louder. For an adult, it's annoying. For a 12-year-old babysitting small kids, it can feel scary. My mom said that once the storm got bad and the power was out, she didn't want to stay at Patty's house alone with the children. Not because she didn't love them, and not because she wasn't capable, but because being responsible for little kids during a nasty storm is stressful. Also, the house probably felt extra empty and exposed with the lights off. My mom knew her own fear level. She knew she was going to be tense and jumpy, and she didn't want the kids to pick up on that. My Grams was home across the street. So my Grams told my mom to bring the kids over until Aunt Patty got home from work. That way they'd all be together, safer, calmer, and my mom wouldn't feel alone. It was the kind of practical solution families use without overthinking it. The kids my mom was watching that day were 3 little ones. There was Peter, who was almost a year old. There was Chastity, who was 2. And there was Joe, who was around 4 or 5, at least old enough to walk and talk and follow directions, but still young enough to need close supervision, especially during a storm. The problem was that moving 3 small kids in heavy rain isn't easy, even if the other house is just across the street. If you're an adult, you can pick one up, hold another's hand, and guide the third. But my mom was 12. She was still a kid herself, not a grown woman with the strength and confidence of someone older. The storm made everything harder. Wet ground, slippery steps, limited visibility, thunder that could scare the children, and the fact that you can't just run across and leave the door open behind you. Peter was asleep at the time, in his crib. And his crib was in the living room. That might sound odd now, but it made sense for a family with small kids in a small house. The living room was a central spot, where you could keep an eye on him while doing things nearby. My mom stood there in the darkened house, listening to thunder, thinking quickly. She decided she would take Chastity and Joe across the street first, because they were awake and could move with her. Then she'd come right back and get Peter. She couldn't carry all 3 at once, and taking the sleeping baby across in the rain felt risky too. If she tried to carry Peter while also managing a 2-year-old and a 4 or 5-year-old, somebody could slip, or she could drop something, or a child could run ahead. She made what she thought was the safest choice. But she also worried about Peter waking up while she was gone. That worry mattered because my mom always says she very clearly remembers what she did next. She says she remembers it because it felt important. It was almost time for Peter to wake up, and she didn't want him to wake and start crying while she was outside. A crying baby alone in a dark house during a thunderstorm is the kind of thing that makes you panic, even if you're only gone for a minute. So she grabbed Peter's bottle and placed it in the crib with him. She didn't just leave it somewhere nearby. She put it right there with him so if he woke up fussing, she could feed him quickly as soon as she came back in. In her mind, it was part of a simple plan: move the 2 older kids first, come right back, and have everything ready for Peter if he woke up. She also set the diaper bag on the table. She left it on purpose where she'd see it when she came back, because she didn't want to forget it. Anyone who has ever handled a baby knows the diaper bag matters. It has diapers, wipes, maybe extra clothes, and little things you don't want to be without. In that moment, with the storm and the power out, my mom was trying to stay organized. She was trying to do everything the right way. In her memory, she took a second to look around, as if she was mentally checking off items. Bottle in the crib. Diaper bag on the table. Older kids ready to go. Then she grabbed Chastity and Joe and hurried them across the street to my Grams's house. The rain was coming down hard. My mom has described it like the kind of rain that instantly soaks you. Even if it was only a short walk, you'd still get wet. She probably had to hold Chastity's hand tight so the little girl wouldn't trip, and keep Joe close so he wouldn't run. Thunder like that makes kids cry sometimes, and lightning can make them jump. My mom moved fast, but she still had to be careful. When they got to my Grams's house, my mom got them inside. That part felt like relief. She knew my Grams could handle them, and the house across the street probably had candles or a flashlight, maybe a radio, and it just felt safer with an adult there. Then my mom turned right around and went back to Patty's house to get Peter. In her mind, it was a quick trip. She expected to go in, pick up Peter, grab the diaper bag off the table, and head back. That was the plan, simple and smooth. When she came back into Aunt Patty's house, the storm was still going. The power was still out. The house still felt dim and quiet except for the weather. She went straight toward the living room where Peter's crib was. Peter was still asleep. That part didn't surprise her. Babies can sleep through a lot, and maybe the storm noise had become a steady sound that actually kept him sleeping. My mom likely felt grateful for that, because it meant she didn't have to calm him down while trying to move everything. But then she noticed something that made her stop. The bottle was no longer in the crib. Instead, the bottle had been moved and placed in the side pouch of the diaper bag. Not only that, the cap was on it. My mom immediately felt that wave of confusion people get when something is not where it should be. She said she knew for a fact she had not put the bottle in the diaper bag. She remembered placing it in the crib with Peter. She remembered it because she made a point of doing it, because she was worried he'd wake up. And there was no easy explanation. Joe couldn't have done it, because Joe couldn't reach into the crib to grab the bottle. Even if he wanted to help, even if he was trying to be grown up, he wasn't tall enough to lean in and pull it out. Also, Joe had gone across the street with her. He wasn't in the house anymore. Chastity couldn't have done it either, and even if she somehow did, a 2-year-old isn't exactly the kind of kid who carefully takes a bottle, puts the cap on it, and tucks it neatly into the side pouch of a diaper bag. A 2-year-old would more likely drop it, spill it, or carry it around. Plus, she was also across the street. And Peter was asleep. He obviously didn't do anything with his own bottle. My mom stood there looking at the crib, then looking at the diaper bag, then looking again as if her eyes were trying to force reality to make sense. She wasn't someone who played games with stuff like that. She wasn't trying to create a ghost story. She was a kid babysitting during a storm, and suddenly an object had moved in a way that felt purposeful. She also knew she hadn't been in the house long enough for someone else to sneak in and do it. And the storm was so strong that the idea of a stranger quietly entering, moving only a bottle, then disappearing without being noticed was not realistic. What makes the story even more unsettling is how helpful it was. If my mom had forgotten Peter's bottle at the house, she would have had to go back again, back through the rain, back into the dark house, back into that tense feeling of being alone with the storm. She already didn't like being there during the thunderstorm. She was already nervous. The power outage made it worse. Having the bottle neatly placed in the diaper bag was like someone was making sure she wouldn't forget it. That's why my mom and my Grams believe Great Grammy did it. They believe Great Grammy was watching over them, in that quiet way a protective relative might. Not trying to scare anyone, not trying to show off, just stepping in to make a stressful moment easier. In their minds, it wasn't about a ghost doing something random. It was about family. It was like Great Grammy was saying, "Take what you need. Don't make this harder than it has to be. Get the kids somewhere safe." The way my mom tells it, she wasn't even screaming or running at that moment. She was shocked, yes, and unsettled, but also almost calmed by it. Like the action itself didn't feel threatening. It felt organized, careful, and strangely kind. The bottle wasn't thrown. Nothing was broken. It was simply moved to the right place. Still, it left an impression on her that never went away. Because even if it was a kind act, it was also proof, at least to her, that something she couldn't see was in that house with her during the storm. After she noticed the bottle in the diaper bag, my mom grabbed the bag, checked Peter, and carefully picked him up. Then she hurried back across the street to my Grams's house, likely holding him close under her jacket or shirt as best she could to keep him from getting soaked. It was still raining hard, thunder still cracking, and now she had a baby in her arms. But she wasn't alone anymore. She was going back to my Grams. And if my mom is right, if my Grams is right, then in some strange way, either of them were alone during that storm at all. They believed Great Grammy was there too, quietly paying attention, still watching the family she loved, even though she had been gone for years. There's a place in Antioch, California that people around here like to talk about late at night, especially if you're the kind of person who grew up hearing local ghost stories. It's called Gravity Hill. Even the name sounds like a dare, like something teenagers bring up when they want to scare each other but still have a reason to go for a drive. The story that goes with it is always told with the same tone, half serious, half excited, like the person telling it wants you to believe, but also wants to see your reaction. The details change depending on who's talking, but the main idea stays the same. Something terrible happened up there, and something is still there. The way I first heard it, Gravity Hill is reached by going up a pathway where you pass an old slaughterhouse and an abandoned insane asylum. People say those buildings are part of the reason the area feels so heavy. Even if you don't believe in ghosts, the thought of a slaughterhouse and an asylum sitting out there, abandoned and silent, is enough to make your imagination work overtime. It's the kind of setting that doesn't need special effects to be creepy. It's already creepy just by existing. According to the legend, someone escaped from the insane asylum and went on a massive killing spree. In some versions, the escaped patient was described like a psychotic murderer, the kind of person you'd see in a horror movie. The way people told it made it sound like the escapee didn't just run away and disappear, but stayed nearby, hiding out in that area and attacking anyone unlucky enough to cross his path. Then comes the part that makes Gravity Hill famous. In one version, there was a school bus filled with kids coming home from a field trip. The bus was just doing its normal route, kids laughing, tired from the day, probably looking out the windows and thinking about getting home. Somehow the bus ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time, and the escaped asylum patient attacked. People say each and every child on that bus was killed. The story is always told in a way that makes you picture the worst, which is why it sticks in your mind even if you don't want it to. There's another version people tell that's different, but just as sad. In that one, there wasn't a killer. The school bus was coming back from a field trip and the bus skidded into a wash. The kids drowned. No attack, no knife, no murderer, just an accident, but one so awful that people believe the spirits never left. Whichever version someone believes, the ending always comes back to the same proof that Gravity Hill is haunted. People say that if you go there and park your car at the bottom of the hill, then put the car in neutral, the car will roll uphill by itself. Not downhill, like a normal hill. Uphill. And the reason, according to the legend, is that the spirits of those children will push your car up the hill so you don't suffer the same fate they did. Like they're still trying to protect people. Like they're still doing something kind, even after what happened to them. When I first heard it, I remember feeling two things at the same time. One was excitement, because I've always been curious about places like that. The other was a strange sadness, because the story is about children dying, and even if it's just a legend, that part of it makes you uncomfortable. Still, the idea of a car moving uphill on its own is the kind of thing that grabs your attention and doesn't let go. It makes you want to see it with your own eyes, because it's either real or it isn't, and either answer is interesting. Once the story got into my head, I started asking people about it. I wanted more details. I wanted to know exactly where it was, how to get there, and what people experienced. I also wanted to know if it was just one of those local myths that everyone repeats, or if it was something people actually tested. That's when my brother told me he had been there once. My brother wasn't the kind of person who got scared easily, and he wasn't the type to act nervous just because someone mentioned ghosts. When he told stories, he usually tried to make them sound cool, not creepy, and he liked being the one who had done something first. So when he said he had already been to Gravity Hill, I leaned in immediately. He told me that when he went, the car really did go up the hill on its own. Not like a tiny roll that could be blamed on a slight slope. He said it actually moved like it was being pushed. He also told me something that made the whole thing feel even bigger. He said he saw a large cloud of black smoke clouding the back window. When he said, "black smoke," I imagined it filling the glass like a fog that wasn't outside the car but right against it, like something thick was pressing up close. I asked him what he meant, because I couldn't picture how smoke could appear like that without there being a fire. But he insisted it wasn't normal smoke, and it wasn't coming from a car or a chimney or anything like that. It was just there. Then he mentioned another thing. He said there was a strange glowing ball of light hovering above them in front. He described it like an orb, like a floating light that didn't behave like a street light or headlights. He said it was just hanging there, bright and unnatural, like it didn't belong to the road. I didn't know what to do with that information at first. Part of me wanted to believe him immediately because he sounded so sure. Another part of me was suspicious because he was my brother, and brothers can mess with you. They like to scare you, and they like to see if you'll fall for it. So I straight up asked him if he was lying to me. He didn't laugh. He didn't smile like he was setting me up. He swore it was true. He said he knew it sounded crazy, but it happened exactly the way he said. And the way he looked when he said it made me believe him. He had that serious expression people get when they're talking about something that still confuses them, something they can't easily explain. After that conversation, Gravity Hill turned into a personal mission for me. I felt like I wouldn't be able to relax until I saw it for myself. It was like my brain kept circling back to it. A car rolling uphill, black smoke on the back window, a glowing ball of light hovering ahead. Whether it was paranormal or not, I wanted to be there. I wanted to know what it felt like to sit in the car at the bottom of the hill and wait. A lot of time passed with me thinking about it, talking about it, asking questions. Then Halloween came around during my freshman year of high school, and it felt like the perfect night to go. Halloween already has that mood where everything feels slightly unreal. People are dressed up, the air is colder, the sky gets dark earlier, and even normal streets can feel creepy if you're walking them at night. So on Halloween night, my brother, his girlfriend, my friend Suzy, and I decided to make the trip. Even before we left, I felt that mix of excitement and fear. It wasn't panic fear. It was that nervous thrill, like being on the edge of something you can't predict. I remember getting into the car and thinking, I'm really doing this. I also remember checking my phone, like if I had a working phone then somehow I was safer, even though a phone doesn't stop anything paranormal. My brother drove, of course. He liked being the one in control, and he liked showing that he knew where he was going. His girlfriend sat up front with him, and Suzy and I sat in the back. Suzy was excited too, but she kept laughing like she was trying to hide her nerves. Every so often she'd say something like, "This is so stupid." But she didn't ask to turn around, and she didn't tell us to stop. She wanted to see it too. The closer we got, the quieter the car became. At first we talked about normal things, school, friends, Halloween stuff. But as the streets got darker and the drive became less familiar, conversation turned into little comments and nervous jokes. My brother seemed to enjoy that. He kept bringing the story up in small pieces, like he was building tension on purpose. At one point, as we passed along the route that led toward the hill, he started talking about the slaughterhouse and the asylum again. He didn't have to. We already knew the story. But he wanted to get a rise out of me and Suzy, and it worked. He'd say things like, "Yeah, that's where the slaughterhouse used to be," or, "This is the road people say the escapee ran down." And then he'd pause like he was listening for something. Suzy would grip the seat and say, "Stop it," but she'd also laugh, because she didn't want to admit she was scared. I didn't laugh as much. I was trying to stay calm, but I could feel my stomach tightening. What made it worse was that the area really did feel different. It wasn't like driving through a busy part of town with streetlights and houses close together. The road felt more isolated. The darkness felt thicker. Headlights only showed what was directly ahead, and beyond that everything disappeared into shadow. Even if you don't believe in any of it, your brain still reacts to being somewhere unfamiliar at night. As we got closer, I kept looking out the window trying to see the buildings my brother was talking about. I don't even know what I expected. I think part of me expected something obvious, like broken windows or a giant sign that said asylum, or slaughterhouse. But in the dark, everything looked like shapes and outlines. You'd see a structure, and your imagination would fill in the rest. You'd see a fence line and wonder what was behind it. You'd see a shadow that looked like a doorway and suddenly your heart would jump. My brother's girlfriend stayed pretty calm. She was the kind of person who acted like she'd seen it all, like nothing bothered her. That made me feel slightly better, but it also made me feel like I couldn't be the only one freaking out in the back seat. So I tried to keep my voice steady, even when my mind was racing. Finally, after what felt like a long drive, even if it wasn't that long, we made it to the base of Gravity Hill. The moment we arrived, I felt my pulse speed up. This was the spot people talked about. This was where the car was supposed to move uphill. I remember looking at the road and trying to judge it with my eyes, like I was trying to figure out how a car could roll upward at all. In the dark, it was hard to tell what was steep and what wasn't. The hill looked like a hill, but the road can trick you at night. Everything depends on angles and the way the land is shaped. My brother pulled the car into position at the bottom like he had done it before. He seemed confident, like this part was routine. Suzy leaned forward between the front seats, her eyes wide, watching him. He reminded us what we were going to do, put the car in neutral and let it move. He said we had to make sure nobody was pushing, nobody was messing around, and that we all paid attention. I think he liked how serious it felt, like we were performing some sort of test. Then he put the car in neutral. To prove he wasn't doing anything, he lifted both feet off the pedals and placed them up on the dashboard. He made sure Suzy and I could see clearly that his feet weren't touching anything. It was his way of showing, "I'm not playing with you. I'm not secretly pressing the gas or the brake." His hands stayed light too, not gripping the wheel in a way that looked like he was forcing anything. He wanted us to believe what was about to happen. For a second, nothing happened. The car was still. The engine sound was steady. We all sat there in that silence that feels louder at night, waiting. Then the car started to move. It wasn't sudden like someone shoved it hard. It started slowly, the way a car begins to roll when gravity takes over. But the direction was what mattered. It wasn't rolling backward. It wasn't sliding downhill. It was moving uphill. I remember sitting there frozen, staring out the window and watching the road shift under us. We were going upward, away from the starting spot, even though the car was in neutral and nobody was pushing it. The movement was smooth enough that it didn't feel like a jerky slip. It felt steady, like an invisible force had decided. "Okay, now you go." Suzy made a sound like a nervous laugh and a gasp combined. My brother's girlfriend leaned forward and stared hard ahead, like she didn't want to miss a second. I didn't even know what to say. The first thing I thought was, "It's real." The second thing I thought was, "How is that possible?" I looked at my brother's feet again, because my brain wanted a simple answer. His feet were still on the dashboard. He wasn't doing anything. He looked back at us with that expression that said, "See? I told you." The car continued rolling for a bit, enough that it felt undeniable. We weren't just shifting an inch. We were moving up the hill, like something was guiding us. At the same time, I kept waiting for the extra things my brother had described from his first visit. I kept glancing at the back window, half expecting to see that cloud of black smoke he talked about. I kept staring forward, expecting some glowing ball of light to appear above the road or hover in the air in front of the car. But I didn't see anything. No smoke. No orb. No figure in the trees. No sudden face in the darkness. Nothing dramatic. It was almost disappointing in a weird way. I know that sounds wrong, because the car moving uphill should have been more than enough. But after hearing my brother's story, I expected visuals. I expected something obvious and undeniable, like a sign that spirits were truly there. Instead, the only thing that happened was the car moving, and then the normal darkness of the road around us. Eventually my brother put his feet down and stopped the car, because we weren't going to just keep rolling until we hit something. He pulled us back into a safe position, and we all started talking at once, trying to make sense of it. Suzy kept repeating, "That's crazy." And she asked my brother again if he was doing something. He got annoyed, because he had literally shown us his feet on the dash. His girlfriend said it was weird too, but she tried to act casual, like she didn't want to give the place too much power by admitting she was scared. I asked my brother why I didn't see what he saw the first time, the black smoke and the glowing light. He thought about it for a second, then shrugged like he had an explanation ready. He said maybe it was different because it was Halloween night. What he meant was that maybe the spiritual energy was at its lowest. That part didn't fully make sense to me, because most people think Halloween is when that kind of energy would be higher, not lower. But I understood what he was trying to say. Maybe the night had its own effect, maybe too many people were out, maybe the atmosphere was different, maybe whatever he saw before wasn't going to show itself every single time someone came looking for it. Basically, he was saying, you can't control it. And that idea stuck with me. Because even though I didn't see the smoke or the light, I did see the car move uphill, and that alone was something I couldn't forget. It was like the place gave me just enough to keep me curious, but not enough to satisfy me completely. We didn't stay there for hours. We were still teenagers on Halloween night, and the fear eventually caught up with the excitement. The longer you sit in a dark, isolated place thinking about dead children and an escaped killer, or drowning victims, depending on which version of the story you believe, the more your mind starts turning every shadow into a threat. So we left. The drive back felt faster, partly because we were energized and talking more now, and partly because I think all of us wanted to get back to familiar streets and lights. When we returned to normal areas with houses and streetlights, it was like the tension broke. Suzy started joking more, and my brother acted proud like he had completed a successful mission. His girlfriend teased him a little, but she also looked relieved. The strange thing is that even years later, I still think about Gravity Hill. A few years have passed since that Halloween night, and I still want to go back sometime. I don't feel the same desperate need I felt back then, like I couldn't rest until I visited. I did visit. I did see the car move. I got my proof in that sense. But I want to visit again because I want to see what my brother saw. I want to know if it was real, if there really was a cloud of black smoke at the back window, and if there really was a glowing ball of light hovering in front of the car. I want to see it with my own eyes, not because I'm trying to scare myself, but because it feels unfinished in my mind. That place has a way of pulling at your curiosity. It's like once you've heard the story, once you've driven the road, once you've sat at the bottom and watched your car move in a way it shouldn't, part of you keeps wondering what else is there, what you might see if you go again on a different night, under different conditions, when whatever is out there decides to show itself. 3 weeks ago my husband and I finally moved into our new house. It was the kind of move that felt exciting and scary at the same time, because this wasn't just a new place for us. We chose it because we are starting a family, and we needed more space, more quiet, and a home where we could picture a baby growing up. We talked about paint colors and where the crib might go. We imagined holidays in the living room and family dinners in the kitchen. Even with all the normal stress that comes with moving, I truly believed we were stepping into something good. All my life, I've been sensitive to things most people don't notice. My husband has been the same way. We both grew up learning that sometimes a room can feel full even when you're alone, and sometimes the air can feel different, heavy or light, like it's carrying a message. We have both seen what we believe are our guardian angels. Not all the time, not like they appear on command, but enough times that we never doubted that something protective was around us. Those moments made me feel safe. They made me feel like even when life got hard, we weren't completely on our own. For years, that belief has been a comfort I could lean on. That's why, when we moved into this house, I didn't come in afraid. If anything, I came in confident. I kept thinking, whatever is out there, whatever energy follows people or lives in places, the good will always be stronger for us. I honestly believed that. I believed the protection I'd felt before would still be there, steady and familiar, like a hand on my shoulder. I'm 4 months pregnant, and pregnancy has made me tired in a way I didn't expect. It's not just regular tired. It's like my body is doing so much work inside that even sleeping doesn't always feel like enough. Because of that, I have gotten used to napping, going to bed early, and moving slower. I tried to listen to what my body needs. Most mornings, I feel like I could sleep through anything if nobody bothered me. Last week, on Tuesday, my morning started like it always does. My husband has to get up early for work. He is deaf, and because of that, we have a routine. I sleep closest to the alarm so I can wake up first. When it goes off, I reach over, stop it, and wake him up in a way that doesn't startle him too badly. Then I help him get ready. I make his lunch, check that he has everything he needs, and we have our quiet little goodbye. I kissed him, watched him leave, and felt that normal mix of love and sleepiness. After he walked out the door, I went back to bed. It was still dark outside. The house was quiet in that early morning way, when the rooms don't feel fully awake yet. The air was cool, the blankets were warm, and I remember thinking how grateful I was that I didn't have to be up at 5 a.m. with him. I settled back in and fell asleep again. Sometime later, at around 6:40 that same morning, I was suddenly jolted awake by a loud bang right behind the headboard. It wasn't a small sound. It was hard and sharp, like something hit the wall with force. The bang pushed the headboard forward, and then it thudded back against the wall. The whole bed seemed to react to it for a second. It wasn't like the normal house noises you hear sometimes, like pipes or the settling of wood. This felt like something had slammed into that exact spot. Even though I was startled, I didn't sit up right away. I grew up in a home where I shared a room, and there was something in my childhood that made me used to noises in the night, and even a bed that could move slightly. So my first reaction wasn't to jump out of bed. Instead, I opened my eyes slowly, trying to understand what I was hearing, trying to figure out if it could have been something normal. The moment my eyes opened, my whole body went cold in a way I can't fully explain. Right there, above me and around me, I saw a fog or mist lifting off of my body. It wasn't like smoke from a candle or steam from a shower. It had color. It looked whitish, but also bluish and green at the same time, like pale ocean light. It was thick enough that I could see it clearly, and it didn't just drift the way mist normally would. It moved with intention, like it knew where it was going. For a second, I just stared. I could barely breathe because my mind was trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The mist lifted away from me and pulled back from the bed, almost like it had been pressed close and was now retreating. Then it moved across the room toward the far corner, about 4 feet from where I was lying. As it moved, it grew wider, and it almost completely blocked my view of the TV, like a curtain sliding in front of it. I remember watching the shape of it, how it gathered itself like it was collecting its edges. It paused near the corner for a heartbeat, and then it moved again, this time toward the closet. The closet door was closed, but the mist didn't need the door to open. It seemed to squeeze itself down, thin and tight, and it pulled into the closet through the smallest openings, the cracks under the door and along the side. It was as if something pulled it from inside, like a vacuum taking it in. And then it was gone. The silence after that felt loud. It didn't feel like calm silence. It felt like the room was holding its breath. I lay there, frozen, listening for anything else, but all I could hear was my own breathing and the soft sounds of the house. Then, moments later, I got hit with a sudden, strong urge to vomit. It came out of nowhere. It wasn't a slow feeling like normal nausea. It was fast and intense, like my body was reacting to something it didn't want inside it or near it. What made it even more confusing is that I have not had morning sickness at all in this pregnancy. I've been tired, yes, but I've been lucky when it comes to nausea. That morning, though, it felt like my stomach turned in one hard movement, and I had to swallow and breathe carefully just to keep from getting sick right there. I stayed in bed for a while after that, not because I felt comfortable, but because I didn't know what else to do. My heart was beating so hard that I could feel it in my throat. I kept glancing at the closet door. I kept waiting for another sound, another bang, another movement. I kept thinking about the mist, about how it moved with purpose, and about the way it disappeared like it belonged inside that closet. Eventually I got up, slowly, and tried to go on with my day. I told myself that maybe it was stress. Maybe it was pregnancy. Maybe it was my mind waking up too fast and mixing a dream with reality. But deep down, I knew what I saw. I know the difference between a half-asleep idea and something that is actually there. I know what it feels like when something is in a room with you. Because my husband and I have always been sensitive, I've developed little habits over the years that help me feel more in control. One of the biggest things is that I don't like surprises. If something is going to be around me, I want some kind of warning. So after we moved in, once I started noticing small signs of activity in the house, I tried to set boundaries the only way I knew how. I established a simple knock code. It might sound strange to someone who has never experienced anything like this, but for me it was a way to make the situation less chaotic. The idea was simple. If something wants to be active around us, if it wants to make itself known, it should knock in a certain pattern first. The knock would be like asking permission. It would give me warning and let me prepare myself. It would also let me know that what I'm experiencing isn't just my imagination. Over time, this code started to work, at least in one area of the house. So far, that knock code has mostly worked in the bedroom. If something is going to happen in there, I will usually hear the pattern first. When I hear it, I can take a breath, sit up, and tell myself I'm not caught off guard. It sounds small, but it helps. It makes me feel like I can still claim some peace in my own space. The strange part is that the being that seems to come around the most doesn't even feel like it lives in the bedroom. Most of the time, the activity seems to be in the kitchen and the living room. I will be in the house and hear what sounds like slippers sliding across the floor, that soft dragging sound like someone is walking slowly. Sometimes I hear clinking in the sink, like a dish or a utensil touching another. It's not crashing or loud, just little sounds that make you pause and listen. Those sounds don't bother me as much. They almost feel like background noise at this point, like the house is settling into itself. I've even had moments where I thought, maybe it's just a presence passing through. Maybe it's something harmless. In those spaces, the kitchen, the living room, I can usually function. I can cook. I can sit on the couch. I can fold laundry. I might feel washed sometimes, but it doesn't always feel threatening. The bedroom has changed, though. After that Tuesday morning, the air in there didn't feel the same. It's hard to explain, but it's like the room lost some warmth. The corners felt darker, not because of lighting, but because of the feeling they gave off. I started paying attention to where my eyes wanted to go, and I realized I kept checking the same areas without meaning to, especially the closet. For the last 3 days, something new has been happening, and it's what has pushed me from uneasy into truly scared. A shadow has started to creep from corner to corner in my bedroom. It's not a normal shadow that sits still because of a lamp or sunlight. It moves in a way that feels wrong, like it's sliding along the edges of the room with purpose. Sometimes it's quick enough that I question myself, and other times it lingers long enough that I know I'm not imagining it. When it happens, my body reacts before my mind even catches up. My skin gets tight. My chest feels heavy. My stomach flips again. And that same urge to vomit comes back, sudden and strong, like my body recognizes something my brain doesn't want to admit. It's almost like a warning signal inside me, like every time that shadow is there, my body is saying, this is not safe. There have been moments when I can hear something in the closet. Not words, not clear sounds like breathing, but little noises that make no sense for an empty space. A small shift. A faint scrape. Sometimes it's so quiet that if I wasn't paying attention, I might miss it. But once you've heard it, once you've felt that change in the air, you can't unhear it. The closet feels like a mouth holding something back. Whenever the shadow is present, or whenever I sense the closet activity, I feel that deep unease settle in me. And again, the nausea hits. It makes me feel trapped in my own body, because I don't know if it's fear, if it's pregnancy, or if it's something else reacting to what's around me. All I know is that it's becoming a pattern, and patterns are what make things feel real and serious. I want to be clear about something. I'm not writing this because I'm trying to create drama or because I want attention. I'm writing it because I'm honestly scared, and I don't know what to do next. I've dealt with activity before in my life, but it was never like this. Before, it was usually small signs, or it was a feeling of a protective presence. I could live with it, even welcome it. This feels different. This feels like something that doesn't care whether I'm comfortable or not. I'm also not as concerned about myself as I am about what might happen if this keeps escalating. I'm an adult, and I can handle being unsettled. I can handle being tired. I can handle being afraid sometimes. But I don't want this to grow into something worse, and I especially don't want it to affect my baby. Lately, I've been afraid to be home alone. When my husband leaves for work, the house feels too big and too quiet. Every small sound makes me stop and listen. A creak in the floor sounds like a step. The soft hum of the fridge sounds like a whisper. I try to distract myself with TV or music, but even then, I catch myself turning the volume down so I can hear what's happening in the rest of the house. It's exhausting to be that alert all the time. Nighttime is the hardest. When it's dark, my imagination doesn't even have to work, because the fear is already there. I'll lie in bed and stare at the ceiling, feeling the weight of the room. If I drift off, I wake up too easily, and when I wake up, my first instinct is to look toward the corners, toward the closet, like my body expects something to be there. I can only fall back asleep when it is daylight, when the morning light comes in and the room feels less heavy. As soon as the sun rises, it's like I can breathe again. But the moment it gets dark, the fear returns. I keep thinking about what will happen when the baby is born. Will he or she be more sensitive than I am? Will the baby notice things before I do? Will the baby react, cry for no reason, stare at corners, wake up terrified? I don't want my child's first months of life to be filled with this kind of tension. I want peace. I want normal nights, normal naps, normal quiet. I want my home to feel safe, not like I'm sharing it with something I don't understand. At the same time, I don't want to pretend everything is bad. I'm comfortable with the idea that positive beings might be around. I've felt that kind of presence before, and it never made me sick with fear. It never made me feel like I was being pushed out of my own space. I can live with the good, and in a strange way, I even feel grateful when I think something protective is nearby. But for the best interest of me and my baby, I truly feel the negative needs to go. Whatever this shadow is, whatever moved like mist and pulled into the closet, whatever is now creeping through the bedroom, it does not feel positive to me. It doesn't feel like a guardian. It feels like something that takes instead of gives, something that watches instead of protects. What makes this even harder is that neither my husband nor I have ever dealt with a negative being before. We've had odd moments. We've had signs. We've had experiences that made us believe in more than what we can see. But this is the first time I've felt like something in my home is wrong in a way that could become dangerous, or at least emotionally damaging. And not knowing what it is, or what it wants, or how to stop it, makes me feel powerless. I keep trying to hold on to the confidence I used to have. I keep trying to remind myself that I'm not helpless, that this is my house, that I have a right to feel safe here. Some days I tell myself it will fade on its own, that maybe it's just the house adjusting or energy from the move. But then the shadow slides again, or I hear that quiet sound by the closet, and my stomach turns, and all my calm thoughts fall apart. I don't want this to keep building. I don't want to wait until something worse happens. I don't want to be shaking with fear in my own bedroom while I'm pregnant, trying to convince myself I'm fine when my body is clearly reacting. I want to protect the life growing inside me, and I want to protect the peace in our home before the baby gets here. I just don't know the best way to do that, because this is new territory for us. Expectant but worried mother. 3 of my friends and I decided we wanted to do something we would actually remember. Not the same routine we always had. Most nights, if we were all off work and had time, we ended up doing safe, normal things. We would stay at someone's house, order food, put on a movie, and talk through half of it. Or we would go out to a place that felt fun but predictable, like the bowling alley, a late-night diner, or a drive-through and then a parking lot where we could sit in the car and laugh at nothing. That night, though, the energy felt different. It was one of those nights where you feel restless, like the air is pushing you to get up and go somewhere instead of staying still. We were all together at Nancy's place at first, kind of half ready for bed but also not tired. We were sitting around with our phones in our hands scrolling, talking about random stuff, sharing clips, making jokes, and acting like we were going to pick a movie. But nobody was really focused on the TV. It was like we were all waiting for someone to say, "Let's do something else." It was around 2:30 in the morning when Nancy finally said it. She didn't even build it up. She just looked at us like she'd been holding the idea in for a while and said, "What if we go to Gravity Hill?" The room got quiet for half a second, because we all knew exactly what she meant. Gravity Hill wasn't a normal place to visit, especially not at that hour. It was one of those local spots that everyone hears about, even if they've never been. People talk about it at school, at work, at parties, like a dare you keep in the back of your mind. It's always the same kind of story. You drive up the hill to this certain point, you put the car in neutral, and instead of rolling down like it should, the car seems to move the wrong way, like something is pulling it uphill. Some people laugh and say it's just an optical illusion. Some people swear it's not. Some people claim they felt hands on the car, or heard whispers, or saw figures near the trees. Over the years, the stories get bigger, and you never know what is real and what is just people adding drama. But even when you don't believe all of it, you still feel curious, because it's the kind of place that makes you want to test it for yourself. I remember looking at Nancy, and then looking at Kathy, and then at our other friend, Jasmine. It was 4 of us total. We all had that same look, excitement mixed with nerves. Nobody wanted to be the one to say no. Jasmine smiled like she was trying to act brave, but I could tell she was thinking hard. Kathy did that thing where she bites her lip when she's nervous. And me? I felt my stomach do a little flip, but I also felt that rush of, "Let's go." Without hesitation, we all agreed. It wasn't even a long discussion. It was more like the idea landed in the middle of us, and we all leaned toward it at the same time. Nancy grabbed her keys, and I remember her saying, almost proudly, "We'll take my car." She had just gotten it. It was brand new. Not new to her, like new to me. I mean new. She and her husband had bought it a week before, and she was still in that phase where she kept it spotless and didn't want anyone eating in it. The inside still had that clean, fresh smell, and the seats were still stiff like they hadn't been broken in yet. We piled in quickly, like we were afraid we would change our minds if we took too long. Nancy drove. I sat in the front passenger seat. Kathy sat behind me. Jasmine sat behind Nancy. Jasmine had been drinking earlier, not enough to be falling all over the place, but enough that her cheeks were warm and her laughter came easy. She was the type to get sleepy when she drank, and I already saw her leaning her head against the seat like she might doze off later. At first, the mood was light. We joked and teased each other, and we talked about what we had heard about Gravity Hill. Nancy said she'd seen videos of it online. Kathy said her cousin went once and swore the car moved even when the road looked flat. Jasmine kept saying, "If I see a ghost, I'm out," and then laughing like it was a joke, but the way she said it sounded like a real warning. As we drove, the streets were mostly empty. The city lights faded behind us the farther we went, and the roads got darker. The kind of dark where the headlights feel like the only thing keeping you connected to the world. I watched the trees on the sides blur into tall shadows. Every now and then we passed a lonely street lamp that made the road glow for a second, and then we were back in darkness again. The excitement was still there, but it started to turn into something sharper as we got closer. I could feel it in the way everyone got quieter between jokes. It was like the closer we got, the more we started listening to the night instead of filling it with our voices. When we finally reached the turning point, the place where you leave the more normal road and head up into those hills, I got a bad feeling so fast it was almost physical. It wasn't just nervousness. It was the kind of uneasy feeling that makes your shoulders tense without you meaning to. My throat got dry. I didn't say anything right away, because I didn't want to sound dramatic. But I looked over at Nancy, and I could tell by her face she felt it too. Her hands tightened on the steering wheel. She didn't smile as much. She was watching the road like she expected something to jump out. Then I glanced back at Kathy and Jasmine. Kathy's eyes were wide, and she was sitting straighter than before. Jasmine's smile had faded. She looked out the window and then back at us, like she was checking if we all felt the same thing. It wasn't just the stories about Gravity Hill that made it feel uneasy. There were other rumors about that area. People said groups had met up in those same hills late at night. Some people even said the KKK gathered there sometimes. I never saw it myself, and I can't say what was true, but enough people had talked about it over the years that it was hard not to think about it. The idea of driving up into a dark place where there could be strangers doing who knows what made my stomach twist. Nancy slowed down a little as we approached the hill, and for a minute it felt like we were all silently voting with our eyes on whether we should keep going. The safest choice would have been to turn around right there, laugh it off, and go get food. But we were already there. The drive had already happened. And there's something about being young and in a group that makes you push past common sense, especially when the alternative is admitting you're scared. Kathy finally broke the silence by whispering, "We're already here." Nancy let out a short breath and said, "Yeah. Why not? Let's just do it." I forced a small laugh and said, "We came this far. Might as well make it worth it." Jasmine nodded, but she didn't say much. She just pulled her hoodie tighter around herself like she was trying to create a shield. So we kept going. The road up the hill was worse than I expected. In my mind I thought it would be quick, like a mile or so, just enough to feel like you're away from town. But it kept going. The hill stretched on, and the darkness felt thicker the farther we climbed. There were long stretches where the headlights showed nothing but the road and the wall of trees on either side. No houses. No businesses. No people walking. Not even another car. Nancy didn't play music anymore. Either she turned it off or it had ended and nobody bothered to put something else on. The car became quiet in a way that made every sound feel loud. The hum of the tires. The soft rattle of a keychain. The occasional click when Nancy adjusted her grip. Even our breathing felt noticeable. For a while, none of us spoke. Not because we had nothing to say, but because it felt like talking would ruin our ability to listen. I kept scanning the edges of the road, expecting to see headlights behind us or a figure standing where it shouldn't be. My imagination was working overtime. I kept reminding myself it was just a drive. Just a hill. Just a story people talked about. But my body didn't care what my brain was saying. My body was tense. At one point, Kathy leaned forward from the back seat and said softly, "How much farther?" Nancy's voice sounded tight when she answered, "I thought it was close. But it's not." It honestly felt like 5 miles of climbing through blackness. 5 miles of second-guessing, and every minute making it harder to turn around because now we'd have to drive the same dark road back down. That thought alone made me want to keep going, just so we wouldn't have to admit defeat. Finally, the road opened up in a way that made all of us go quiet at the same time. The headlights spread out and showed a strange scene ahead, one that didn't match the rest of the drive. The first things we saw were a cemetery and a big white building. The cemetery was right there, close enough that our headlights hit the headstones and made them flash pale for a second. The stones looked uneven, like crooked teeth in the ground. The building behind it was large, boxy, and too white in the darkness. It didn't look like a normal house. It was the kind of building you expect to see in old photos, something official and cold. In that moment, with the cemetery in front and the building behind, it looked like an insane asylum sitting in the middle of a graveyard. Nobody spoke at first. It was like we all felt we shouldn't, like the place demanded silence. And then I saw something move. I swear, to this day, I believe I saw someone, or something, walk across the cemetery in front of us. It wasn't clear enough to describe like a person with features. It was more like a shape, a shadow, a figure passing between the stones. It moved smoothly, not like an animal. It was upright. It crossed a space that was lit by our headlights, and then disappeared into darker ground near the edge. I inhaled sharply without meaning to. Nancy noticed. "What?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't want to say it out loud, because saying it felt like making it real. But Kathy's voice came from behind me, shaky, like she had seen it too. "Did you just see that?" My stomach dropped. I turned slightly in my seat. "You saw it?" I asked. Kathy nodded, eyes locked on the cemetery. Jasmine leaned forward, trying to look past us, but she couldn't see as well from her angle. Nancy's knuckles were white on the wheel. "It's probably nothing," she said, but the way she said it didn't sound like she believed her own words. I grabbed my phone without thinking, mostly for comfort, to check the time like time could somehow explain what we were feeling. The screen lit up my hands and part of my face. It was 3:15 a.m. That made everything worse. 3:15 felt like a time you only see in horror movies, the kind of time that doesn't belong to normal life. I remember showing the screen to Nancy, and she didn't even look for long. She just swallowed hard. Then Kathy checked her phone. "No signal," she said. Jasmine checked hers too. "No signal," she repeated, suddenly more sober-sounding. I checked again on mine. Nothing. No reception. And the strange part was that all four of us had different phone plans, different companies, different everything. It wasn't like we all shared one service that could fail in one spot. Yet all four phones were useless. That realization made me feel trapped. I hadn't realized how much comfort I got from having a phone until that moment. It's not even about calling someone. It's about knowing you can. Knowing you have an exit, a lifeline, a way to reach help if you need it. Up there, in that dark place, it felt like the outside world had been cut off. Nancy pulled the car forward slowly until we were right next to the cemetery. The headstones looked closer now, and the buildings seemed to loom behind them, watching us with blank windows. The air felt colder, even inside the car. "Okay," Nancy said, trying to sound in control. "This is it. We're doing the thing. Everybody ready?" None of us answered like we were ready. But nobody told her to stop either. Nancy turned off the car completely. The engine died, and the silence became even heavier. It felt like the quiet pressed against the windows. She left the car in neutral, just like you're supposed to do at Gravity Hill. The idea is that the car should roll down if you're on a slope. But the story is that it doesn't. For a few seconds, nothing happened. We sat there in pitch black, except for the faint glow from the dashboard and the tiny light from Nancy's keychain. I could hear my own heartbeat. I could hear Kathy breathing behind me, quick and shallow. Jasmine shifted in her seat, and the fabric of her hoodie sounded loud. I stared straight ahead at the darkness beyond the headlights. I didn't want to look out the side window. The thought of turning my head and seeing a face close to the glass made my stomach twist. I kept imagining a hand touching the window, fingers slowly sliding down. I knew it was my fear talking, but fear doesn't need logic to paint pictures. We waited. Within 5 minutes, maybe less, the car started to move. At first it was so gentle I thought it was just my imagination. Like maybe I was feeling a tiny shift because I was tense. But then it became undeniable. The car began rolling uphill, by itself, while in neutral, with the engine off. I felt it in my stomach first. That floating feeling you get when a car moves unexpectedly. The dashboard shifted slightly in relation to the cemetery outside. The headstones began to slide backward in our view, like we were gliding away from them. Kathy let out a small sound behind me, like a gasp she tried to swallow. Jasmine grabbed the back of Nancy's seat. Nancy's eyes were huge, fixed straight ahead like she couldn't believe what was happening. "Is this real?" Jasmine whispered. Nancy didn't answer right away. She just stared, frozen, like her brain needed time to catch up. Then she said, "We're moving. We're actually moving." I couldn't speak. My mouth was dry. I felt like my tongue was stuck to the roof of my mouth. The car kept rolling uphill, smooth and steady, as if an invisible hand was pushing it. It wasn't a jerk. It wasn't random. It felt controlled, like something was guiding it. That was the moment when curiosity stopped being fun and turned into fear. Nancy suddenly snapped out of it like a rubber band breaking. "Nope," she said loud and sharp. "That's enough. That is enough." She grabbed the wheel tighter, turned the key, and started the car. The engine came back with a loud sound that made all of us jump. She slammed her foot on the brake, and the car stopped. For a second, I felt relief because at least she had control again. But the relief didn't last. Nancy turned the car around quickly, faster than she normally would have. The tires crunched on gravel or rough road, and the car swung in a tight turn. She didn't want to stay there another second. You could feel it in her movements. She wasn't trying to be brave anymore. She was trying to escape. As we started to drive back down, we moved slowly at first, all of us looking around even though we didn't want to. There was a weird feeling in the air like we were being watched, like the place didn't want us to leave without giving us one more reason to fear it. We passed the cemetery again. Nancy tried to speed up, like she wanted to put distance between us and those headstones as fast as possible. But the car would not go more than 20 miles per hour. At first, I thought maybe she just wasn't pressing the gas much. But then I looked at her leg and her foot, and I saw it clearly. Her foot was pushed down hard. She was trying. The engine sounded like it wanted to respond. But the speed stayed stuck like it was held down by something heavy. "This is not happening," Nancy said, her voice rising. Kathy's voice shook. "Why isn't it going?" Jasmine leaned forward, suddenly fully awake. "Nancy, are you sure you're pressing it?" Nancy almost yelled. "Yes. I'm pressing it." The speedometer hovered around 20 like it was glued there. The road was still dark and empty. The trees looked like walls closing in. And even though we were moving, it felt like we weren't escaping at all. That's when the heaviness hit. I don't know how else to describe it. It wasn't just fear making us feel heavy. It was like the air itself got thicker. Like gravity had doubled. My arms felt heavier. My chest felt tight, like something was pressing down on it. My head felt full, like the blood in my body was moving too slow. Kathy behind me made a low sound like she was uncomfortable, and I realized she felt it too. We weren't even near the mystery point anymore where the car rolled uphill. We had already left that spot. But the heavy feeling followed us anyway, like it was attached to the car or to us. I pressed my hand to my stomach without thinking, protective and scared. In that moment, all I could think was, we need to get out of here. We need to leave now. Nancy kept trying. Her foot stayed down on the gas pedal. Her shoulders were stiff. Her eyes flicked between the road and the speedometer like she couldn't understand it. The car crawled at 20 miles per hour for what felt like forever. I started praying silently. Not out loud. I didn't even know what words to use. It wasn't a fancy prayer. It was more like a desperate whisper inside my mind. Please let us get out. Please protect us. Please don't let the car die. Please don't let us stop here. I didn't want to say anything scary out loud. I didn't want to give fear more power. But I needed something to hold on to, and prayer was the only thing that felt solid in that moment. Kathy began to pray too, quietly, almost under her breath. I could hear little pieces of it, not full sentences, just words like, please, and God, and help. Nancy wasn't praying. She was fighting the car, like if she pushed hard enough it would break free. Jasmine, in the back, went silent. I turned my head slightly and saw her eyes were closed. At first I thought she was praying too, but then her head tilted and she slumped a little. She was falling asleep. She really was. That was how she got when she drank, a strange, unfair sleepiness even in the worst moment. It almost made me angry, like how could she sleep right now? But at the same time, it was so surreal that it made me want to cry. 3 of us were tense like wires, and she was drifting off like we were on a normal drive home. The worst part was the thought that the car might just shut off. That it might give up completely and leave us stranded on that pitch-black hill with no signal, no people, no help. The idea of sitting there, helpless, with that heavy air around us and that cemetery behind us, made my throat tighten. A full mile went by like that, creeping along at 20 miles per hour. The road felt endless, like it had grown longer. Every curve looked the same. Every patch of trees looked like the last one. I kept watching the rearview mirror, expecting to see headlights behind us, or something moving in the darkness, or a shadow keeping pace. Then, slowly, little by little, the car started to respond again. First it went to 25. Then 30. The heaviness didn't disappear instantly, but it started to loosen, like a tight grip letting go. Nancy's shoulders dropped just a little, and she let out a shaky breath. "It's going," she said, like she couldn't believe it. We didn't celebrate. We didn't laugh. We didn't even speak much. We just stayed tense, waiting to see if it would happen again. As we got closer to the last turn, the final curve that would take us out of the hills and back toward a more normal road, I felt the air change slightly. It wasn't fully safe yet, but it felt less suffocating than before. I could tell Nancy was aiming for that turn like it was a finish line. Right as we passed that last turn, Kathy suddenly grabbed my seat from behind and said, "Oh my God!" Her voice was sharp with fear. I turned slightly, but she was looking out her window, not at me. Her face had gone pale. "What?" I asked, even though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. Kathy swallowed hard. "I saw someone," she whispered. "By a tree." Nancy's eyes flicked toward the side for half a second, but she forced herself to keep looking forward. "Don't look," she said quickly, almost like an order. Kathy squeezed her eyes shut. "I'm not," she said, and then she started praying harder, like she was trying to build a wall with her words. I didn't look either. I couldn't. My whole body felt like it would break if I turned my head and saw a figure standing there, watching us leave. I kept my eyes locked on the road, on the thin line of safety ahead. Jasmine mumbled something in her sleep and shifted. She was still out of it, half asleep, unaware of what Kathy had seen. The contrast made my skin crawl. Nancy drove faster now, and the car finally moved the way it should. The speed climbed smoothly. The road began to feel more familiar. We started to see signs of life again, distant lights, a wider stretch of road, the faint glow of town in the far distance. It felt like breathing after being underwater. By the time we reached the main road, the heaviness had faded enough that I could unclench my jaw. My shoulders ached from being tense for so long. Nobody spoke for a few minutes. It wasn't the comfortable silence of friends. It was the stunned silence of people who just experienced something they can't explain and don't even know how to describe. Finally, Nancy said, her voice shaky and angry at the same time, "My car is brand new. That should not have happened," Kathy whispered. "That place is wrong." I stared out at the road ahead, watching the lines pass under the headlights. "The moving uphill thing," I said slowly, trying to sound logical even though I didn't feel logical. "Maybe that's the illusion people talk about." Nancy shot me a look like she couldn't believe I was trying to calm it down. "Then explain why the car wouldn't go," she said. "Explain the speed. Explain how heavy it felt." I couldn't. I didn't have an answer. Jasmine finally woke up enough to understand we were close to home. She rubbed her eyes and looked around. "Are we done?" she asked, groggy. Nancy laughed once, but it wasn't a happy laugh. "Yeah," she said. "We're done." When we got back to Nancy's place, we just sat in the driveway for a moment, like none of us wanted to be the first to get out. The house looked normal and safe, with its porch light on and its quiet windows. The normalness of it felt strange after what we had just been through. We went inside and immediately started talking over each other, trying to make sense of everything. Kathy kept repeating that she saw a figure by the tree. Nancy kept saying the car was new and shouldn't have acted like that. Jasmine tried to laugh it off, but her laugh kept breaking, like even she didn't fully believe it was nothing. I thought about the cemetery. About that big white building. About the feeling in my stomach when we lost reception. About the way the car moved uphill, smooth and steady, like a hand pushing it. about the way the car crawled at 20 miles per hour like it was being held back. And I couldn't shake the idea that something up there didn't want us there, and then didn't want us to leave either. By the time the sun started to hint at the edge of the sky, we were exhausted, but none of us wanted to sleep right away. It felt like if we slept, we would dream about it. Before we finally went to our rooms and couches to crash, Nancy said, almost like she had to prove we weren't defeated, "Next time we go back, we're taking a camera." Kathy looked at her like she was crazy. "Next time?" she repeated. Nancy shrugged, but her eyes were serious. "If something is really there, I want proof." Jasmine groaned and pulled a blanket over her head. "If we go back," she mumbled. "Wake me up after the haunted part." I didn't answer right away. Part of me wanted to say, no, never again. But another part of me understood why Nancy said it. When something happens and you can't explain it, it stays in your head like a question that won't stop. And sometimes, even when you're scared, you want to go back just to face it again, just to see if it will happen the same way, just to know you weren't imagining it. So I just nodded slowly and said, "Yeah. If we ever go back, we bring a camera." I was about 15 when this happened, and I remember it so clearly because it was one of those moments that rewires how safe a place feels. My parents had been away for a week, and all my older siblings had already moved out, so the house was completely mine. On paper, that sounds like the dream. In reality, it wasn't for me. Being home alone always made me a little jumpy because I knew myself well enough to know that something was bound to freak me out, even if it was something small. A sound in the wrong place. A shadow that didn't sit right. A creak that made my imagination sprint. But the week had actually gone fine. I'd had a few nervous moments, sure, but nothing truly strange. And by the last day I was feeling proud of myself, like I'd made it through. I had just gotten off the phone to my parents. They were on their way home, about 2 hours away. The sun was out, it was a bright afternoon, and I was standing in the backyard with my dog feeling lighter than I had all week. I was in a good mood. I remember thinking how nice it felt that nothing weird had happened, and how good it was going to feel when my parents walked through the door and the house became normal again. It's strange to admit it, but I remember thinking something like, finally, I get to relax. And then it was like something in the world heard that thought and decided to ruin it. I was under the veranda talking to my dog the way you talk to a dog when you love them like family. He was a big brown dog, half German Shepherd and half Australian blue cattle dog, and he had that perfect mix of intelligence and loyalty and quiet toughness. He wasn't just a pet to me. He was like my little brother. The kind of dog who knew your moods, who stayed close when you were sad, who got excited when you were excited. He was facing me, chewing and shaking a toy around, happy in that simple dog way. Behind him, about 4 meters away, was the dining room window. Our house was a 3-story split level, and the dining room sat in the middle section, so from the backyard that window was higher up than us, like it was looking down. You could stand outside and see the lower edge of the frame and the curtain inside, but you weren't looking straight through at ground level the way you would with a normal single-story house. It always made the dining room feel slightly removed, like it floated above the yard. As I was talking to my dog, I heard a sound. It wasn't loud. It was brief, like a quick scrape. But it hit my ears in a way that made my brain recognize it instantly. It sounded exactly like one of our dining room chairs being dragged across the tiled floor. That sharp screeching scrape chairs make when they shift. It was so familiar that for a second my mind tried to place it into normal life. Like, maybe the wind moved something, maybe the house settled, maybe I imagined it. And because it was small and it was sunny and I was so close to the end of my week alone, I chose to ignore it. I didn't want to give my fear any fuel. I didn't want to look up and spiral. I wanted to keep the good mood. So I just looked back down at my dog. And that's when I saw he had heard it too. He had turned his head all the way around and was staring up at the dining room window. His ears were pricked high, his body still, toy forgotten in his mouth. That alone changed the feeling in my chest. Because when a dog reacts like that, It's different from your own nerves. Dogs don't overthink. They don't create stories. They react to something real in their world, even if you can't see it yet. I remember thinking, oh, he heard something too. Then he moved in a way I had never seen any dog move before, and I hope I never see it again. It wasn't a sudden bark or a quick jump back. It was slow. Strange. Like his whole body had shifted into a different mode. He lowered his head slightly, dropped the toy, and turned in a careful, creeping way that made my skin tighten. It was like watching a dog sense something that didn't make sense to him either, something he couldn't smell properly, something he couldn't locate, but something that told every instinct in him to be on guard. He looked at me. Not the normal, hey, glance dogs give you. Not a quick check-in. He stared straight into my eyes. A solid, unblinking stare that felt like he was trying to communicate something urgent without words. It was almost like he was saying, "Do you feel that? Do you know?" Then he walked over and positioned himself directly under the dining room window. And he began to growl. It was a low, deep growl that vibrated through his chest. It wasn't playful. It wasn't a warning at a passing cat. It was the kind of sound that makes you understand, immediately, that your dog doesn't like what he's sensing and is ready to defend himself if he has to. His ears stayed up, his body tensed, and his eyes stayed locked on the window like it was a target. His whole posture screamed alertness. My stomach dropped. The sunny afternoon suddenly felt irrelevant. The warmth of the day didn't matter. My body started doing that thing where adrenaline rises and everything in you goes cold and sharp. I remember thinking, this can't be happening. Not now. Not when I'm finally okay. Not when my parents are so close. And because fear is sometimes embarrassing, because your mind tries to protect your pride as much as your body, my first instinct was to pretend everything was normal. Like if I acted normal, my dog would relax. Like if I didn't acknowledge it, it would go away. So I called him in an overly cheerful voice. I patted my knees and said his name the way I would when I wanted him to come for cuddles. I tried to sound light and casual, almost sing-song. I tried to convince myself this was just a dog reacting to something harmless. Maybe a bird, maybe a possum in the roof, maybe a noise that didn't mean anything. He didn't come. Instead, he turned his head toward me in that same slow, creepy way. Not like a normal quick turn. It was deliberate, measured, almost stiff, like he didn't want to take his attention off the window, but he needed to check me. And again, he stared at me right in the eyes. That stare chilled me to the bone. All the hair on my arms rose. I could feel my scalp tighten. My whole body got goosebumps, and I knew in a deep animal way that my dog was not playing. He was not curious. He was not mildly interested. He was focused on something that made him feel threatened, and my cheerful voice meant nothing to him because his instincts were screaming louder. I took a step back without thinking. My legs felt shaky, so I moved slowly and sat down on the chair behind me, trying to make myself smaller. My heart was beating too fast. I kept watching him. He turned back to the window and growled again. He let out a few low barks, not frantic barks, but controlled ones, the kind dogs give when they want whatever they're sensing to know they're there. But mostly it was the growling. Deep, steady, unbroken. His whole body was like a statue. If you've ever seen a dog lock onto something while hunting, or a working dog focus on cattle, you know that look. That total concentration. The kind where nothing distracts them. No voice, no toys, no treats. Just target. And the terrifying part was that I couldn't see anything. There was a curtain in the dining room window. I couldn't see inside. I couldn't see movement. I couldn't see a person. I couldn't see an animal. All I had was that scraping chair noise, and my dog's absolute certainty that something was there. My parents were 2 hours away, and I did not go inside. I stayed out there in the backyard the entire time, sitting on that chair, watching my dog. I remember the minutes feeling long, like the afternoon stretched out. Every so often I would glance around the yard, like I expected to see something appear, but nothing did. The world looked normal. The sky was bright. The air moved gently. It was like the day itself didn't match the fear in my body. My dog stayed under that window. After a while, he shifted from standing tense to sitting. Then after maybe an hour or so, he lay down right there, still in the exact same position, like a guard settling in for a long watch. But even lying down, he wasn't relaxed. His ears stayed up. His head lifted whenever something tiny changed. His eyes stayed trained on that window like it was the only thing in the world that mattered. I didn't hear any more noises from inside. No more scraping. No more movement. Just the silence of a house that was supposed to be empty, and the deep steady message of my dog's posture: something is wrong. When my parents finally arrived home, I felt a rush of relief so strong it almost made me dizzy. My mum came into the backyard and found me there, still sitting, still watching, and I think she could tell from my face that I wasn't just enjoying the sunshine. I didn't even need to explain much. The simple fact that I hadn't gone back inside said enough. I decided it was safe to go in then, because the house wasn't empty anymore. I got up and walked toward the back door. My dog and I had a little tradition. He wasn't allowed inside, but every time I went in, he would come to the door and say goodbye. He would walk over, press close, let me kiss his head, and I would tell him I loved him. It was silly, but it was ours. It was one of those small routines that makes a house feel like home. I reached the door and turned, expecting him to follow. He didn't. He was still lying under the dining room window. I looked at him, and he looked at me, then back at the window, then back at me. And he made a soft crying sound, not a whine for attention, but something smaller, almost strained, like he was torn between wanting to come to me and feeling like he couldn't leave his post. It felt like he was saying, I want to do our thing, but not yet. Not while this is still here. I understood in a way I can't fully explain. My throat tightened. I blew him a kiss from the doorway and went inside. I went straight to the dining room. Everything looked normal. The chairs were where they should be. The tiles were clean. Nothing was knocked over. No signs of anyone being there. No open doors, no broken locks, no obvious explanation. I stood there and tried to listen, but the house was filled with the normal sounds of my parents arriving, keys, voices, movement. The scary quiet was gone. I walked to the window and looked out. My dog had finally left the spot. It was like he had been on guard until he knew I was safe. Until he knew I wasn't alone anymore. Until he knew I was back inside with other people and whatever he had been sensing no longer mattered as much as protecting me. That's what stays with me the most. Not just the noise, not just the fear, but my dog's certainty. The way he reacted with a seriousness I had never seen. The way he held that position for hours like it was his job. And the way he only relaxed once the danger, whatever it was, had passed or at least had become less threatening. I still don't know what made that chair scrape noise. I still don't know what my dog was seeing or smelling or sensing behind that curtain. But I know what I felt in my own body while watching him, and I know what it did to me. It made me realize there are moments when an ordinary sunny afternoon can turn into something else in a single second, and you can't always explain it afterward with neat answers. All you're left with is the memory of your own fear, and the image of a loyal dog sitting under a window, ears up, eyes fixed, guarding you against something you can't see. I wasn't old enough to remember this myself. I was only a baby when it happened, so what I'm sharing here is the way this story was told to me later, mainly by my mother and my eldest sister. They both repeated it the same way over the years, and even now you can hear it in their voices when they talk about it. It wasn't a funny family story. It wasn't one of those remember when moments. It was something that left a mark. I was no older than one at the time. Mum had put me down for a nap on her bed, and the rest of them were in her bedroom, doing ordinary, normal things. Mum and my two older sisters were standing in front of my mother's dresser and mirror. The dresser was big and heavy, the kind that takes up a whole wall, and it had a large mirror sitting on top of it. I can picture it because I remember the room from later years, and I know exactly the kind of mirror they mean. When something happens in front of a large mirror, it feels like it has more weight, because it isn't just what you see, it's what you see reflected back at you. My eldest sister, Victoria, would have been about 8 years old then. My other sister, Rose, was around 5. They were standing close together and doing what little girls do, combing hair, chatting, taking turns. Mum was right there with them. It wasn't late at night. It wasn't a spooky setting. It was a normal day, in a familiar room, with Mum nearby and a baby asleep on the bed. The kind of safe, simple moment families have all the time. Victoria was combing Rose's hair when she noticed something strange in the mirror. Not in the room itself at first, but in the reflection. Rose's face didn't look right. That's how Victoria described it, and Mum backed her up. Her reflection was wrong in a way that made Victoria's stomach turn. Rose looked stiff, like her body had locked. She wasn't shifting her weight, wasn't moving naturally. And her expression was blank, rigid, almost frozen. She was staring at herself in the mirror without blinking. Victoria thought it was weird and called Rose's name, probably in that older sister tone that expects an answer straight away. But Rose didn't respond. She didn't blink. She didn't turn her head. She just stood there, stiff as a board, staring. Victoria then turned Rose around to face her, because at that age you don't think of anything supernatural. You just think your little sister is being strange or playing a prank. She asked her what was wrong. Mum had noticed by then too, and Mum's concern kicked in fast because mothers can sense when something is genuinely off. Rose still didn't react. No blinking. No change in expression. No flinch. According to my mum, that was one of the most frightening parts. Because if a child is pretending, they slip. If they're upset, you see emotion. If they're sick, you see confusion. But Rose didn't show anything at all. It was like she wasn't really there. Then Rose spoke. And it wasn't Rose's voice. A deep man's voice came out of her. That detail is the one everyone always pauses on when they tell the story, because it's the part that refuses to fit into anything comfortable. It wasn't a child speaking in a funny tone. It wasn't a giggle. It wasn't her doing a silly impression. It was a voice that sounded male, deep and wrong, coming out of a 5-year-old. And her eyes had changed too. Mum always says the same thing when she tells it. They were not her eyes. They've described Rose's eyes in different ways over the years, which is probably because fear distorts memory and because they were so shaken, but the main theme stays the same. Her eyes look darker than normal. Some of them say black. Some say red and black, or a dark redness. Some say just too dark, like the light had gone out of them. But the point is, her eyes didn't look like Rose anymore. It looked like someone else was looking through them. Rose stayed stiff the entire time, not moving the way a normal child moves. And the voice kept coming. My mother and sister can't remember what she was actually saying. They said it sounded like another language, or at least like words that didn't make sense to them. It didn't sound like normal speech. And the way it came out frightened them so badly that they went straight into panic. They started yelling at her to stop. They kept saying her name, over and over, trying to pull her back. Mum was shaking her. Victoria was trying to snap her out of it. At one point, Victoria slapped Rose across the face, not hard enough to injure, but hard enough that any normal child would react. Rose didn't flinch. She didn't cry. She didn't even blink. That's another detail that stuck with them, because it made it feel less like a child having a weird moment, and more like something unnatural had taken over the body in front of them. Something was speaking, but Rose wasn't responding. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Rose's body loosened. Her face changed back. Her eyes looked normal again. And she acted as if nothing had happened. No confusion, no fear, no tiredness, no memory of it. When Mum and Victoria started asking her questions, Rose looked at them like they were being ridiculous. She didn't know what they were talking about. She carried on as if no time had passed, like the last few minutes had never existed. That is what disturbed Mum and Victoria the most. Not just the voice, not just the eyes, but the way it ended so cleanly, like someone flicked a switch off. They don't know how long it lasted. When people describe these moments, time always gets strange. It might have only been a couple of minutes, but it felt longer. It was long enough for panic to build, for them to grab her, shake her, call her name repeatedly, even slap her. Long enough to feel helpless. Rose has never remembered it. Even now she hates when anyone brings it up. She refuses to believe it was paranormal, and that's part of why the story stays tense in our family. Because for her, it's not her memory. It's something people keep telling her about herself. And if you're a skeptical person, being told you were possessed as a child is the kind of thing you'd shut down hard. Rose did have a sleepwalking problem when she was young. Enough that it worried Mom. There was even a time Rose was caught opening the front door, about to go outside. So Rose's own explanation has always been that this event was something that can happen when children are disturbed mid-sleep. Apparently some kids can act strangely, speak oddly, seem not there, and then not remember it afterward. That explanation gives her a sense of control. It makes it a medical or sleep-related incident rather than something supernatural and frightening. The problem is, it doesn't quite sit right with the way Mom and Victoria describe it. Rose wasn't in bed. She wasn't asleep. She was standing, chatting, combing hair, fully part of the moment, and then she went rigid, stopped blinking, and spoke in a voice that wasn't hers. That sudden switch from normal to unnatural is what makes the sleep explanation feel incomplete to the people who witnessed it. And Mom and Victoria have never really accepted it either. Even now, if the topic comes up, they get visibly upset. It isn't just discomfort. It's fear returning. They get angry too, angry at themselves for still being affected, angry at whoever brings it up, angry that the memory still has power over them. There is another layer to the story that I learned later, and it adds to how creepy it feels. At the time this happened, my dad and my 2 older brothers were away. They were attending the wake for my grandfather's funeral. My grandfather had just died. He was Australian and didn't speak another language. According to my parents, he also wasn't particularly kind, especially to my mom. So when you line up the timing, Rose suddenly speaking in a deep man's voice, sounding like she's saying words nobody understands, and then the family is away at the wake, it's hard not to let your mind connect dots. Even if you don't want to. But I want to be careful with how I frame it, because I don't personally like the word possession. And I don't like giving stories like this a dramatic label that turns fear into something bigger. I don't really believe in demons the way movies describe them, or at least I don't believe in feeding that idea. I believe that if you treat something as evil and give it a huge identity in your mind, you can make it feel stronger than it is. People are capable of cruelty when they're alive, so it makes sense to me that if there is anything beyond death, it could still carry messed up energy. But I also believe respect matters. Dead or alive, fear and anger can inflate things. Calling something demonic can be a way of handing it power. That's why I've always kept this story in a strange place in my mind. I don't deny what Mom and Victoria saw. I don't dismiss their fear. But I also don't want to lock it into one terrifying interpretation. There was also one other strange incident involving Rose, from even earlier, before I was born, when she was about a year younger. Mom was out in the front yard tending the garden while Rose played on the driveway. Rose was little, busy in her own world, and Mom had her back turned while she worked. Then, for no reason, Mom suddenly turned around. She walked over, picked Rose up, and moved her into the garden bed. As Mom tells it, she didn't even know why she did it. It felt automatic, like something pulled her attention and pushed her body into motion before she could think. Mom turned, confused by her own behavior, and that's when she saw my dad reversing the car out. He reversed over the exact spot where Rose had been playing on the driveway. My dad wouldn't have seen her there from his angle. He would have had no idea she was in the path. If Mom hadn't moved her at that exact moment, the outcome could have been horrific. Mom has always said she didn't decide to do it. She swears it felt like something else made her turn around and act, like some kind of force or instinct that wasn't ordinary. That story sits differently from the mirror incident, because it isn't frightening in the same way. It's more like protection. Like something intervened. Like whatever exists beyond what we understand isn't only dark and scary. So when I look at both incidents together, the terrifying moment in front of the mirror, and the inexplicable moment that saved Rose's life, I end up with a very mixed feeling. Like the world is not as tidy as we pretend. Like some things happen that don't fit neatly into science, but also don't need to be pushed into the most horrifying explanation possible. I don't know what happened in that bedroom. I don't know what caused Rose to go rigid, to stop blinking, to speak in a voice that wasn't hers, and then to forget it completely. I understand why Rose prefers the sleep-related explanation. I also understand why Mom and Victoria struggle to accept it. The truth is, they were the ones who stood there, watching a little girl's eyes change in a mirror, and hearing a man's voice come out of her mouth. And once you've seen something like that, even if you never see it again, it doesn't fully leave you. I was about 15 when this happened, and even now, years later, I can still feel it in my body when I think about it. It's one of those memories that doesn't fade the way most things do. It doesn't sit quietly in the back of your mind like an old photograph. It comes back with the same sharpness, like it's waiting, like it never fully ended. I think that's because it changed something for me. It changed the way my house felt. It changed the way I trusted the quiet. It changed the way I listened to sounds that I used to ignore. My parents had been away for a week. All of my older siblings had already moved out by then, so the whole place was mine. If you describe that to most teenagers, it sounds perfect. No parents. No rules. No one watching what you're doing. You could eat what you want, stay up late, watch whatever you want on TV, and walk around the house like you own it. But for me, being alone in a big house wasn't fun the way it sounds. I could enjoy it for a while, sure, but after the first couple of days my mind would start playing games with me. A small sound would make me tense up. A shadow would make me stare too long. A creak in the wrong place would make my imagination take off running. I'm the type of person who notices everything when I'm alone. I notice the way the house settles. I notice the fridge turning on and off. I notice a branch tapping the window. When other people are around, your brain doesn't focus on those things because there's conversation and movement and normal life to balance it out. But when you're alone, the house feels bigger and quieter, and the quiet makes every little thing feel louder. Still, I got through the week better than I expected. I had a few moments where I freaked myself out, but nothing truly strange happened. No big scare. No sudden cold feeling. No shadow where there shouldn't be one. I started to feel proud of myself, like I was doing better than I usually did. The closer it got to the end of the week, the more confident I felt. I began to think, maybe I'm finally growing out of this. Maybe I can handle being alone after all. It was the last day, and I had just gotten off the phone to my parents. They were on their way home, about 2 hours away. I remember feeling relief in a way that's hard to explain. It wasn't just that I missed them. It was that once they got home, the house would feel normal again. The house wouldn't feel like this big empty thing holding its breath. It would feel lived in. Safe. Regular. The afternoon was sunny. Bright, warm, ordinary. The kind of day that makes you feel like nothing bad could happen because everything looks so normal. I was in the backyard with my dog, and I was in a good mood. I was happy nothing weird had happened all week. I remember thinking, almost like I was congratulating myself, that I'd made it through. I remember thinking how good it would feel to hear my parents come in through the door, to hear their voices, to hear keys and shopping bags and normal sounds. It's strange to admit it, but I remember thinking something like, finally, I can relax. And then, almost as if the world heard that thought, it felt like something decided to ruin it. I was standing under the veranda, in that shaded area where the roof comes out over the patio. It was one of my favorite places to stand because you could be outside but still feel sheltered. I was talking to my dog the way you talk to a dog when you love them like family. People who don't have that kind of bond don't always understand it, but my dog wasn't just a pet to me. He was like my little brother. He was a big brown dog, half German Shepherd and half Australian Blue Cattle Dog, and he had a mix of traits that made him feel both tough and gentle at the same time. He was smart. He was loyal. He watched everything. And he always seemed to know when I was nervous, even before I said anything. He was facing me, playing with the toy. He was shaking it around and chewing at it, happy and relaxed. His tail moved lightly. His body looked loose. It was a normal, calm moment. Behind him, about 4 meters away, was the dining room window. Our house was a 3-story split-level home, and the dining room sat in the middle section. So from the backyard, that window was higher up than us, like it was looking down. It was one of those windows that always felt slightly distant, because you weren't looking straight through at ground level. It sat above, and because of that, it sometimes gave the house a strange layered feeling, like there were levels of space you couldn't fully see from where you stood. As I was talking to my dog, I heard a sound. It wasn't loud. It was quick, brief, almost like a small accident. But it hit my ears in a way that made me recognize it instantly. It sounded exactly like one of the dining room chairs scraping across the tiled floor. That sharp screech sound chairs make when someone drags them without lifting. It wasn't a gentle shift. It was that clear, unpleasant scrape that makes you think, someone just moved a chair. My first reaction wasn't fear. My first reaction was to explain it. I thought, maybe the house is settling. Maybe a draft moved something. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was coming from a neighbor's yard and my ears just placed it wrong. And because it was sunny, and because my parents were coming home soon, and because I didn't want to ruin my own mood, I chose to ignore it. I looked back down at my dog like nothing had happened. And that's when I realized he had heard it too. His toy was forgotten. His head had turned all the way around, and he was staring up at the dining room window. His ears were high, alert, like little arrows pointing forward. His body went still. Not relaxed still, but focused still. That alone made something shift inside me, because dogs don't pretend. Dogs don't make up stories. They don't sit there imagining chair sounds. If he reacted like that, then something was real enough to catch his attention. I remember thinking, oh, he heard something too. Then he moved in a way I had never seen any dog move before, and I honestly hope I never see it again. It wasn't a sudden bark. It wasn't a quick jump back. It was slow, strange, almost careful, like his whole body switched into a different mode. He lowered his head slightly. He dropped the toy. And then he turned his body in a deliberate, creeping way that made my skin tighten. It looked like he was trying to locate something without making sudden moves, like he didn't fully understand what he was sensing, but he knew it was something he should treat seriously. He looked at me then. Not in a normal way. Not a quick glance. Not a, "Hey, watch this. Look." He stared straight into my eyes. A solid, unblinking stare that lasted longer than it should have. The kind of stare that makes you feel like the dog is trying to communicate with you, like he's trying to tell you something without having words. It felt like he was saying, "Do you see that? Do you feel it? Are you aware?" Then he walked away from me and positioned himself directly under the dining room window. And he began to growl. It wasn't a playful growl. It wasn't the kind of growl dogs do when they're excited about a game. It was low and deep, coming from the chest. It had weight to it. It was the kind of sound that makes you understand instantly that your dog doesn't like what he's sensing and is preparing to defend himself if he has to. His ears stayed up. His whole body tensed. His eyes locked onto the window like it was a target. My stomach dropped. The sunny day suddenly felt pointless. The warmth didn't matter anymore. I could feel adrenaline rising in my body, that cold, sharp feeling that comes when fear shows up fast. I remember thinking, this can't be happening. Not now. Not when the week is almost over. Not when I'm finally okay. Not when my parents are so close. And because fear can be embarrassing, and because part of the human mind tries to protect your pride as much as your body, my first instinct was to pretend everything was normal. I wanted to treat it like it was nothing. Like if I acted normal, the moment would pass. Like if I didn't acknowledge it, it would lose power. So I called him in an overly cheerful voice. I patted my knees and said his name the way I'd say it when I wanted him to come for cuddles. I tried to sound light and casual, almost silly. I tried to convince myself that this was just a dog reacting to something harmless. A bird. A possum in the roof. A sound inside the wall. A mouse. Anything normal. Anything small. He didn't come. Instead, he turned his head toward me in that same slow, creepy way. Not like a normal quick head turn. It was measured, stiff, deliberate, like he didn't want to take attention away from the window but he needed to check me. And he stared into my eyes again, just as solid and unblinking as before. That stare chilled me. All the hair on my arms rose. My scalp tightened. My skin got goosebumps. And I knew, in a deep animal way, that my dog wasn't playing. He wasn't curious. He wasn't mildly interested. He was locked onto something that made him feel threatened, and my cheerful voice meant nothing compared to what his instincts were screaming. I took a step back without thinking. My legs felt shaky, and I didn't want to be standing while my body was acting like it might run. So I moved slowly and sat down on the chair behind me under the veranda, trying to make myself smaller. My heart was beating too fast. I kept watching him, because I didn't know what else to do. He turned back to the window and growled again, deeper now, steadier. He let out a few low barks, not frantic, not panicked, but controlled. The kind of bark that is meant as a warning. The kind that says, I know you're there. I'm not scared of you. Don't come closer. But mostly it was the growling. Deep, steady, unbroken. His whole body was like a statue. If you've ever seen a dog lock onto something while hunting, or a working dog focus on cattle, you know that look. That total concentration where nothing distracts them. No calling. No clapping. No toy. No treats. Just target. And the most terrifying part was this: I couldn't see anything. There was a curtain in the dining room window. I couldn't see inside. I couldn't see movement. I couldn't see a person. I couldn't see an animal. I couldn't see a shadow. All I had was that chair scrape sound, and my dog's absolute certainty that something was there. At that point I made a decision without even saying it out loud. I was not going inside. My parents were 2 hours away, and I did not step into that house. Not because I had proof something was inside, but because my dog had never acted like this before, and I trusted him more than I trusted my own ability to stay calm. If he was on guard like that, then something was wrong enough for me to listen. So I stayed in the backyard the entire time. For those 2 hours, I sat on that chair under the veranda, watching my dog like my life depended on it. The minutes felt long, stretched out, like the days slowed down. Every so often I would glance around the yard, half expecting something to appear out of nowhere. But nothing did. The sky stayed bright. The air moved gently. Birds still made sounds. Everything outside looked normal, and that mismatch between the normal day and the fear in my body made it worse, because it made me feel like I was the only one aware something was off. My dog stayed under that window. After a while, he shifted from standing tense to sitting, still facing the window. Later he lowered himself and lay down right there, like a guard settling into a long watch. But even lying down, he wasn't relaxed. His ears stayed up. His head lifted when the wind changed. His eyes stayed fixed in the same direction, as if something was still there, and he was waiting for it to move. I didn't hear any more noises from inside. No more chair scraping. No footsteps. No banging. Nothing. Just silence. A house that should have been empty. A curtain that blocked my view. And a dog who would not leave his post. At times my mind tried to talk itself down. It tried to build normal explanations. Maybe a chair leg shifted because of vibration. Maybe a pipe knocked. Maybe a neighbor's noise echoed. Maybe the dog heard a possum in the roof and thought it was inside the dining room. But the longer it went on, the harder it was to believe those explanations, because my dog wasn't reacting like he would to something small. He wasn't sniffing around. He wasn't curious. He wasn't barking and then moving on. He was guarding. When my parents finally arrived home, Relief hit me so hard it almost made me dizzy. The moment I heard their car, the world felt like it snapped back into place. My mum came into the backyard and found me there. I think she could tell by my face that I wasn't just sitting outside enjoying the day. There was something about the way I was sitting and watching that probably made it obvious. I didn't even need to explain everything right away. The simple fact that I hadn't gone inside for 2 hours said enough. Once my parents were home, I decided it was safe to go in. Not because I suddenly felt brave, but because the house wasn't empty anymore. Whatever it was, if it was anything at all, I didn't want to face it alone. I got up and walked toward the back door. My dog and I had a little tradition. He wasn't allowed inside, but every time I went into the house, he would come to the door to say goodbye. He would walk up close and wait for me. I'd kiss his head, and I'd tell him I loved him. It sounds silly, but it was our routine. It was comfort. It was one of those little things that made me feel connected and safe. I reached the door and turned, expecting him to follow. He didn't. He was still lying under the dining room window. I looked at him, and he looked at me, then back at the window, then back at me. And he made a soft crying sound. Not a loud whine. Something small strained, like he was torn. Like he wanted to come and do our goodbye routine, but he couldn't. Like he felt he had a job and he couldn't abandon it. In that moment I swear it felt like he was telling me, I want to, but I can't. Not yet. And I understood. My throat tightened. I blew him a kiss from the doorway, the way you do when you can't get close, and I went inside. The first thing I did was go straight to the dining room. Everything looked normal. The chairs were where they should be. The tiled floor was clean. Nothing was knocked over. No signs of anyone being there. No open doors, no broken windows, no obvious reason for that sound. The room felt ordinary again in the daylight coming through the windows. I stood there and listened, but now I could hear my parents moving through the house, talking, putting things down, the normal noise of people being home. The intense silence that had scared me was gone. I walked over to the dining room window and looked out into the backyard. My dog had left the spot. It was like the moment he saw I was inside with other people, he finally relaxed. Like he'd been on guard until he knew I was safe. Until he knew I wasn't alone anymore. Until he knew I wasn't going to be standing outside, trapped in fear, waiting for something to happen. That's what stayed with me the most. Not just the chair scrape sound, not just the fear, but my dog's certainty. The seriousness in him. The way he held that position for hours like it was his job. The way he looked at me like he was trying to warn me. And the way he only let it go when he believed the danger had passed, or at least that I was no longer vulnerable. I still don't know what caused that sound. I still don't know what my dog was sensing behind that curtain. Maybe it was something small and real, like an animal in the wall, and my dog reacted stronger than usual for reasons I can't explain. Maybe it was something about being alone that made everything feel bigger and sharper. Maybe it was something else entirely. I don't have a clean answer. But I know what I felt while watching him. I know the way my body reacted. And I know that after that day, the house didn't feel the same when I was alone. Sometimes all you're left with is the fear you felt in your bones, and the image of a loyal dog lying under a window, ears up, eyes fixed, guarding you from something you couldn't see. So I don't even know if this counts as paranormal, but I also know it wasn't normal. It was one of those experiences where you can't fully explain it, even to yourself, because it doesn't fit neatly into either category. It wasn't a typical dream. It wasn't the kind of half-asleep confusion I'm used to. It was something else, something that felt like I was awake enough to remember it, awake enough to react, and awake enough to feel annoyed and angry in the moment. But at the same time, it had this strange, unreal quality to it, like my brain was still stuck halfway in sleep. The worst part is that it happened twice, close together, and because I remember it so clearly, it still sits in the back of my mind as a "what was that?" kind of memory. To understand why those 2 nights scared me so much, You have to understand that sleep weirdness has always been part of my life. I've been sleep talking practically since I was born. My mother says that even when I was a baby, before I could properly speak, I used to giggle and babble in my sleep. Not crying, not fussing, but genuinely making happy little noises like I was talking to someone in a dream. As I got older, the sleep talking didn't stop, it just changed. It became clearer, more structured. I've been caught sitting up in bed and having full conversations, not with the person in the room, but with the wall. Like I'm in a discussion and the wall is responding. I've also had moments where I apparently move in ways I don't normally move when I'm awake. Once I jumped out of bed on all fours like a cat. That one is still embarrassing to admit, but at the same time it's also kind of funny, because yes, being my boyfriend must be a fun experience sometimes. I'm sure he's had nights where he's just lying there thinking, what is happening right now? Most of the time, those things don't scare me. They're just part of who I am. They're common for me. I've always been the kind of person whose brain keeps running even when my body is meant to be resting. And because it's been happening my whole life, I've almost normalized it. Sleep talking, sitting up, moving strangely, it's like my brain can't completely switch off. Usually I don't remember any of it. People tell me what I did, and I might feel embarrassed, and I might laugh, but I don't personally carry the memory like it's something that happened to me. It's more like, oh wow, my body did something weird again while I was asleep. That's why these two experiences, from a couple of years ago, felt so different. Because the big difference was that I remembered them. I remembered everything. I remembered waking up. I remembered the feeling in my body. I remembered the irritation, the anger, the sense that someone was in my room, and the sense that whatever it was, it didn't belong there. I remembered speaking. I remembered moving. I remembered looking at the corner of the room and focusing hard, trying to see through the darkness. When I think back to it, it doesn't feel like a normal dream memory. It feels like a waking memory. The kind you can replay. The kind where you can remember the mood, the temperature, the weight of the pillow in your hand, the way your eyes struggled to focus. The first time it happened, I woke up already annoyed. That's one of the strangest parts. I didn't wake up confused or scared first. I woke up with this irritated, agitated feeling, like I was being interrupted and I didn't appreciate it. It was like the feeling you get when you're half asleep and someone keeps trying to talk to you, or when you know someone is in your space and you just want them to leave you alone. I had this instant sense that someone was in my room, and not in a comforting way, but in a, "Why are you here?" way. I felt like I had been trying to sleep and something or someone was stopping me from doing that, and it made me cranky. I sat up, but not normally. I sat up in this stiff, strange way, and the best way I can describe it is that I rose like a vampire. You know how in old movies vampires don't sit up like a normal person? They just lift straight up, almost like a plank? That's what it felt like. Not because I was trying to be dramatic, but because it was genuinely how my body moved. It didn't feel like I was fully in control of how I was waking. It was like my body was being pulled upward by something. I scanned the room, squinting. My room was dark, and my eyes were still in that sleepy state where everything takes effort to focus. I remember having to squint a lot, trying to make out shapes. I remember the darkness feeling thick. There was enough light to see outlines, but not enough to see details clearly. In the opposite corner of the room, I either saw or felt something. I'm not even sure which one it was now, because memory gets tricky around those edges. But I know I either saw a dark shape there or I had such a strong sense of it that it was basically the same as seeing it. It felt like a shadow. A dark presence. Something that shouldn't have been there. And while a part of me was a little scared, the stronger feeling was annoyance. That's what's so weird about it. Most people, if they wake up and think something is in their room, they feel immediate fear. I didn't feel fear first. I felt irritation, like I was being bothered. Like it was rude. So I yelled at it. I actually yelled out loud, in my bedroom, in the middle of the night, like I was scolding an intruder. I remember my voice sounding harsh and angry, and I remember the words clearly because they came from a very direct part of me. What are you doing? Go away. Leave me alone. I'm trying to sleep. It wasn't calm. It wasn't a quiet whisper. It was like I was genuinely angry and wanted it gone. I remember feeling a kind of stubbornness too, like I wasn't going to be intimidated in my own room. I remember scoffing, like this thing had the audacity to be there while I was trying to sleep. And then I grabbed a pillow and threw it. I remember throwing it with real force, like I meant it. Like I wanted to hit whatever was in that corner. I can remember the motion of my arm. I can remember the pillow leaving my hand and flying across the room. I can remember the little burst of satisfaction that comes with doing something physical when you're angry. And then, almost instantly after, I lay back down and went back to sleep like it was nothing. Like my body had finished the task it needed to do and was done. The next day, my boyfriend asked me a question that made my stomach drop. He asked why I had snatched the pillow he was sleeping on and thrown it across the room in the middle of the night. That detail shocked me because in my memory, I had grabbed a pillow and thrown it at the corner of the room. In his reality, the pillow I threw was the pillow he was sleeping on. Which means that in that half-awake state, I didn't even fully understand what I was grabbing. I just grabbed whatever was closest, and my mind filled in the rest. It also meant the event had definitely happened physically. I hadn't imagined the throwing part. I hadn't dreamed it. I had actually moved. I had actually taken a pillow and thrown it. And the strangest part was that I wasn't surprised by the memory itself. I was surprised that my boyfriend experienced it too. Because I remembered it. I remembered waking and being annoyed and yelling. That's what unsettled me. It's one thing to be told you sleep talk and do weird things and not remember. It's another thing entirely to remember doing it, and to remember it as if you were awake, while at the same time knowing you must have been in some strange state. That's when the idea came to me that maybe I woke up in some half-awake, half-asleep state and hallucinated. Maybe my brain was still dreaming, but my body was awake enough to move. I've heard people talk about that kind of thing, where you wake up but your mind is still halfway in dream mode and you can see or sense things that aren't really there. But at the time, I didn't know what to call it. I just knew it had happened and it had left me unsettled. Then about 2 weeks later, it happened again. The second time was worse, because it felt like whatever I saw actually reacted to me. It started in a very similar way. I woke up suddenly and sat up the same strange way, like my body lifted too stiffly, like I rose instead of sitting. Again I felt annoyed right away, more than scared. It's like my first emotion in these moments is always irritation, as if my sleep has been interrupted and I'm angry about it. This time I felt like someone was in my room, but not just standing there quietly. I felt like something was moving around, almost jumping. The feeling I had was so clear that I can still describe it exactly. It felt like a younger sibling had snuck into your room while you were trying to sleep and was messing with your stuff. Like someone was being annoying on purpose, playing and hopping around, not caring that you're tired. That was the energy of it. And it made me angry. My boyfriend was asleep beside me. He was to my left. Next to him was the wall and a window. The room was completely dark except for a little bit of light coming from a street light outside. That street light created the faintest glow through the window, not enough to light the room, but enough to outline certain shapes. It silhouetted the curtains, showing all the folds and creases in the fabric, turning them into darker lines against the lighter patch of window. In front of the curtains, I saw a shape. It looked like the silhouette of a young boy, maybe 7 to 10 years old. I can't say exactly how old because it wasn't like I saw a face with details. It was a shadow outline. But the size and the shape felt like a child. And the way it moved was what really locked it in for me. It was jumping around, waving its arms about, like it was playing. It reminded me of Peter Pan's shadow. That's the closest comparison I have, because it looked like a shadow figure but also moved like something with personality, like something alive, playful, and sneaky. I yelled at it immediately. "What are you doing? Stop it!" The moment I yelled, it stopped moving, like I startled it. That moment is what made it feel so real to me. Because it didn't just continue like a random shadow. It reacted. It froze the way a child freezes when they've been caught doing something they shouldn't be doing. Then it raised its hands to its face and shook them, like a cartoon character might do when scared or surprised, like, "Oh no, I've been noticed." It was such a specific movement. Such a human-like movement. Such an expressive movement. That's what made my stomach twist. I kept yelling, more stern now, like I was scolding a child. "What are you doing? Stop. Go away." Then it moved in a way that made my skin crawl. It stepped backwards, pressing itself against the wall, and then slid to its right along the wall, toward the curtains. It kept its back flat against the wall. Its arms went flat too, as if it was trying to make itself as thin as possible. It moved like it was trying not to be seen. It tried to hide itself inside the folds of the curtain, using the darker lines of the fabric as camouflage. It straightened its body, arms down its sides, making its outline slim, like it wanted to disappear into the curtain shadow. I watched it shuffle into place, and I remember my eyes struggling. My vision was blurry the way it gets when you've just woken up. I was squinting hard, trying to focus, trying to confirm what I was seeing. But even if the outline wasn't perfectly sharp, I could still sense it, like my mind was tracking the shape even when my eyes couldn't fully lock on. And I remember saying, out loud, sternly, almost like a warning, "I can still see you." I sat there for a moment, watching. It's hard to explain what those seconds felt like. It was like my brain was deciding whether this was real or not, while my body was just tired and irritated. I felt annoyed that this was happening again. I felt anger that my sleep was being disturbed. I felt a low level of fear underneath it, but the bigger feeling was this exhausted frustration, like, why is this happening to me? After a moment, I couldn't see it anymore. The outline faded into the curtain folds. But I still felt like it was there. That's the thing. Even when my eyes couldn't pick it out, the sense of presence didn't disappear. It was like the room still held it. And because I was too tired to keep fighting, I sighed, rolled over, and fell back asleep. That part still shocks me when I think about it. Because if I had been fully awake, I would have turned on a light. I would have woken my boyfriend. I would have checked the room. I would have done something. But I didn't. I behaved like someone who is half asleep and doesn't have the energy to process it properly. Like my brain just shut the whole thing down and said, enough, go back to sleep. That's why, when I think about it now, it feels like a state between waking and sleeping. Not a normal dream, because I remember waking. Not a normal waking moment, because I behaved like someone trapped in sleep logic. I should also add that at that time in my life, I was under a lot of stress. A lot. My living situation wasn't great. I wasn't feeling safe or calm in general, and my body was carrying that. You know when you're stressed for long enough that it becomes your normal? You don't even notice how tense you are until something breaks through and shows you. That was me. And not long after these 2 episodes, I started having night terrors. There was one night that still makes my stomach twist just thinking about it. I woke in the middle of the night, and saw my dinner raised up, as if someone was standing at the end of my bed holding it up in front of their face. The shape was wrong. The sense was wrong. And in that instant, my brain produced this horrifying certainty that it was going to come down and strangle me. I can't explain how strong that certainty felt. It wasn't like I calmly thought. Maybe. It was like my body knew it as fact. I screamed. Full scream. Pure terror. That was the first of many night terrors. And if you've ever had one, you know how different they are from nightmares. A nightmare fades when you wake up. A night terror sits in your body like electricity. Your heart goes insane. Your breath goes shallow. Your muscles shake. Even after you wake up properly, the fear doesn't leave quickly. It takes ages to calm down. You can tell yourself you're safe and it doesn't matter, because your nervous system is already on fire. After those 2 nights and the night terrors that followed, I started hearing people talk about disorders where someone regularly wakes up and sees things in their room. I didn't know the names for it back then, but I remember thinking, maybe that's what happened. Maybe my brain was basically still dreaming while my eyes were open. Maybe my body was awake enough to sit up and speak, but my mind was still projecting images into the darkness. Maybe it was my stress and exhaustion turning the room into something it wasn't. The strange part is, it hasn't happened again in the same way since then. Not the shadow in the corner, not the boy's silhouette at the curtains. My night terrors continue for a while, and I still have sleep-talking episodes, but those two incidents felt like their own specific thing. Like a particular kind of half-awake moment where my brain created a presence that felt vivid and interactive. But even though it hasn't happened again, I've never forgotten it. Because I remember the annoyance, the shouting, the way I threw a pillow with real force, and the way my boyfriend confirmed it the next day. I remember the boy-like shape reacting to me and trying to hide, and the weird feeling of being able to sense it even when I couldn't see it clearly. I remember how quickly I went back to sleep afterward, like my brain shut the door on it because it didn't have the energy to keep processing. And honestly, the biggest reason it still stays with me is because it made me realize something about fear. Fear isn't always this dramatic screaming thing at the start. Sometimes it hides under irritation. Sometimes it shows up as anger because anger feels more powerful than fear. Sometimes your body chooses annoyance because it would rather feel in control than feel helpless. But underneath it, something was wrong enough to jolt me out of sleep twice, and wrong enough that I can still picture those curtain folds and that outline. So I still don't know what to call it. I don't know if it was a hallucination, a sleep disorder thing, stress messing with my brain, or something I can't explain. All I know is that it felt real in the moment. And I know I never want to go back to that place where you wake up and feel like there's something in your room watching you, moving, reacting, and you can't tell whether your eyes are lying or whether your mind is doing something strange to protect itself. If anything, those 2 nights taught me that sleep isn't always just sleep. Sometimes it's a weird borderland where your body and your brain don't wake up at the same speed, and in that gap, anything can feel possible. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I have had strange encounters for as long as I can remember. I don't even mean a single big moment that happened once and then became a scary story I tell at parties. I mean it has been threaded through my whole life, like something that followed me from place to place, year after year. If I try to explain it to someone who has never experienced anything like this, I can hear how unbelievable it sounds. But for me it has always been there in the background, like a second layer over normal life. Sometimes it's quiet, and I can ignore it. Other times it pushes itself right into the front of my world and I'm forced to deal with it. When I was younger, the place that always felt off was my grandmother's house. I spent a lot of time there as a kid, and I can still picture it clearly. It wasn't the kind of house where you walk in and instantly think it's haunted. It looked normal on the outside. It had normal furniture, normal family photos, normal everyday mess. But the feeling inside was never fully normal, not for me. It was like the air had mood swings. Some days it felt fine, almost calm. Other days it felt heavy, tense, like someone was watching from the corners. I was just a kid, but I remember learning quickly that you had to be careful in that house. Not careful like, don't spill a drink. Careful like, don't make the wrong thing angry. Weird things happened there all the time. Things would move by themselves. Not in a way where you could easily blame the wind or the floor being uneven. Objects would shift when nobody touched them. Small items would disappear and then show up later in places they never should have been. There were times I was pushed, and I don't mean a light bump that could be explained away. I mean I was pushed violently, more than once, hard enough that it felt personal. Hard enough that it didn't feel like an accident. When I try to describe that to people, they sometimes laugh or they assume I'm exaggerating. But the truth is, those moments didn't feel funny when they happened. They made my body go cold because you can't argue with your own balance being thrown off like that. You can't tell yourself it was your imagination when you're stumbling or catching yourself from falling. It wasn't only me either. Friends and other family members would have weird experiences there too. It wasn't like I was the only sensitive one, or the only one noticing things. People would come over and later say they felt uncomfortable, or they heard something, or they saw something out of the corner of their eye. Some people tried to laugh it off, but you could tell it had gotten to them. And there was one thing that really stuck out to me, even when I was young. If my grandmother didn't like you, then sure enough, something would happen to you. It was like the house, or whatever was in it, took her side. People would have bad luck, feel sick, get frightened, get spooked out of nowhere. As a kid, I didn't have the words for it, but I felt it. It was like her dislike carried weight in that place, like it could reach out and touch people. Years later, my mother told me things about my grandmother that made the whole atmosphere make more sense, even though I still don't fully understand it. My mother told me that my grandmother did strange things when we were children. Not just odd habits, but things that felt deliberate. She would actively call out to something, like she was speaking to a spirit or a being, and she would tell it to go get someone. I remember hearing that and feeling sick, because it fit too well with what we had all experienced. My mother also told me my grandmother would kill small animals when I was a child, and she would say things in a language my mother didn't understand. I didn't witness every single one of these things, but I believe my mother. She wouldn't make it up for fun. And hearing it explained why my grandmother's house had always felt like it held a secret. I still don't know what my grandmother was doing. I don't know if it was some kind of magic, or if she had mental health issues, or if it was a mix of both. I don't know whether she truly believed she was speaking to something or whether it was a way of controlling people through fear. What I do know is that she had a deep hatred in her, especially toward my mother. She hated my mother, and she hated us kids too, except for my sister. My sister was different in her eyes, and I don't know why. Maybe she saw herself in my sister. Maybe she chose a favorite, and treated the rest of us like problems. But the way she treated my mother and the rest of us left damage. The kind of damage that lingers. That was more than 30 years ago now. My grandmother is dead. She's been dead a long time. And for a while, part of me hoped that would be the end of it, because you want to believe that when a toxic person is gone, the dark weight they carried disappears too. But it didn't. If anything, my life after that continued to fill up with more experiences. So many, honestly, that if I wrote them all down in full detail it would take forever. It would be a long read. There have been too many moments where I felt something was there. Something was watching. Something was moving around my life like it had the right to be there. One of the strangest things I've experienced, and one of the hardest to explain, is seeing people I know, seeing them in solid form, and then watching them disappear. Not like a misty blur. Not like a shadow that could have been a trick of light. I mean real-looking people, with features, with shape, with the weight of a human presence, and then they're just gone. This has happened about 4 or 5 times since I was a kid. It always hits me the same way. For a second my brain accepts it as normal because the figure looks so real, and then the moment they vanish, my body reacts like it's been punched with cold. It makes you doubt yourself, but it also makes you angry, because you know what you saw. And when something is that clear, it's hard to talk yourself out of it. I've also seen things that look like people but aren't fully people. It's like I can see their features, but they're made of shadow. Their outlines are there, their head and shoulders are there, even the suggestion of clothing sometimes, but they don't have the full substance of a normal person. It's hard to describe without sounding ridiculous, but it's like seeing a person-shaped darkness. One of these in particular has shown up more than once, and it still makes my skin crawl just thinking about it. It appears under smoke alarms and will set them off. I don't know how else to say it. The smoke alarm will suddenly go off, and when I look, I'll see this tall shadowy shape underneath it. It's huge, around 7 foot. It has this reptile-like feel to it, like the shape isn't human. And it looks like it wears a cloak. Even saying that out loud makes me feel crazy, because how can a shadow wear anything? But that's the closest description I have. It's tall, draped, and wrong, like something trying to hide what it really is. Then there are the moments that feel less like sightings and more like someone messing with me. There was one time, when I was moving house, that still makes me feel unsettled because it had that Someone is playing games. Energy. I had returned to the old house to finish cleaning. I was alone, trying to get the last bits done. At some point I had to go back out to my car to get something. That's when I realized I had been locked out of my car, with the keys still in the ignition. I remember the shock of it, the frustration, the way you stand there trying doors again even though you know they're locked. I walked back into the house to get my phone so I could call my husband, and I figured I'd have a cigarette to calm down because my nerves were already on edge. But when I came back out, every door and window in the house was wide open. Wide open. Not just one. Not like I accidentally left something ajar. All of them. And I know what people will say. They'll say maybe I forgot, maybe I opened them earlier. But that's not what it felt like. It felt like I had walked into the house for a moment, and something had used that moment to throw everything open. It felt like the house was exhaling, or like something wanted to make a point. Around that same time, there was another thing that still makes my stomach turn when I picture it. When I pulled up to the house, I noticed a huge amount of dead flies outside the garage door. And I don't mean a handful of flies. I mean a massive amount. A mound. Like a foot-long pile. That is not normal. It looked like something had died there and drawn them, or like something had happened that caused them to gather and then drop. Even now I can't connect it to any logical explanation in my mind. It was just there, thick and horrible, like a sign. And I don't even know what kind of sign. On top of the visual stuff, there have always been smells. Strange smells. Not just old house smell, but very specific scents that appear out of nowhere and vanish just as quickly. Sometimes I'll suddenly smell old-fashioned perfume, like a woman standing right next to me, the kind of perfume that feels vintage and heavy. Other times I'll get a stench so foul it's like a broken sewer, like something rotten and wrong. I've also seen mists, patches of fog-like movement in places where there shouldn't be mist. I've felt that constant sense of being watched. Not always intensely, but often enough that it's become normal for me to glance behind me or to pause mid-task because I feel eyes on my back. Things go missing a lot too. That's another constant. I put something down, I know where I put it, and then it's gone. Later it will show up in a place that makes no sense. A place I know I didn't put it. And this happens too often for me to laugh it off. It's like someone is trying to annoy me with small petty tricks. One of the strangest recurring things from earlier years was a black shape about the size of a bowling ball. It used to come out of one wall and go through the other. Again, I know how that sounds. But I watched it more than once, and my cat would chase it. That's part of why it stayed with me. Because animals don't chase nothing the way people do when they're just imagining. My cat would see it and go after it like it was prey. The black shape would move and disappear through the wall, and my cat would follow, confused and alert, tail twitching, as if the thing had just slipped into a place it shouldn't be able to slip into. Over the years I have moved a lot. Around 40 times in my lifetime. That's not an exaggeration. I've lived in so many different places that I've lost count unless I really sit down and list them. And that's one of the reasons I don't think this is simply a haunted house problem. Because it doesn't stay in one house. It follows. It shows up in different locations. Different suburbs. Different buildings. New places and old places. If it was only one location, you could blame the house. But when it repeats through so many moves, it makes you start to think it's tied to you, not tied to the walls. The last few years have been the hardest, because it has started to feel like something is actively trying to wear me down. It doesn't just pop up as a weird story anymore. It feels relentless. It feels like it wants to annoy me, to keep me on edge, to stop me from resting. Sleep has become a battleground for me. I used to be able to fall asleep naturally, even if I was stressed. Now it has gotten to the point where I can't go to sleep without medication. That's not something I wanted. It's not something I'm proud of. It's something I've had to do because without it, I feel like I'm stuck in that horrible place between awake and asleep where every little sound feels like a warning. My kids have started being affected too, and that's where my fear turns into something else. Because when it's just me, I can tell myself I'm tough, I can handle it, I can push through. But when it's your children being frightened in their own room, it hits a different nerve. They've been woken up by something in their room. They describe a tall man with a cape and a hood. I don't even like writing that, because it sounds so close to things I've seen. I don't know if it's the same thing, but the description is too similar for comfort. My son also says there is a boy with sharp teeth and scruffy hair that hangs over the top bunk and looks down at him. Imagine being a child and waking up to that. Imagine trying to convince yourself you're safe after that. We keep the lights on in their room all the time now because it seems to help a bit. Not completely, but enough that they feel less alone. Darkness makes it worse. For me, the sleep stuff has become predictable in the worst way. Every time I try to go to sleep, I hear someone calling, "Mom!" I hear banging on the wall. I hear my cupboards rattling. The cupboard doors have metal rings on them for handles, and they make a very specific sound when a drawer opens or shifts. It's not a vague creak. It's a clear metal-on-wood rattle. I'll be lying there, not asleep, just closing my eyes, and it starts. Sometimes it starts the moment my eyes close, like it's waiting for that exact moment when my body begins to relax. I have tried turning the light on and watching. I've tried sitting up and staring at the cupboards, telling myself I'm going to catch whatever is causing it. But when I do that, nothing happens. The room stays still. The noise stops. The second I look away, the second I relax and try again, it starts. That's what makes it feel like something is aware of me. Like it knows when I'm watching and it knows when I'm not. Like it wants to keep me in a loop of tension and exhaustion. And it isn't only in my own home. That's another reason I feel like this is attached to me. The banging on the walls has happened when I've stayed elsewhere too. Different houses, different rooms, different places. Same kind of sound. Same timing. That moment when you're trying to sleep and your body is lowering into rest, and then something interrupts, sharp and deliberate. A few years ago, I tried to get help from paranormal investigators. I didn't want to, because I'm not someone who enjoys attention or drama, and inviting strangers into your home to investigate something like this feels exposing. But I was desperate. They did catch some things, which validated me in a way because it wasn't just in my head. They caught a toy being moved. They caught footsteps. But even with that, they couldn't help me get rid of whatever it was. They couldn't give me answers that changed anything. They could confirm something had happened, but they couldn't explain why or how, and they couldn't make it stop. I also sought out mediums and healers. More than one. And that is a whole other kind of exhaustion, because when you are worn down and scared and sleep-deprived, you become vulnerable to people who promise relief. I paid hundreds. I listened. I tried what they suggested. And none of it helped. Not really. Some of them made me feel hopeful for a few hours, like, maybe this is finally over. And then the noises would start again, or the feeling of being watched would creep back, and the hope would crash. After a while it starts to feel like you're being drained twice. First by the experiences themselves, and then by the people who claim they can fix it but don't. I have cleansed the house often, sometimes daily. Sometimes it feels like it helps a little, like the air lightens for a while and things quiet down. But it never removes it completely. It's like trying to sweep water off a floor while the tap is still running. You can clear a little space, but it keeps coming back. And the constant effort of it becomes its own kind of burden. You start your day already tired, already bracing yourself, already thinking about what you'll have to do at night to feel safe enough to sleep. To be honest, I feel like something is trying to wear me down, and it is working. I feel worn down. I feel tired in a deep way that isn't just about needing a nap. It feels like my spirit is tired. Like my nervous system has been on alert for too long, and doesn't know how to switch off. I have kept a wall up for years, mentally and emotionally, telling myself I won't be scared, telling myself I won't let it win, telling myself I'll stay strong and keep going like a normal person. But lately it feels like that wall is starting to crack. It feels like I'm holding it up with shaking hands, and I'm scared of what happens if it falls. I don't even know what I want anymore, if I'm being honest. Part of me wants an explanation that makes sense. Part of me doesn't care about explanations and just wants peace. I want my kids to sleep without fear. I want to close my eyes without hearing "Mum" whispered in the dark. I want to stop jumping at the sound of metal rings rattling. I want to stop feeling watched in my own home. I want to live like this is just a normal life and not something I have to battle through. And the hardest part is that it has been so long that I don't know what normal even feels like anymore. I only know the constant undercurrent of it, the way it follows, the way it finds little ways to remind me it's there. Even after all these moves, all these attempts to cleanse, all these investigators and healers, all these years of trying to be strong, it is still here. And I am tired of it. I was around 15 when all of this happened. At that age you don't always trust your instincts right away, and you definitely don't want to be the person who says, "This house feels wrong," because you assume people will laugh or tell you it's your imagination. But even though I tried to stay practical, I can still say honestly that this house changed the way I think about fear, sleep, and that strange line between what is real and what your mind might be capable of creating when it's under pressure. At the time I lived at home with my parents and my younger sister. We had just moved into a new house. It wasn't old in the dramatic haunted house sense either. It was only about 20 years old, but it still needed a fair bit of renovating. My parents always bought houses that needed work, fixed them up, and sold them. Renovating and flipping homes was just what they did. So to my sister and me, moving into a half-finished place wasn't unusual. It wasn't scary. It was just another adventure, another temporary home where we'd get used to the mess, the tools, the smell of paint, and the constant background noise of things being changed. The house sat on about 1.5 acres of land. That alone made it feel different from the usual suburban blocks we were used to. It had space around it, the kind of space that makes nights feel quieter and darker. A creek ran along the rear boundary, and beyond that, it was bushland. Before our house existed, it had just been vacant bush. There had only been one previous owner, a woman who had built the place with her late husband. That detail felt simple at the time, not significant. It wasn't like there were generations of history in the walls. It wasn't like there were old tragedies we knew about. It seemed like a normal modern home built on what used to be nothing. That's why it's hard to explain how the unease started. I can't tell you the exact first moment when I felt something shift. It wasn't a single dramatic event that made me stop and think, "This house is wrong." It was more like a slow build, tiny things piling up in the background until the pile became too heavy to ignore. The strange part is that there were so many little things that I didn't fully notice at the time. I only noticed them later when I looked back and realized they fit together like pieces of a bigger picture. There were too many odd moments to list, honestly. Small noises that didn't make sense. The feeling of being watched in certain rooms. A strange heaviness in the air at night that you couldn't fully describe. But I'll focus on the few events that affected me most, because those are the ones I still carry with me. Those are the ones that didn't fade when we moved out, and that I still remember with a clarity that makes my stomach tighten when I think about them. By the time we had been living there a couple of months, I started to notice something happening right before I fell asleep. It always happened in that fragile moment when you're just about to drift off. That moment where your body starts to soften and your thoughts start to blur, but you're not fully asleep yet. The slightest noise can pull you back. A creak, a whisper, a shift of wind outside, and you're suddenly alert again. That's exactly when it would happen. I would be lying in bed, almost asleep, and I would hear someone whisper my name. Just my name. Nothing else. No words around it. No sentence. Just my name, softly, as if someone was standing very close to the bed and wanted my attention. The worst part was that it sounded like my family. The voice would mimic either my mom or my sister in such a convincing way that my first reaction was always to reply. It sounded so real that I wouldn't even question it. I would answer as if they'd spoken to me from the hallway or from their rooms. Sometimes I'd answer quietly, half asleep, and sometimes I'd sit up a little and say, "What?" or, "Yeah?" expecting them to respond. but there would never be a reply. I would wait, listening, and the house would stay silent. I would realize slowly that nothing else was happening. No footsteps. No door opening. No voice answering me. And then that cold realization would hit. My mom and sister were asleep. They hadn't called me. Their rooms were dark. Their breathing was steady. The entire house was still, except for the weight of the whisper still hanging in my mind. It sounds like such a small thing when you describe it. A whisper. A name. But when it happens repeatedly, and when it sounds like someone you trust, it starts to mess with you. You start to question your own senses. You start to dread that moment before sleep because you know it might happen again. And you start to feel like something is trying to lure your attention, like it's checking whether you'll respond. At first I tried to brush it off. I told myself it was just a sleep thing, like my brain misfiring as I drifted off. That's what people say, and it's what you want to believe. But the consistency of it made it harder to ignore. It didn't feel random. It felt targeted. It felt like it knew exactly when I was most vulnerable, when my mind was half open and half closed. Not long after the whispers started, something else began. Something I had never experienced before in my life. Sleep paralysis. I had heard of it vaguely, like something that happens to some people, but I'd never had it. And when it started happening in that house, it terrified me in a way I still find hard to explain. It wasn't just fear-like. I had a bad dream. It was the kind of fear that takes over your whole nervous system and makes you feel trapped in your own body. The first few times it happened, I didn't even understand what was going on. It felt like I would fall asleep and then drift only partly back into the real world. My eyes would still be closed, but my brain would be awake, almost painfully awake. It was like my mind snapped on while my body stayed turned off. I couldn't move. I couldn't open my eyes properly. I couldn't speak. And because I couldn't move, I couldn't even test whether what I was feeling was real. The worst part of it was the presence. I would feel, with complete certainty, that someone was in the room with me. Not a vague feeling, but an overwhelming sense of somebody close by, watching, waiting, standing near the bed. It would hit me like a wave. And because my eyes were closed, it made everything worse. It left my imagination to fill in the gaps. I couldn't see what was there, so my brain created possibilities, and every possibility felt terrifying. Then came the pressure on my chest. It would start as a heaviness, like something pressing down. And then it would intensify until it felt like I couldn't breathe. I would try to inhale, and it would be like my lungs weren't responding properly. I would panic, but panic didn't help because my body wouldn't move. I couldn't scream for my parents. I couldn't kick the blanket. I couldn't even turn my head. I could only lie there trapped in my own body, feeling that pressure, feeling that presence, and waiting for it to end. It always ended the same way. I would reach a point where I would stop breathing properly, and then suddenly my body would snap awake. I would gasp for air like I'd been underwater. I'd sit up, heart racing, drenched in cold fear. And when I looked around, the room would be exactly as it should be. Nothing out of place. Nothing obviously wrong. The same walls, the same furniture, the same quiet. But even though the room looked normal, the feeling would linger. That is what made it so hard. You can't argue with your own experience when it feels that real. You can't tell yourself it was nothing when your heart is hammering and your body is shaking. Even when you tell yourself it's sleep paralysis, the fear doesn't disappear right away. Your mind may understand, but your body still believes something just happened. Over time, the sleep paralysis became more frequent. That was when it started to change my life in a real way. I began to dread sleep. I would lie in bed and feel anxiety rise because I knew it might happen again. Nights became something I had to endure rather than something restful. I would try to stay awake longer, because sleeping felt like stepping into a trap. And then the most startling incident happened. Not just to me, but to my sister too. That's part of why it stays so strong in my memory. Because it wasn't something I experienced alone. It wasn't just my brain messing with me. My sister saw it too. I was asleep when she tapped me on the shoulder and woke me up. Even before she spoke, I knew something was wrong. Her energy was wrong. Her face was wrong. She was terrified in that quiet, frozen way kids get when they've seen something that doesn't make sense. She looked like she had run out of a room, and she was trying not to cry, and she didn't want to be alone. She told me she had gone into the kitchen to get a glass of water. The house was dark. Everyone was asleep. She expected the kitchen to be empty. But when she walked in, she saw our dad sitting upright on the sofa. Not slumped like someone asleep, but sitting straight up. Still. Silent. She called out to him, but he didn't answer. He didn't move. He didn't even react the way someone half asleep would. He was just there, upright, unmoving, like he was a statue shaped like our father. That's when she got uneasy and ran back to wake me. I didn't want to go. I was half asleep and already terrified by everything that had been happening in that house. But a part of me thought maybe my sister was mistaken. Maybe Dad had gotten up and fallen asleep sitting up. Maybe he was sick. Maybe he was sleepwalking. There were normal explanations that I wanted to cling to. So we went. We walked slowly back toward the kitchen, toward the living area where the sofa was. I know now that the obvious thing would have been to turn the light on. I don't know why we didn't. Maybe it didn't occur to us in that panicked half-awake state. Maybe we were afraid that if we turned the light on, we'd see something worse. I honestly can't tell you. I just know we didn't do it. The moon was bright that night. Enough light came through the windows to outline shapes and furniture. It wasn't pitch black. As we moved closer, I could see the shape sitting on the sofa. And it wasn't my dad. It was a dark male shadow, sitting perfectly upright. No distinguishable features. No face. No clothing details. Just the shape of a man, dark against the dim light, still as if carved from the night itself. The moment I saw it, I knew. That instant recognition is still the scariest part. Because my brain didn't have to guess. Something inside me knew it wasn't Dad. It knew it was wrong. And yet, even though I knew, I called out anyway. Maybe out of denial. Maybe out of hope. Maybe because I needed to test reality. There was no response. We stood there watching. It felt like time slowed down. It felt like we were stuck. Like we were holding our breath in a moment that could snap either way. And then I felt it. A sudden wave of emotion that hit me like a slap. It wasn't just fear. It was something stronger, darker. I felt like whatever was sitting there was evil. Not misunderstood. Not neutral. Not simply a presence. Evil. And in that exact split second, its head began to turn. That was it. That was all we needed. We ran back to my room like our lives depended on it. We slammed the door. We locked it. We turned every light on. We stayed awake the entire night, sitting there in a bright room, listening to the house settle around us, terrified that we would hear footsteps or the door handle move. But nothing happened after that. It was like the house went silent again, as if it had made its point and was done. In the morning, we told our parents. Even while saying it, we still hoped there was a normal explanation. We hoped Dad would say, "Yeah, that was me, I couldn't sleep." We hoped he would laugh, or look confused, or admit he had gotten up and maybe sat down for a moment. But he didn't. He assured us he had not left his room all night. That answer made my stomach twist, because it removed the last normal explanation. It confirmed what we already knew. What we saw on that sofa was not our father. To this day, I regret not turning the light on. I regret not forcing myself to see it clearly. Because not knowing leaves room for your mind to torture you. It leaves space for your imagination to fill in details you never saw. It leaves you wondering if you could have proven it somehow, if you could have understood it. But at the same time, another part of me feels like it's maybe for the best that I didn't see more. Because sometimes not knowing is kinder than knowing. After that night, the sleep paralysis continued. Other strange things continued too. The house stayed wrong. We lived there for 2 more years, and during that time there were more unsettling moments, more nights of fear, more feelings of being watched. But nothing ever matched the intensity of that shadow man on the sofa. That was the peak, the moment that sealed the house in my mind as something I never wanted to experience again. Now I'm 24, and since we moved out, I've experienced sleep paralysis maybe 5 times total. Which is nothing compared to how often it happened in that house. The difference is huge. It's like whatever was happening there fed it. It made it worse. It made it frequent. Leaving that house didn't erase everything, but it changed the pattern enough that I can't ignore the connection. After we left, my mum eventually opened up about her own experiences in that house. Things she hadn't told us at the time because she didn't want to scare us even more. And that detail alone says a lot. Because it means it wasn't just my sister and me. It means my mum felt it too. She saw or experienced enough that she kept it to herself, trying to protect us, trying to hold the family together through it, trying not to add to our fear. I don't know everything she went through in that house, and honestly, I don't even need to know all of it. The fact that she had her own stories is enough. It confirms that the house had something in it that affected all of us in different ways. All I know truly is this: I am glad we're out of that house. Glad in the deepest way. Glad the creek and the bushland and the quiet nights are behind me. Glad I don't have to lie in that bedroom waiting for my name to be whispered again. Glad I don't have to dread sleep the way I did there. And glad, most of all, that I never again had to stand in moonlight, staring at a shape on a sofa, feeling that sudden certainty of evil as it slowly turned its head toward me. My family moved to Coburg, a suburb of Melbourne, when I was 5 years old, and I remember that house in a way I don't remember most places from that age. Some houses fade into a blur when you look back, like you only remember the layout or the smell of the kitchen. But that house stayed sharp in my mind, not because it was beautiful or special, but because from the first night it felt like something in it noticed me. It felt like the house had its own routine, and I had been dropped right into the middle of it. Our living situation was a bit unusual. My bedroom wasn't really a bedroom. It used to be the old dining room, and it sat in a spot that didn't feel as private or protected as a normal child's room. My sisters shared one of the front rooms, and my parents were in the other front room. So I was placed slightly apart, in a space that felt like it belonged to the house more than it belonged to me. As a kid you don't think in those exact words, but you feel it. You feel when a room isn't meant for you. You feel when you're tucked into a corner of a house that still holds the shape of what it used to be. The very first night, something happened that made me understand quickly that this house was not going to feel like the others. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep in a room that still felt unfamiliar, still smelled like a new place, still had shadows and corners I didn't know yet. That's when I saw her. A lady, gliding into my room. The thing that stands out the most is that she had no feet. It wasn't like she was floating a little above the ground in a magical way. It was like her body was there, but where her feet should have been, there was nothing. No shoes. No toes. No legs ending in a normal shape. Just the upper part of her, gliding. She moved slowly, smoothly, as if she was following a path she already knew. As she moved, she began to fade, like she was dissolving into the air. She didn't vanish instantly. She faded gradually, like she was becoming thinner and thinner until she reached the cupboard area and then disappeared completely. I remember being absolutely terrified, but also frozen. That kind of fear where your throat locks. I could see her, and my brain was screaming, but nothing would come out of my mouth. It took what felt like ages, but it was probably only a minute, before I finally managed to get my voice back and yell out to my parents. My dad came in. I was so relieved to see him. In my mind, adults could fix anything. Adults could make scary things go away. I told him what I saw, probably in that breathless, panicky way kids speak when they've been frightened. I expected him to believe me. Or at least I expected him to take it seriously. Instead, he reassured me with something that made me feel worse in a different way. He told me there was no such thing as ghosts. He said it with certainty, like it was a fact that could erase what I'd just seen. Like the simple idea of Ghosts don't exist. Should make the fear leave my body. He told me not to worry and go back to sleep. He didn't shout or get angry. He wasn't cruel. He was calm and practical and probably thought he was helping by giving me a rational explanation. But for me, it had the opposite effect. Because if he wasn't going to believe me, then I was on my own. That's what settled into me right then. Not just fear of what I saw, but the loneliness of realizing I couldn't rely on anyone to protect me from it. He left the room after telling me to sleep. I lay there with my heart pounding and made a decision, even at 5 years old. I slept with my back to the door. I didn't want to look toward the part of the room where she had come in. The next night I forgot. Kids forget things that adults think would be unforgettable. I went to bed, tired, and I didn't arrange myself carefully with my back to the door. I just lay down the way I normally would. And then it happened again. I watched the same lady come into my bedroom. She took the same path, the same slow glide, the same fading movement toward the cupboard. Only this time, it didn't happen once. It happened again. And again. And again. At least 7 times, I think, before I finally fell asleep. It was like she was repeating the same route over and over, like she was stuck on a loop. She didn't look at me. She didn't speak. She didn't rush. She just entered, glided, faded, disappeared, and then somehow started again. At 5 years old, that was impossible to understand. It wasn't like a person walking through a room. It felt like watching a scene play over and over, like the house itself was replaying something. After that night, it became a pattern. Over the next nights, and then weeks, I began to get used to it. I know that sounds strange, but what else can a child do? When something keeps happening and you can't stop it, your fear changes. It doesn't disappear, but it becomes something you live with. I was still frightened, but I also became fascinated. I began to wonder what ghosts were, because my dad had said they didn't exist, and yet I was seeing something every night. So in my child mind, I was caught between 2 realities, what I was experiencing and what I was being told. I watched her come into my room night after night. I stopped telling my dad because there was no point. He would say the same thing every time. Ghosts don't exist. It's your imagination. Go back to sleep. So I learned to keep it to myself. That, in a way, was the hardest part. Because fear is easier when you can share it. When you can run to someone and have them comfort you. When you have to carry it alone, it sinks deeper. It becomes something private and constant, like a secret you never wanted. Then one night, something happened that felt different from the lady's usual routine. It wasn't the slow glide and fade. It was sudden. Just after my dad closed my parents' bedroom door for the night, I saw a white flash shoot across my bedroom door. It happened fast, like a streak of light that didn't belong. It startled me, but more than that, it made me feel irritated in a way only a tired child can feel. Like, not tonight. Not again. I wasn't in the mood for it. I turned my face toward the wall, away from the door, because I didn't want to see anything ghostly. I thought if I couldn't see it, it would leave me alone. But turning away didn't help. That's when I noticed a light coming from nowhere. At first I couldn't make sense of it. I sat up, peering in the darkness, trying to work out the source. There was no torch. No lamp. No car headlights. No obvious reason for a bright circle of light to be on the wall. I lay back down, and that's when I saw it clearly. It was a perfect circle, bright like a small torch shining at the wall. It didn't flicker. It didn't move. It just was. Then a shadow blocked part of it. I watched the shape form as if something stepped between the light and the wall. The shadow looked nothing like the lady. It looked like a robot. That's the only word I had for it at that age. It had skinny arms that reached out toward me, too long and too thin, like sticks. And then it opened its mouth. The mouth revealed square-shaped teeth. Not normal teeth. Not human teeth. Square blocks, like a toy or a cartoon drawing, but it didn't feel funny. It felt threatening. In my mind, the shape was trying to hurt me. I don't know why I felt that so strongly, but I did. It didn't feel neutral. It felt dangerous. Again I froze. Again my voice didn't work right away. It took me what felt like forever to get sound out. And when I finally could, I yelled for my dad. Over and over, loud enough that I was sure the whole house could hear. My dad came in. And again it was the same story. He told me it was my imagination. That there was nothing there. That I was making myself scared. That I should go back to sleep. And in that moment I knew it for sure. I was definitely on my own. The next day, my dad tried to help in the only way he knew how. He thought a nightlight would be a good idea. In his mind, maybe the darkness was causing my imagination to run wild. Maybe if the room wasn't so dark, I'd stop seeing things. It was actually kind of him in his own way, because at least he tried something practical. But for me, it turned out to be a mistake. That night, the nightlight came on, filling the room with a weak glow. I remember lying in bed in absolute fear, facing the door because I couldn't stand the idea of something coming in behind me. But with the nightlight, I could see the lady much, much clearer. The faint glow gave her outline more definition. I could make her shape out better. And that terrified me more than the darkness ever did. In the dark, there was always a tiny part of me that could pretend it might be a trick of shadow. With the nightlight, that comfort disappeared. I turned toward the wall again, trying not to see her. And then I felt it. A tap on my back. Twice. Not a brush of air. Not the blanket shifting. 2 distinct taps, like someone touching me. The kind of tapping that makes your whole spine go stiff. I turned my head, and there she was right next to me. So close that it felt like she was sharing the bed space with me. I don't remember her face in detail, but I remember the certainty of her presence. I remember the fear hitting so hard that my voice disappeared again. I couldn't yell. I couldn't call out. I couldn't move properly. So I did the only thing a terrified 5-year-old could do. I pulled the blankets over my head and faced the wall. Under the blanket, I tried to survive the fear by doing something simple. I tried to think nice thoughts. I tried to distract my mind from what was happening. And I remember repeating the same phrase in my head over and over, like it was a charm, like it was something that could protect me. Flowers, flowers, pretty flowers. Flowers, flowers, pretty flowers. I kept saying it in my mind until I finally fell asleep. After that night, I refused to use the night light again. I took it out of the plug and made sure it stayed off. I would rather deal with the darkness than see her clearly again. But even without the nightlight, I still saw her. Every night that I faced the door, I would watch the lady with no feet glide into my room, fade toward the cupboard, and disappear. Night after night. It became like a routine. It was always there, like a strange nightly visitor that the rest of my family didn't acknowledge. And this didn't happen for just a week or 2. It went on for years. I lived with it until we moved out when I was 8 years old. When we left that house, it was like stepping out of a heavy atmosphere. Like walking away from something that had claimed a piece of my childhood. I didn't fully understand it then, but I understand now how much those years shaped me. How much it taught me to keep fear to myself. How much it taught me to watch the dark and listen to silence. How much it taught me that sometimes you can be terrified and still have to lie there and endure it because nobody else can see what you see. And even now, when I think back to that little dining room turned bedroom, I don't just remember the furniture or the layout. I remember the nightly glide of a footless lady fading into the cupboard, and the moment a nightlight made her real enough to tap me on the back. I have been dealing with sleep paralysis and frightening dreams since I was about 11, and instead of easing as I got older, they have slowly become more intense. Over the past 2 years especially, it feels like everything has escalated. What used to be occasional has turned into something that happens so often I can almost predict it. The paralysis isn't rare for me anymore. It's regular. Some weeks it happens 3 times, sometimes even more, and that kind of frequency changes the way you live. You stop seeing sleep as something comforting. You start seeing it as something risky, like you're stepping into a space where you might not be able to protect yourself. When it happens, it rarely begins in a gentle or subtle way. I don't just wake up and realize I can't move. Most of the time I wake up already flooded with dread, as if my body recognizes the danger before my brain can even catch up. I will be half aware, my eyes open or trying to open, and I'll realize immediately that I'm stuck. I can't lift my arms. I can't roll over. I can't speak. Sometimes I can't even take a full breath. And in that frozen moment, I often hear something close to me, right near my ear, like a low growl. It sounds truly evil to me, not just scary like a nightmare, but heavy and threatening in a way that makes my whole body panic. There are other sensations too, and they're hard to explain without sounding dramatic. Sometimes it feels like something is walking over my bed, the mattress dipping as if there's weight moving near my legs or hips. Sometimes it feels like something is right beside me, close enough that I can sense it without even seeing it. And sometimes there are experiences that feel like an intrusion, like something is happening to me that I don't want and can't stop. I don't want to describe those moments in detail, because even thinking about them makes me feel sick and ashamed and frightened all at once, and I also know it's not something I want to put into words clearly. But the main point is that I wake up trapped and terrified, and whatever is happening feels violating and threatening, like I'm being hunted in my own bed. The worst part is that the fear doesn't always stop when the paralysis stops. Even after I break out of it, my body is still in panic mode. My heart will race like I've just run for my life. My skin will feel hot and cold at the same time. My hands will shake. And I'll lie there trying to tell myself it wasn't real, or it was just sleep paralysis, or it was just my brain. But when you go through it again and again, reassurance starts to feel weak. You begin to dread the moment your eyes close. There was one occurrence that still stands out as the most terrifying, because it was the first time I genuinely thought I might not survive it. It began like many of the others. I woke up unable to move, unable to speak, and my mind instantly filled with fear. But that night there was something extra. There was a heavy pressure on my chest, like something was pressing down on me. I later learned that this is common for people who experience sleep paralysis, but in that moment, it didn't feel common. It felt like being pinned. The pressure didn't stay steady either. It came and went. And every time it lifted for a second, I felt something that is difficult to explain in normal language. It felt like energy was being pulled out of me, as if each release of pressure came with something leaving my body. The closest way I can describe it is that I felt drained in waves, like something was taking something from me. That sounds strange, I know, and I'm not claiming I understand it scientifically. I'm only saying what it felt like. In the moment, it felt like my life force was being tugged away, like whatever was there wasn't just trying to scare me, but trying to weaken me. While this was happening, I tried to do the one thing that sometimes helps me break out of paralysis. I tried to wiggle my fingers and toes. It sounds ridiculous, but when your whole body is locked, you learn to aim for the smallest movement. A tiny shift in a finger can sometimes lead to the rest of your body waking up properly. So I focused all my attention on my hands and feet. I tried to force them to move. I tried to pull myself out of it the way I have done in other episodes. Then suddenly I sat up. It wasn't a slow, normal wake-up. It was more like snapping out of water for air. One moment I was pinned, the next I was upright, gasping and shaking. I was terrified, but the second I could move, my only thought was to get to my parents. I was still young enough that when something truly scared me, I needed them. I needed another human presence to convince my brain that I was safe. So I ran to their room. But the moment I opened their bedroom door, it happened again. As soon as I stepped into that doorway, I was back in the paralysis state. 1 second I was standing, the next I was frozen again, like my body had been switched off. It felt impossible. It felt like reality was glitching. I couldn't speak. I couldn't call out. I couldn't even properly move backward. And the chest pressure came back too, stronger, heavier. Then, again, I snapped out of it. I sat up or jolted free, and I ran again. And again, the moment I reached their doorway, I was trapped. This cycle repeated over and over. I can't remember the exact number, but it felt like it happened around 7 times. Each time, the panic got worse. Each time, the pressure felt heavier. Each time, the draining sensation felt stronger, like I was losing more and more strength. It began to feel like I was stuck in a loop I couldn't escape, like something didn't want me to reach my parents, didn't want me to get help, didn't want me to get out of the room. Eventually, it escalated to the point where I felt like I was being choked. It felt like hands around my neck squeezing. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't gulp air. I couldn't scream. My brain screamed inside my skull, but my mouth wouldn't open properly. It felt like forever, even though I know logically it probably wasn't. Time stretches in those moments. A few seconds can feel like minutes. Fear changes time. I truly believed I was going to die. I believed I was losing control of my body completely. And that sense of energy leaving me, of being drained, made it even worse because it felt like the choking and the pressure were not just physical sensations, but part of something bigger, like something was trying to pull me down. At some point, I gathered every bit of willpower I had left and forced myself upright again. When I could breathe, I ran to my parents properly, stumbling into their room, shaking and desperate. And when I tried to tell them what happened, they didn't believe me. Not in a cruel way, not like they wanted to hurt me, but in that dismissive way adults sometimes have when they don't understand something. They thought it was a nightmare. They thought I was exaggerating. They thought it was just a sleep thing. They couldn't see what I felt, so they couldn't take it seriously. That reaction made it worse in its own way, because it left me feeling alone with it. It wasn't just the fear of the episodes themselves. It was the fear of not being believed, of not having anyone who could truly help, of having to face it again and again, knowing that even if I ran to someone, they might shrug it off. The second occurrence I want to talk about happened much more recently, and it scared me for different reasons. It didn't happen in the middle of the night like most of them. It happened in the morning, after I had already been awake and functioning, which made it feel even more unsettling, like my day could be normal one moment and then shift into a nightmare the next. That morning I woke up at around 6. I got up, had breakfast, checked messages, did the normal things people do when they start their day. Nothing felt strange at first. I wasn't in that heavy nighttime fear. I was just awake. About 2 hours later, I was lying in my bed on my phone, not even trying to sleep, just scrolling and zoning out. That's when the exhaustion hit me suddenly. It wasn't a normal sleepy feeling. It was a strong, heavy urge, like my body was being pulled downward. And I recognized it as a warning sign, because I've experienced this pattern before. Sometimes, right before an episode, I get this strange sudden need to sleep, like something is trying to drag me back under. I remember thinking that I shouldn't fall asleep. I remember knowing it was a bad idea. But I was tired and my judgment was weak and I did it anyway. I drifted off, and then I woke up again, paralyzed, lying on my back. Immediately I felt the bed shift, like something had stepped onto it. The mattress dipped in a way that didn't feel like a normal house creak. It felt like weight. I could sense it moving, and it stopped near my right hip, close enough that my whole body went rigid with fear even though I was already physically frozen. I felt that immediate certainty that something terrible was about to happen. I closed my eyes because I didn't want to see it. But when I opened them, a black figure was leaning over me. It wasn't vague. It wasn't a shadow in the corner. It was right there, close, looming. The feeling it gave off was overwhelming dread. I don't know how else to say it. It wasn't just, I'm scared because I can't move. It was, I am in danger. My whole nervous system screamed it at once. And the strangest part was that the figure didn't behave like something stable. It would disappear and reappear every time I looked at it, almost like my eyes couldn't hold it in place. I would focus on it, it would vanish. I would look again, it would be there. That made it even more frightening because it felt unreal and real at the same time, like my brain was trying to reject it while my fear insisted it was there. I could hear voices in the house. I could hear my mother and my brother. That's what made it feel so cruel. Help was close. People were nearby. I wasn't alone in the house. And still I couldn't make a sound. I tried to scream. I tried with everything in me. But nothing came out. My throat wouldn't work. My mouth wouldn't form the sound. I could only lie there, hearing normal life happening somewhere else, while I was trapped in this frozen, terrifying moment. Then the figure began to grow. That's the only way I can describe it. It felt like it was expanding, becoming bigger, taking up more space in the room. As that happened, I felt a forceful sensation in my stomach, like energy pushing into me. It was bizarre. It didn't feel like a normal cramp or anything physical you can easily name. It felt like something pressed into that area of my body from the outside, like pressure but also like a weird surge. And as soon as that happened, the black figure disappeared. For a second I thought maybe it was over. But then my room changed. I suddenly saw writing all over the walls, letters and numbers, like symbols scattered everywhere. The weirdest part was that it was like something wouldn't allow me to read it. I could see that it was writing, I could see shapes that looked like letters, and yet my brain couldn't process them into meaning. It was like trying to read in a dream where the words won't hold still. The writing would appear and disappear. It would blink in and out. And my eyes kept trying to focus on it, trying to make sense of it, but it was like the moment I tried, it slid away from understanding. At that point I tried to get up, to force myself out of the paralysis, and that's when something happened that felt like the earlier episode all over again, but with a different kind of cruelty. I would gather all my strength, push my body, fight until I broke free, and then the second I thought I was out, I would find myself back in the paralyzed position on the bed again. It wasn't like I blinked and woke up normally. It felt like I was moving and then being pulled back. One moment I would be out of it and able to move, and the next moment I would be back in my paralyzed body, lying in the exact same position, as if I had never escaped. It felt like a trap. Like false wake-ups stacked on top of each other. At one point I remember feeling like I got up and walked to a corner of my room, and then suddenly I was back on the bed again, frozen. That happened many times. It's hard to count because it became confusing, like my brain was stuck in a loop where it kept giving me the illusion of escape, and then snapping me back. When I finally broke free for real, it didn't feel like a clean wake-up. It felt like crawling out of something. I could move, but I was shaky and disoriented. I walked out of my room to talk to my mom, desperate to ground myself in reality. I found her in her bedroom and asked her if she and my brother were up, and how long they had been awake. I expected her to say they'd just gotten up, because in my mind I'd only been asleep for a short time. She told me they'd been up for around an hour. That answer hit me hard. It meant that whatever state I had been trapped in might have lasted a long time. Maybe I wasn't fully paralyzed for an entire hour, but the way it felt, the way time seemed to stretch and loop and confuse, made it possible that I'd been in that cycle for far longer than I realized. I know some people might read this and think it doesn't sound that bad compared to what others go through. And I get that. I know there are people with worse experiences, people dealing with trauma, people dealing with illness, people dealing with things that are devastating. I'm not trying to compete with anyone's pain. I'm only trying to describe what it feels like to go through something that happens regularly, something that makes you afraid of sleep, something that makes you afraid in a way that isn't easy to shake off. The figure I saw that morning frightened me more than most of my previous episodes because it felt so clear and so close. In the past I have often felt a presence or heard something, and as scary as that is, it's different from opening your eyes and seeing a black shape leaning over you. Even if sleep paralysis can explain it, even if it's a hallucination, it doesn't feel like a hallucination while it's happening. It feels like your reality. On top of all of this, I've been going through a really rough time mentally. I've been dealing with depression and anxiety, and that makes everything harder. When you're already exhausted and stressed, your body becomes more vulnerable. Your sleep becomes lighter and more broken. Your mind becomes more likely to spiral. And when you have experiences like these, it's easy to start looking for explanations that match the fear. It's easy to read things online and wonder if something evil is attached to you, or if your depression is being caused by something outside yourself. When you're scared and tired enough, any explanation that gives the fear a name can feel tempting, because at least it means you're not imagining it. But the truth is, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's purely a sleep disorder, stress and trauma showing up in a terrifying form, or something else I can't explain. All I know is that it's getting harder to cope with, and I'm tired of living in a cycle where sleep feels like a gamble. I'm tired of waking up frozen, hearing growls, feeling footsteps, sensing something close, and then spending the rest of the day trying to convince myself that I'm safe. Even writing it out, I can feel how it sounds. I can feel how easy it would be for someone to dismiss it. But the fear is real, and the exhaustion is real, and the way it wears you down over time is real. And that's why it matters to me, because it's not just a story. It's my life repeating the same terror week after week, and it's starting to feel like I'm constantly bracing for the next time it happens. When my friend first told me about the house, he didn't start with the scary parts. He started with what felt, at the time, almost comforting. He explained that an elderly relative of his had owned the place for years, and that she had passed away in the house from natural causes. According to him, she never really left. He spoke about her like you would speak about a strict but loved family member who still has a say in how things are done. He said she had always been strong-willed when she was alive, the kind of woman who ran her home with clear rules and didn't feel the need to repeat herself twice. And even in death, he believed she still had those rules. The main one, apparently, was that she couldn't stand waste. She hated lights being left on. She hated appliances being left running when no one was using them. If someone left a lamp on in an empty room, it wouldn't stay on for long. If someone walked away from a heater, or left something plugged in and unattended, it would often be turned off. It wasn't like a sudden power outage, he said. It felt deliberate, like someone had walked over and flicked a switch, like she was still patrolling her own house the way she always had. He told me this with a kind of amused respect, as if it annoyed him sometimes but also made him feel strangely protected, like her presence kept the household in order. He said she could even be a bit cheeky, in her own way. If the people in the house were familiar to her, family or close friends, she was known to be more playful than threatening. She would call out occasionally in the night, sometimes as if greeting someone. A simple hello. Something you could almost imagine her saying when she was alive. It wasn't constant, he insisted. It didn't happen every night. But it happened enough that the people who lived there had come to accept it as part of the house. The problem started, he said, when someone was unfamiliar to her, or when someone broke her rules. That was when she could become strict. She might not physically harm anyone, but she would make it very clear that she didn't approve. My friend gave me an example that stuck with me because it was so specific. He told me she absolutely hated smoking inside the house. She had never been a smoker in life and apparently couldn't tolerate it in death either. If someone lit up indoors, especially if they were a guest or someone she didn't recognize, she would start doing things that felt like warnings. She would hide cigarette packets. Lighters would go missing. People would swear they had just placed them down, only to find them later in places that made no sense. He described these found locations like they had a message behind them. A lighter might appear in the bathroom sink, as if someone had placed it there deliberately, like a childish punishment or a pointed reminder. A cigarette packet might turn up right in front of the back door, almost like she was hinting, not subtly at all, that whoever had been smoking should go outside, or maybe go out entirely. The way he told it, it wasn't random misplacing. It was almost theatrical, like she was scolding people without having to show her face. At that point in his story, I was intrigued more than frightened. I've always had an interest in paranormal accounts, and I've also had enough experiences of my own to know that some houses do carry a feeling that is hard to deny. But what he said next shifted the whole tone from strict ghost relative to something more complicated. He told me that he didn't think she was the only presence in the house. He believed there were other spirits there, older ones, and he believed they weren't particularly friendly. The only reason they hadn't dominated the house for years, he said, was because his relative had been so strong in life that she seemed to hold them back. He described it as if her personality created a kind of barrier. When she was alive, she would talk to them. Not to people. Not to family. To whatever else was there. Her native tongue was French, and that was what she used when she spoke to them. My friend doesn't speak French himself, so he couldn't always understand what she was saying. But he remembered hearing her voice change when she addressed whatever was in the house. Sometimes she would speak sharply, almost like she was warning someone off. Sometimes she would raise her voice and it would sound like an argument, and sometimes he would recognize a swear word or two. He said it used to make him uneasy, hearing an elderly woman suddenly sound like she was scolding someone who wasn't there, in a language he couldn't follow. But he also said it gave him comfort, because it felt like she was in control. Like she knew what she was dealing with, and she wasn't afraid of it. Then her health began to decline. As she grew weaker, he said, it was like the house grew louder. Like the other spirits gained confidence. He told me that the activity increased significantly near the end of her life, and then, once she died, it became much worse. He wasn't even sure, at first, which activity was her, and which belonged to the others. There were moments where he thought the house was just adjusting, the way people say. They're letting you know they're still here. But there were other moments that felt hostile. He said the other spirits didn't seem to appreciate people being in their space. It wasn't like the elderly relative who just wanted the lights off and rules followed. These other presences felt as if they wanted people out. They didn't interact kindly. They didn't feel protective. They felt like they were watching, waiting, and occasionally making a point. One night, my friend woke up and found 4 human figures standing around his bed. He didn't say they were transparent like movie ghosts. He didn't say they looked friendly or sad. He said they looked like figures, standing there, close enough that he could sense their shapes clearly. He was so frightened he did the thing most people do in that situation. He closed his eyes tightly, hoping it was a trick, a dream, a half-awake hallucination. Then he opened them again, and they were still there. They didn't speak. They didn't move. They just stood around him, and he said the feeling was unmistakable. They were aware of him. They knew he was awake. And it felt like intimidation, like they wanted him to know they could be there whenever they pleased. Naturally, I asked him who he thought they were. He said no one really knew. There wasn't a clear story for them. People had ideas, theories, rumors, but nothing certain. One explanation that had floated around the family was connected to something that happened when his relative bought the house. Apparently there was an area underneath the floorboards that had been dug up and then re-cemented. The relative used to joke, half laughing, half serious, that maybe someone had buried a body down there. That kind of joke is funny until you live in a house where odd things happen. Then the joke becomes a possibility you can't stop thinking about. They never found proof of anything. No records, no reports, nothing that confirmed a crime or a tragedy tied to the property. The house had its normal history on paper. But the floorboards story stayed in people's minds because it was the only thing that felt like it could explain why the original spirits seemed angry and territorial. Still, it remained just a story, not evidence. Recently, my friend said the main target seemed to be his new housemate. The housemate would wake in the night with the sensation of someone sitting at the end of his bed. Not a vague feeling, but an actual dip in the mattress, as if weight had pressed down. The room would be freezing cold, far colder than the rest of the house. He would hear voices down the other end of the house, in the kitchen, talking in an aggressive tone. Not whispering. Not murmuring. Angry, like someone was mad and arguing. The strangest part was that he only heard this when he was home alone, which made it feel deliberate, like whatever it was wanted him isolated. Both my friend and his housemate had experienced the same noises too, the kind of sounds you can't easily dismiss. Heavy footsteps thumping down the hallway toward their rooms. Something being dragged, not lightly, but as if a heavy object was being pulled along the floor. The dragging sound wasn't always inside either. Sometimes it happened outside the bedroom windows, as though something was moving through the backyard, dragging something heavy through the grass or dirt. My friend described it as sounding like a heavy bag being pulled along the ground. And it didn't happen predictably. It might occur several nights in a row, then stop for weeks. Then start again without warning. That randomness made it worse because you couldn't prepare for it, you couldn't control it, and you couldn't tell yourself it was just one specific thing like plumbing or a neighbor's routine. There was also his nephew. His nephew stayed there sometimes, and kids tend to see or sense things in a raw way adults either lose or learn to ignore. The nephew had reported that objects sometimes moved in front of him. A television remote shifting across a surface when he wasn't touching it. A glass that wasn't where it had been seconds before. And he said that sometimes, they tried to talk to him. He never wanted to repeat what he heard, only that it scared him, and he didn't want to engage. He also said he sometimes saw a man standing in the hallway. The man didn't move or react. He just stood there, like a cutout in the dark. Then when the nephew looked away and looked back, the man was gone. By the time my friend finished telling me all this, my curiosity was fully awake. I've always been drawn to the idea of experiencing proof for myself, not because I want to be frightened, but because I want to know what is true. There's a difference between hearing a story and standing in the place where it happened, feeling the air, listening to the silence, watching how your body reacts. So, based on what he told me and my own love for paranormal investigating, I asked if I could stay over for a night or two with some basic equipment. A tape recorder, maybe a camera, and a willingness to sit in the quiet and see what came through. He agreed, probably because he wanted someone else to validate what he and his housemate had been experiencing. Before I knew it, I was standing in his lounge room holding a tape recorder like I actually knew what I was doing. I began with the simplest questions. Who is here? Why are you here? Do you know the people living in this house? Are you the elderly relative or someone else? I tried to keep my voice steady, calm, respectful. I wasn't there to provoke anyone, not at first. I wanted answers. Almost immediately, I heard a voice come through the recorder, clear enough that it made my stomach drop. It said one word, a name, John. It was so quick and so out of place that my first thought was that my brain was trying to fill in gaps. But when I listened back, it was there. The name. John. Like someone had leaned toward the recorder and offered the only thing they were willing to give me. That should have been exciting, and a part of me was excited, but it was the uneasy kind of excitement. The kind you feel when something you've always wondered about steps into your space, and suddenly it isn't a theory anymore. After that, there wasn't much communication through that method. I asked more questions, but it was like the air went quiet again, like I'd been given a small answer and that was all. The only other clear response came when I asked why they liked to sit at the end of the housemate's bed in the middle of the night. When I asked that, the recorder picked up the housemate's name twice, as if repeating it for emphasis. That repetition felt personal. Like a finger pointing. Like confirmation that he was the one they were focusing on. At that point, I decided to change my approach. If they weren't going to communicate through direct questions, maybe I could trigger activity by recreating a situation that often brought them out. My friend and his housemate had both told me the shower was one of those situations. They said that more than once. While showering, they would rinse their face and when they opened their eyes, they would see a dark figure on the other side of the shower screen. The figure would be there for a second, long enough to register, and then it would be gone. They both told me the same thing separately, which made it harder to dismiss. I didn't want to experience that. I'll be honest. Being naked in a small room, vulnerable, with the possibility of seeing something watching you is not anyone's idea of fun. But I wanted proof for myself. Not proof I could hold in my hand, but proof in my bones. So I decided to try it. I undressed and ran the shower. The water filled the bathroom with steam and sound, and as I stepped in, I tried to keep my mind calm. I washed my hair, washed my body, told myself over and over that fear would only make me imagine things. But within minutes, I had that distinct feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't a normal, "I'm nervous" feeling. It was the kind of awareness that makes you want to turn around even when you know there's no logical reason to. My friend had left the house to collect dinner, so I knew it wasn't him. I tried to keep showering anyway, telling myself I didn't want to feed the atmosphere with panic. I rinsed my hair and was about to turn off the water when I heard something small but definite. The handle on the bathroom door creaked, as though someone had opened the door slightly. It wasn't loud. It wasn't a slam. It was subtle, but it was clear. My eyes snapped open and I looked through the shower screen toward the door, and I saw a flash of darkness move through the room, fast, like a shadow running past. It was enough to block out the whiteness of the towel hanging on the back of the door for a split second. I turned off the shower immediately, heart hammering, and stepped out quickly, desperate to get dry and dressed. And just as I did, I heard my friend arrive home and call out. The timing was almost too perfect. It made me question myself for a moment, like maybe the shadow had been him, maybe he had come in quietly. But he had been out. He had just arrived. I dried off and dressed, then went out to greet him with that half-laugh, half-fear tone people use when they've just had a scare and don't want to admit how much it shook them. Before I could even fully explain, he told me something that made my skin tighten. He said that as he pulled into the driveway, he thought he saw a man standing in the window. He wanted to know if his housemate had come home early. We searched the house thoroughly, checking rooms, checking locks, checking the yard. Then we called the housemate. He was at the movies. He hadn't been home. That meant whatever my friend saw in the window hadn't been him, and whatever I saw in the bathroom hadn't been my friend. By the time evening came, the house felt different to me. Not dramatically different, but the edges felt sharper. Like the house had noticed I was there. Like it didn't like being tested. My friend left the kitchen light on deliberately because I was nervous about sleeping in total darkness, and I lay on the couch trying to rest, trying not to let my imagination take over. I dozed and woke, restless. Eventually, after what felt like an hour of shallow drifting, I fell asleep more deeply. I woke up at around 4:20 in the morning. I know the time because it's burned into me. It was one of those moments where you wake suddenly, and the room feels wrong immediately, like your body woke you for a reason. I heard someone calling out in distress, a voice that sounded strained, upset, almost desperate. My eyes opened and the dim light from the kitchen still gave enough glow to make out the hallway. That's when I saw him. A figure of a man standing in the hallway, facing toward me. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He was simply there, watching. But what terrified me more was the sound I could hear. Heavy breathing, like someone was enraged, like a person standing in the dark with anger boiling inside them. It didn't sound like normal sleep breathing. It sounded deliberate, like it wanted to be heard. I sat straight up, unable to take my eyes off the figure. My hands began to shake. My entire body felt tight, like I was bracing for something. I was scared in a way I didn't expect to feel. I had gone into this thinking I might see something, record something, have a moment of proof. I didn't expect to feel threatened. I didn't expect that sense of danger. Still staring at the hallway, I called out to my friend, hoping he was awake, hoping he would respond and break whatever spell the moment held. A second later his bedroom light came on, down the other end of the hallway where the figure stood. And as soon as that light switched on, the figure disappeared. It didn't fade. It didn't drift away. It was simply gone, like it had never been there. My friend came out into the hallway to check on me, and I could see by his face that he knew something had happened. I told him what I'd seen and heard, and even while speaking, I was already packing my things mentally. I knew I wasn't going to sleep again. The air felt too sharp, too charged. I figured I should leave. I didn't care about seeming brave anymore. I didn't care about continuing an investigation. I wanted out of that house. While I was gathering my things, my friend and I were talking quietly about the figure and the breathing, trying to make sense of it. And then we both heard it at the same time. A quick chuckle. Not a friendly laugh. Not someone in another room laughing at a joke. A sharp, delighted sound, as if something had enjoyed frightening me and couldn't help reacting to it. That laugh was what pushed me over the edge. I left in a hurry. I didn't stay to debate it. I didn't stay to calm down. I just wanted distance between myself and that hallway. My friend still lives there for now, though he talks about moving when he can. As for me, I haven't returned. I promised myself I won't. Whatever is in that house does not want me there, and I have no interest in proving anything further at the cost of feeling that level of fear again. I can admit I went in curious and confident, thinking my interest and experience would make me steady. I can also admit I left shaken, because sometimes you step into a place thinking you're in control, and then you realize you're just another person inside someone else's territory. And that house, on Bindery Crescent in Ingle Farm, made it very clear that I was not welcome. The first thing happened not long after I moved out of my parents' house. My sister Thera moved into my old bedroom, the one at the end of the hall that always felt a little off, even in daylight. It wasn't like we had some big family legend about it or anything. It was just a room that never felt fully settled, like the air in it didn't match the rest of the house. When I lived there, I used to tell myself I was imagining it, that it was only because it was quieter back there and the shadows from the streetlight hit that window at a weird angle. But when Thera took it over, she started saying the same kinds of things without me ever bringing mine up. That night she had been studying at her desk. She told me it was late enough that the house had gone into that deep, still silence where you can hear every tiny sound, like the refrigerator clicking on and off or the plumbing settling. She was trying to focus, flipping through notes, rereading pages, highlighting things the way she always did. But she kept stopping because she had this steady, uncomfortable feeling that someone was watching her. It wasn't a dramatic, "There's a monster in the corner" feeling. She described it like a pressure on the back of her neck, like when you're in a store aisle and you can tell somebody is standing too close behind you even before you turn around. She kept looking over her shoulder, then laughing at herself, then forcing herself back to her work. She checked the doorway. Empty. She checked the closet. Closed like always. She even looked under the bed, even though she told herself that was ridiculous. Nothing. Still, the feeling wouldn't go away. After a while she gave up on studying. Her eyes were tired, her mind was drifting, and she figured she'd just read a little bit to calm down before sleep. She got into bed with a book, the lamp on, the room lit in that soft yellow way that makes everything feel safer. She read for maybe an hour. The whole time, even with the warm light and the familiar weight of the blanket, she couldn't shake the sense that the room had a presence to it, like it was paying attention to her. Then the bed started doing that thing it sometimes did in our parents' house, a gentle shaking, like a slow, small vibration. We had grown up with it happening now and then. It was never violent. It never threw anything off shelves. It was more like somebody had bumped the bed frame and then stopped, except no one had bumped it. When we were younger, it scared us. Over time it became one of those strange house quirks you joke about because it's easier to laugh than to admit you're unsettled. Thera felt it, and, at first, she did what we all did. She ignored it. She told herself the same explanation we always used: the washing machine must be on. Our laundry room wasn't far from that side of the house, and sometimes the spin cycle did make the floor tremble a little. So she kept reading. She shifted her body and tried to get comfortable and pretended it wasn't happening. Later she found out the washing machine hadn't been running at all. After she finished her chapter, she turned the lamp off and lay back to sleep. She said that uneasy feeling didn't leave. It was like the room itself was waiting for something. She tried the normal tricks. She pulled the blanket up higher. She rolled onto her side. She stared at the dark ceiling until her eyes started to blur. She told herself she was tired and letting her imagination run wild. Eventually she did fall asleep. But not long after she woke up. Or at least she thought she did. What actually happened, she told me, was that she was dreaming. Only the dream felt so real she couldn't tell it was a dream. In the dream, she was lying in the same bed, in the same darkness, and she knew she needed light. She reached for the switch on the wall, the one she could hit without even getting up if she leaned the right way. She flicked it on. The light came on for maybe half a second, then snapped off again. Not like a normal flicker. like something had deliberately shut it down. She tried again. On off. Again. On off. In the dream she started getting angry and scared at the same time, and she kept flipping it, faster and faster, like she was fighting with something she couldn't see. Every time the light came on for that tiny moment, she could just barely make out parts of the room, her desk, the edge of the dresser, the corner of the closet door, before the dark swallowed it again. It felt like the darkness was pushing back. Then she finally got it to stay on. The room lit up fully, and for that single moment she felt relief, like, okay, I'm awake. I'm safe. It's just a bad dream. And then the bulb exploded. In the dream it was a sharp, violent pop, followed by a burst of bright light and the sound of tiny glass pieces flying. The light went out, of course, and she jerked with fear, bracing for something else to happen. That's when she woke up for real. At first she didn't understand what was wrong. She opened her eyes and the room was dark, the way it should have been. But she couldn't move. Not her arms, not her legs, not even her head. She tried to sit up and nothing happened, like her body was glued to the mattress. She tried to call for Mom. What came out of her mouth wasn't a shout. It wasn't even a clear word. She told me she could only make this thick, wet sound, like her throat wouldn't work right. Gluck gluck, gurgle gurgle gluck gluck, was how she described it, almost embarrassed to repeat it, because it sounded so stupid when she said it out loud. But in that moment it wasn't stupid. In that moment she was fighting to get any sound out at all. As she struggled, she felt a heavy pressure all over her body. Not just on her chest, everywhere. It felt like an invisible weight had been dropped on her, pinning her down. She couldn't lift her hands. She couldn't pull her knees up. She couldn't even shift her shoulders. Her heart was pounding so hard she thought she might pass out. She tried to breathe, but even that felt tight and limited. She said the worst part wasn't only being stuck. The worst part was the feeling that she was not alone. That feeling of being watched came back, but stronger, sharper, right in her face. It was like something was leaning over her in the dark, close enough that if she could move she might have felt its breath. She couldn't see anything clearly, but she was sure something was there. She kept trying to scream for Mom, pushing air through her throat like she could force her voice to work. The sounds came out thick and wrong, and every second felt longer than the last. She tried to fight with her whole body, not just her mind. She told me she was thinking, move. Just move your fingers. Just move your toes. Anything. But nothing responded. Then, as suddenly as it started, the pressure lifted. It wasn't gradual. It wasn't like the weight got lighter. It was like somebody flipped a switch. 1 second she was pinned down, and the next second she could move again. She shot up out of bed so fast she felt dizzy. Her chest hurt from how hard she'd been trying to breathe. She didn't sit there and think. She didn't try to calm herself down. She went straight for the light switch, because after what she had just dreamed, she needed light more than anything. She ran to the wall, slapped the switch up. And the bulb burst. Not flickered. Not dimmed. It burst with a loud crash, a sharp pop like a firecracker, followed by glass raining down. The room flashed bright for a split second, then went dark again. Thera froze, and for a heartbeat she couldn't even process it. It was the same thing from her dream, but real. Her stomach dropped. Her skin went cold all over. The fear that had been trapped inside her during the paralysis rushed out at once. She didn't wait to try the switch again. She didn't stand there and look for smoke. She bolted out of the room, barefoot, running down the hall toward the living room where Mom slept. She said she moved so fast she almost slipped. As she passed the clock in the hall, she noticed the time. It shocked her, because in her mind she had been asleep for a long time. The dream, the struggle, the panic, it felt like an entire night squeezed into one experience. But the clock showed she'd only been asleep for about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. That was it. She ran straight to Mom and tried to talk all at once. Words tumbled over each other. She told her about the dream with the light, the feeling of someone shutting it off, the bulb exploding. She told her about waking up unable to move, unable to scream, with that heavy pressure on her body. She told her about finally getting free, running to the switch, and the real bulb bursting the moment she turned it on. Mom listened the way moms do when their kid is terrified, half worried, half skeptical, fully alert. Mom checked the room with Thera standing behind her like a shadow. She looked at the broken bulb and the glass. She asked if Thera had bumped the lamp or slammed the door or done anything that could have caused it. Thera kept saying no, 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 her voice shaking. That night, Thera didn't go back to that room. She slept on the couch instead, curled up with a blanket and the TV on low, like the sound might keep the dark away. And it wasn't only that night. She slept out there for the next few nights too. She said every time she walked past my old room, she felt like the air got heavier, like the room was still awake even when she wasn't in it. That was the first story. The next experience happened much later, in the house Thera lives in now. Before I tell what happened to her there, I need to include something that happened to me in that house first, because it makes the rest of it harder to dismiss. Last Christmas, Thera and AJ went on a cruise for the holiday. It was supposed to be this fun, relaxing trip for them, something they'd been looking forward to. I stayed behind, and I thought it would be a great surprise to clean their place top to bottom and make it feel festive for when they came back on Christmas Eve. I imagined them walking in tired from traveling, and everything smelling clean, decorations up, the whole house looking warm and welcoming. The problem was, I was pregnant, and not in the easy glowing kind of way people talk about. It was a difficult pregnancy. I was exhausted all the time. My back hurt. My feet swelled. I got out of breath doing basic things like carrying a laundry basket. Still, I really wanted to do it for her, so I went over there almost every day she was gone and worked in small pieces. I vacuumed, dusted, wiped down the kitchen, scrubbed the bathrooms, folded laundry that had been left behind, organized things that had piled up. It took me the whole week, because I had to keep taking breaks and sitting down, breathing through the aches, telling myself I'd do one more room and then rest again. From the first day I was there alone, I felt watched. It wasn't constant, like a hand on your shoulder. It was more like little spikes of awareness. I would be wiping the counter and suddenly feel the need to glance toward the hallway. I'd be sweeping and feel like somebody was standing behind me. I'd tell myself it was because I was alone in someone else's house and my nerves were being dramatic. But then I started seeing him. Not clearly, not in a, "There is a man in the house" way. More like a shadow that didn't belong to anything. Out of the corner of my eye I'd catch the shape of a man walking back and forth between the two back bedrooms. I'd look up fast, expecting to see AJ messing with me or Thera home early, and of course there would be nothing there. The hallway would be empty. The doors would be open the same way they had been. The house would be quiet. It happened enough times that I started dreading that part of the house. I would plan my cleaning so I didn't have to go back there until I had to. I'd gather supplies first. I'd put on music. I'd talk to myself, saying stupid little things like, "Okay, this is just me being tired," as if saying it out loud would make it true. One day I was in the living room, bending down to pick something up, and I saw the shadow again, moving between those bedrooms like it was pacing. I stood up and stared down the hall. Nothing. Then Olive, Thera's female cat, reacted. Olive isn't the kind of cat that freaks out over nothing. She's alert, but she's not jumpy. That day she was sitting near the hallway, and her head snapped toward the back rooms like she heard something. Her ears went forward then flattened. Her tail started swishing hard, slow, and angry. She stared at the hallway like she could see someone standing there. I watched her because, honestly, I trusted her instincts more than mine. If it was just me being paranoid, Olive wouldn't care. Olive didn't move. She didn't blink much. She tracked something, her eyes shifting slightly left and right as if whatever she was watching was moving. I whispered her name, trying to get her to look at me. She didn't. She stayed locked on that empty space between the bedrooms. That was the moment I stopped telling myself it was only my imagination. Even then, I tried to be logical. Houses make noise. Light plays tricks. Cats stare at dust and insects and invisible specks. Maybe I was worn out from the pregnancy, and everything felt bigger than it was. But my body still responded like I was being watched. My skin kept getting cold. I kept feeling like I shouldn't turn my back to that hallway for too long. When my brother came over to help, he ended up rearranging some furniture. It started as a small thing, moving one piece to clean behind it, and then it became, "Wait, this looks better over here," until the living room was arranged differently. The funny part is, Farah had always hated where some of the furniture was before we moved it. She'd complained about it more than once. After we rearranged it, she liked it, and she still has it in the same spots today. But even with my brother there, even with normal conversation and daylight and movement, and all the things that should make a house feel safe, I still had that feeling. And I still kept catching that man-shaped shadow in my peripheral vision, like he was walking his route between those back bedrooms, over and over. I never told Thera about it in a dramatic way. I mentioned it later more like, "Your house creeped me out a little when you were gone." And she kind of laughed. It's easier to laugh. About 8 months after the cruise, Thera had her own experience. She told me she had gone to bed like usual. Nothing special had happened that day. The house was quiet. AJ was asleep. She was tired and ready to pass out. She settled into her spot, adjusted the blanket, and stared up at the ceiling for a minute, letting her mind slow down. Then she looked toward the foot of the bed. A man was standing there. Not a vague shadow. Not a corner of the eye shape. A man. Thera said her brain tried to reject it at first, because it didn't make sense. The room was dim, but not pitch black. There was enough light from outside, or maybe a little glow from electronics, enough to see outlines and color. And she could see him clearly enough to describe him. He was a black man, standing right at the end of the bed, facing her. He looked like he was dressed in modern clothes, nothing old-fashioned, nothing that looked like a costume from another time. He wore a black hooded sweatshirt. He had baggy black jeans. On his head he wore a wave cap. His body looked thin, almost too thin, like he was gaunt. His eyes looked too big, kind of bugged out, like he was exhausted or stressed or sick. She told me, in the way people say something they hate admitting, that he reminded her of a patient she had seen a few nights before at work, someone who looked strung out, like a person who'd been living hard and not sleeping, the kind of patient whose eyes don't look fully present. The comparison bothered her, because she didn't want her mind to go there. She didn't want to think she was somehow bringing work home with her in that way. But she couldn't deny that the face she saw at the foot of her bed hit her with that same feeling. She screamed. It wasn't a small yelp. It was a real scream, the kind that comes from your gut before you can decide to be quiet. Her whole body jolted. Her heart slammed against her ribs. She threw her hands up like she could push him away. And the man didn't run. He didn't lunge at her either. He didn't speak. He didn't even react like a normal person would when someone screams. She said he just sank. Like the floor opened up under him. Like his body dropped straight down without bending, without stepping back, without any normal movement. One moment he was standing there, and the next moment he was lowering into the floor until he was gone. Not fading like smoke. Not turning into mist. Just down. Gone. Thera bolted upright, panting, her eyes wide, staring at the spot where he had been. She expected to see him rushing around the side of the bed or heading for the door. There's only so many ways a real person can escape a bedroom. If someone had broken in, she would have heard footsteps, the door opening, something. But the room was empty. She jumped out of bed fast enough that she almost tripped on the sheets. She turned on lights, checked corners, checked behind furniture, checked the closet like she was back in our childhood house again. Nothing. Then she checked the house. She went into the hallway, turned on lights, looked through the other rooms. She checked windows. She checked locks. Her hands were shaking so badly she had trouble with it. She told me she kept expecting to find proof, an open window, a broken lock, something that would let her tell herself, "Okay, This was a real person, this makes sense. When she reached the back door, she found it hanging wide open. Now, that door was broken at the time. It didn't close right. It could swing open if it wasn't latched just so. It was a known problem, one of those annoying house issues that you mean to fix but don't always get to right away. Still, seeing it open in the middle of the night after what she had just seen made her stomach twist. It made her feel like the house had been breached, like something had come in. She shut it, pushed it, tested it, and then stood there trying to think through what had happened. Her mind started doing what minds do after a shock, searching for a way out, a way to make the story less impossible. When Thera and I talked about it, she started second-guessing herself out loud. At first she was so sure she had woken up because he was there. She said it felt like her eyes opened and immediately locked onto him, like her body sensed the presence and snapped awake. Then doubt crept in. She wondered if she had woken up because she screamed. Like maybe she'd been dreaming and the scream pulled her out of it, and the image of the man was part of that dream. But the way she described it didn't sound like a normal dream. It sounded like she had been awake enough to see the room, the bed, the way the shadows fell, the exact clothes the man wore. And the open back door added another layer to it that was hard to ignore, even if it had an ordinary explanation. We talked through every possibility, trying to make it fit into something we understood. If it was a ghost, who was it? What did he want? Was he tied to the house somehow, like a previous tenant or someone who died there? Was he someone who had lived in the neighborhood and wandered through even after death? Was he simply passing through, like some kind of leftover energy? We also talked about the back door. Was he warning her that it had swung open again, the way it sometimes did? Was it some strange alert, like, "Hey, your house isn't closed up"? That idea almost felt comforting, because at least it suggested a purpose that wasn't purely threatening. Then there was the thought she didn't like at all. What if he was connected to her work? Thera didn't want to go down that road. She didn't want to consider that a patient, someone who had come through her job scared and confused and high and hurting, could have followed her home in any way, even spiritually. She didn't want to put that on herself. She didn't want to feel responsible for bringing something into her life that could scare her in her own bedroom. But I couldn't stop thinking about what she said he looked like, gaunt, bug-eyed, like someone lost and searching for something they couldn't quite name. And I kept thinking about the way I had felt watched in that house months earlier, and the shadow I kept seeing pacing between the back bedrooms, and the way Olive watched that empty hallway like it wasn't empty at all. When you try to make sense of something like that, your thoughts get strange. You start asking questions you wouldn't ask in the daytime. You start building theories just to have something to hold on to. I remember telling Thera, half serious and half trying to keep my voice steady, that if someone was confused in life, if someone was addicted and lost and always searching, maybe their spirit would be confused too. Maybe they wouldn't even know where they were. Maybe they'd drift through places looking for home, looking for something familiar, not fully understanding they were gone. Maybe that man at the foot of her bed wasn't there to hurt her. Maybe he was just passing through. Maybe he was stuck in some loop of walking, searching, pacing, like the shadow I saw moving back and forth between those rooms. None of those ideas made it less scary for her, not really. Because no matter what story you tell yourself, the simple facts stayed the same. She saw a man standing at the foot of her bed who shouldn't have been there. He sank into the floor like gravity worked differently for him, and right after that she found the back door standing open in the night. And even after we talked and talked, even after the logic and the doubts and the explanations, there was still that leftover feeling, like the house had eyes, like something noticed you when you walked through it, like you weren't always alone even when you were. From the day I was born until I was about 9 years old, I lived in a small house in Denver, Colorado. My parents moved into it a little before I was born, so for me it was never a house we moved into. It was just home. It was the place where I learned to walk, where I had birthdays, where I got in trouble for tracking dirt inside, where my mom's voice carried through the hallway when she called our names, and where the seasons felt like they mattered because the winter cold would press against the windows and the summer heat would turn the backyard into our own little world. The house wasn't huge. It wasn't fancy. It was the kind of place you could easily drive past and never notice. But I can still picture it clearly even now, years later, the shape of the roof, the front steps, the way the front door looked in different light, the creak of certain floorboards, and the smell that older homes have when you come in from outside. Some homes smell like paint or carpet cleaner. Ours smelled like old wood, laundry soap, and whatever my mom was cooking, mixed with something I can only describe as a house smell, like the place had its own scent. We never fully understood what happened there, but even as a kid I knew something about it was different. It wasn't constant fear. It wasn't like living in a nightmare. Most days felt normal. We laughed, we fought like siblings do, we watched TV, we had friends over. But there were moments, quiet, strange moments, that didn't fit into normal life. Little things that made you stop and look twice. Sounds and shadows and feelings that didn't match what was supposed to be happening. Years later, after we had moved away, my older sister told me something she had heard when we were still living there. She said a neighbor once told her that a little girl had died in that house before we moved in. I don't know how true that is. Neighbors tell stories, and some stories grow as they get passed around. But when my sister said it, it hit me like a puzzle piece dropping into place, because it matched so many things my family had experienced. I don't remember the first time anyone in my family realized the house might be haunted. I was too young. But I do remember that by the time I was old enough to understand what a ghost was, we already had a few stories, the kind of stories my mom would mention in a casual way while folding laundry, like she didn't want to scare us but also didn't want to pretend nothing happened. One of the earliest experiences happened to my mother, and she told it the way people tell something they still can't explain even after years. It was late at night. My mom was up waiting for my dad to get home from work. Back then, my dad sometimes worked late, and my mom would stay up even when she was tired because she liked knowing he got home safe. The house would be quiet at that hour. The kids would be asleep. The lights would mostly be off except for a lamp and the glow from the television. That night, my mom was sitting in the living room, half watching TV and half listening for the sound of my dad's car. At some point she noticed something in the reflection of the television screen. Anyone who has ever watched TV in a dark room knows how the screen can act like a mirror when the picture goes darker. My mom's eyes caught movement behind her, not directly, but in the reflected shine. In the TV's reflection, she saw a little girl standing in the hallway. My mom said it wasn't a vague shadow. It wasn't a quick flash. She could see enough to tell the girl's size, the shape of her hair, and the way she stood still like she was simply there, watching. The strange part was that the girl didn't match either of us kids. My older sister was too old to be that small, and I was too little to be that tall. The girl looked like she belonged between us in age, like a child who should have been living in the house but wasn't. And my mom knew immediately it couldn't be one of us because we were asleep, and because this girl looked wrong in that particular way a ghost looks wrong, present, but not fully part of the room. My mom said she turned her head quickly toward the hallway, expecting to see something. Maybe my sister had gotten up, maybe I had wandered out of bed, maybe the house had just played a trick with light. But when she looked, the hallway was empty. The girl was gone. My mom sat there for a moment trying to catch her breath. She didn't scream. She didn't run. She didn't even wake us up right away. She said her first feeling wasn't terror. It was surprise mixed with a strange calm. Like something inside her understood that what she saw wasn't there to hurt her. Later, when she thought about it, she realized she had likely seen a ghost. What makes that story stand out is that my mom never described the little girl as evil. She never described feeling threatened. She just described it as a presence. A child presence. Like the girl was watching, curious, quiet. Not long after that, someone else in my family saw the same little girl. One of my uncles, on my mother's side, was visiting one day. I don't remember if it was a holiday or just a weekend. Family came through our house often back then. People would stop by, sit in the living room, drink coffee, talk, and make the house feel busy. At some point, My uncle mentioned something that made my mom's face change. He said he had seen a little girl in the living room. He described her kneeling by our couch, as if she were praying. Again, that detail matters. Not running. Not laughing. Not screaming. Kneeling quietly, hands together, head bowed. My uncle wasn't the type to invent stories for attention, and he didn't seem scared. He seemed more confused than anything. He asked my mom if she had a friend's child over, or if one of the neighborhood kids had come inside without anyone noticing. My mom told him no. The only kids were her own, and we were either in bed or in another room. She asked him what the girl looked like, and his description matched what she had seen in the TV reflection: the age range, the height, the sense that she didn't belong to our family. After that, my mom believed her own experience even more, because someone else had seen the same thing in the same house. The strange thing is that even with these sightings, our home didn't feel like a scary place most of the time. I know that sounds strange, because people think haunted automatically means dangerous. But to us it didn't. We always felt comfortable there. It was our home. It was where we felt safe. The little girl, if she really was a spirit, never tried to frighten us. The worst feelings in that house didn't come from the little girl. There was one guest, though, who had an experience that did feel terrifying. And that is the part that confused my parents the most. My father had a nephew who came to town to visit, and he stayed at our house. I remember that my mom didn't like him. She didn't say it in a cruel way, but she had that instinct some adults have where they meet someone and feel uneasy without knowing exactly why. She told my dad she felt weird about him. She said there was something off about him, like he wasn't a very good person. My dad brushed it off, because family is family, and because people don't like to think bad things about their relatives. So the nephew stayed. At first, nothing happened. He ate dinner with us, talked, acted normal. But then one morning, after he had slept in our house, he complained about something that made my mom and dad stare at each other. He said a man dressed in black came to him one night while he was sleeping and tried to strangle him. He described waking up and feeling pressure on his throat, like hands squeezing. He said he couldn't move right away. He said he saw the man clearly, a dark figure, dressed in black, close enough that it felt like a real person in the room. He said it was terrifying, and that he had never felt fear like that. My mom and dad were shocked. My dad, especially, didn't know what to do with that. He knew the house had strange activity. He had heard my mom's stories, and he had seen little things himself, small moments that didn't add up. But everything we understood about the house pointed to a harmless presence, maybe a child's spirit. The idea that something violent could appear, something that would try to choke someone, didn't fit the pattern. My mom was confused too, but she also had that "I told you so" feeling in her chest, because she had never trusted the nephew. Part of her wondered if he was exaggerating. Part of her wondered if the house responded differently to him because he carried something negative inside him. And part of her wondered if there was something else in the house that we didn't know about, something darker that usually stayed hidden. My parents didn't have answers. They didn't want to scare us kids, so they didn't talk about it in front of us much. But I remember the tension after that. I remember noticing my mom keeping the lights on a little longer at night. I remember her checking the locks more carefully. I remember her watching the nephew in a way that wasn't friendly, like she was measuring him. The nephew left after his visit, and the house went back to what it was before, odd, but not terrifying. For years, that was the part we couldn't explain. If the house was haunted by a little girl, why would a man dressed in black appear to attack him? Was it a different spirit? Was it something attached to him? Was it a warning? Or was it something about his mind and sleep? We didn't know then, and we still don't know now. The most significant experience in that house, the one that happened to me personally and made me believe something protective was there, happened when I was about 8 or 9 years old. We had a large backyard. In my memory, it feels enormous, the way childhood spaces often do. It stretched farther than most city yards, with grass and a big tree at the very end. That tree was one of the main landmarks of my childhood. It was where we played. It was where we imagined worlds. It was where we ran when we felt restless, because the backyard felt like freedom. At some point, my father decided to make a place for us kids to play in a more physical way. He placed a large, heavy metal bar between branches of that tree at the far end of the yard. It wasn't a small bar. It was solid, the kind of thing you would not want falling on you. From that bar, he tied a rope so that my brother and I could hang from it. We used it like a simple rope swing, but more like a hanging rope you could grip and swing on. Kids love anything that lets them pull their own weight and feel strong. I remember using that rope often, feeling my hands burn slightly from the friction, feeling my arms get tired and then doing it anyway. It was the kind of play that made you feel proud because it wasn't a toy you sat in. It was something you had to hold on to. You felt like you were accomplishing something. On the day this happened, I was alone in the backyard. That detail is important because there was no one else out there to cause what happened. My older sister was inside watching TV in the living room, which was at the front of the house. From where she was, she couldn't see me in the backyard and she couldn't hear me unless I screamed. My parents were not out there with me. It was just me, the rope, and the tree. The air felt normal. I wasn't scared. I was just playing. I remember gripping the rope and swinging a little, feeling it pull against my weight. Then, at some point, I looked up. And I saw that the heavy metal bar was no longer sitting on the branches the way it was supposed to. It was coming down. It was falling directly over my head. For a split second, my mind didn't understand what it was seeing. It was like my brain froze. Because the bar was heavy, and because it was positioned high above me, and because if it fell normally, it should have dropped fast. It should have been a sudden, deadly fall, metal crashing down in a straight line. But that's not what happened. The bar was falling in slow motion, as if someone was lowering it gently. That is the part that has never left my mind, even all these years later. It didn't feel like physics. It didn't feel like gravity. It felt like the bar was being controlled, like invisible hands were guiding it downward, slowing it, preventing it from smashing into me at full force. I stared at it for about a second, maybe less. It's hard to judge time in moments like that. Everything stretches. Your heart beats too loud. Your breath stops. And you become aware of every detail, the shape of the bar, the way the rope hung, the leaves moving slightly in the breeze, the bright sky behind it. Then survival instinct kicked in, and I moved. I stepped quickly out of the way. Not a slow shuffle. A sharp movement to the side, the way you move when your body knows something is about to crush you. The moment I moved, the bar hit the ground with a loud thud. And the sound of that impact made it real in a different way. It wasn't just a bar fell. It was a heavy object slamming into earth with enough force to make the ground feel like it jumped. The noise echoed through the backyard. Birds shifted in the tree. The rope bounced. I stood there shaking, staring at the bar on the ground, trying to process what almost happened. I am certain that if that heavy bar had hit me, I would have been badly injured, maybe killed. At that age, with that weight falling from that height, it could have crushed my skull or broken my neck. Even if it didn't kill me, it could have changed my life forever. But it didn't hit me. And what I couldn't stop thinking about was the slow motion. If the bar had fallen normally, I might not have had time to move. Kids don't always react fast enough. Kids freeze. Kids look up and hesitate. But the way it came down gave me time. It gave me just enough time to step aside. It felt like something, or someone, was protecting me. I ran inside, heart racing, and told my mother what happened. I don't remember exactly how I said it, but I know I was emotional. I probably sounded scared and confused. I remember my mom's face changing when she realized how serious it was. She came outside and saw the bar on the ground. She saw where it had been. She saw that it had fallen. She didn't laugh it off. We talked about it, and my mom said something that made me feel a strange comfort. She said she believed the little girl, the spirit we had seen, might have protected me. She didn't say it like a fantasy story. She said it like a possibility. Like, maybe she was there, and maybe she didn't want you hurt. That idea settled in my chest like a warm stone. Because even though the house had strange events, the little girl had never felt evil. She felt like a quiet presence. And it made sense, in a childlike way, to believe that another child's spirit might want to help, might want to stop a tragedy. For a while after that, I wasn't afraid of the house at all. If anything, I felt safer. I felt like we weren't alone, but not in a bad way. In a guarded way, like an unseen person was watching over us. But then the memory of my father's nephew always returned. The story about the man dressed in black who tried to strangle him didn't fit with the protective little girl. It was like having two different stories layered in the same place, one gentle, one violent. As I got older, I started trying to make sense of that contradiction. My family talked about it sometimes, usually when something reminded us of the old house, or when someone brought up ghosts as a joke and we went quiet because for us it wasn't a joke. We had theories, but no certainty. Maybe the spirit that attacked my father's nephew was trying to scare him away because he wasn't a good person. Maybe the house sensed something dark in him and responded with something darker. Maybe the little girl didn't like him. Maybe she couldn't protect him because she didn't want to. Or maybe she did protect us, and something else existed in the house too, something that usually stayed away from us because the little girl's presence held it back. But then, when someone like the nephew came in, maybe that darker thing had room to act. Or maybe the dark figure was attached to the nephew himself. Maybe he brought something with him. People carry energy, and some people carry darkness. Maybe whatever attacked him had nothing to do with our house at all and simply used our house as a stage. We never found proof. We never found records. We never dug up history the way people do in movies. We just lived our lives, and then eventually we moved away, and that chapter became a memory. I'm 19 now, and I don't live in that house anymore. I haven't for a long time. I have lived in other places. I have grown up. I have changed. But for some reason, that house has never left me completely. Ever since we moved away, I keep dreaming about it. Not once in a while, but repeatedly, like my mind keeps returning to it the way you return to a place you can't fully understand. In the dreams, the house is still haunted by a little girl. Sometimes I see her clearly, and sometimes I only feel her presence. But in the dreams, instead of feeling comfort like I did as a child, I feel fear. The fear is the strangest part. Because when I was a kid, I never truly felt afraid in that house. I felt curious. I felt normal. I felt like the little girl wasn't there to harm us. Yet in my dreams now, the house feels heavy, and the haunting feels sharper, like the air itself is tense. The dreams feel realistic in a way that makes me wake up unsettled. It's not the kind of dream where you can shake it off and laugh. It's the kind of dream where you wake up and your heart is still racing, and for a second you forget where you are. The images stick with you all day. Sometimes I'll be sitting in class or at work and suddenly I'll picture that hallway or that backyard tree, and my skin will prickle. A few months ago, I found out the house was for sale. I don't even remember how I found out. Maybe it was online. Maybe someone mentioned it. But the moment I learned it, I felt pulled toward it. Part of me wanted to see it again, to prove to myself it was just a house. Part of me wanted to face it, like maybe that would make the dreams stop. And part of me, if I'm honest, wanted to know if anything was still there. So I decided to go check it out. I drove to the old neighborhood, and that alone felt strange. Streets look smaller when you're older. Places that felt far apart when you were a child suddenly feel close. Trees you remember as huge look normal-sized. The entire world shifts when you return to it as an adult. When I pulled up near the house, I sat in my car for a moment, just looking at it. From the outside, it looked like the same house, but also not. The paint was different. Some things had been updated. The yard looked slightly changed, maybe new landscaping, maybe different fencing. But the shape of it was still the same, like a face you recognize even after time has aged it. Walking up to it, I felt a weird mix of nostalgia and unease. Nostalgia because I remembered being small there. Unease because of everything we had experienced, and because of how my dreams had changed the feeling of the place in my mind. I went through the house like someone touring a property, trying to act normal, trying not to seem like I had a personal history there. A lot of things had changed inside. New paint, different fixtures, maybe different flooring. Some rooms felt unfamiliar, as if the house had been partially remade. But some things were still the same. Certain corners, certain angles, the way the hallway turned, the way light fell in the afternoon. A few details triggered memories so suddenly that it felt like I was 8 years old again for a second, running barefoot in socks on the hallway floor, hearing my mom call me, smelling dinner. As a child, I never felt afraid in that house. That's what I kept telling myself while I walked through it. I was safe here. But as I stood there now, older and alone, something changed. When I stepped into what had been my old bedroom, I felt it immediately. The room looked different. New paint, maybe different trim, maybe a different closet door. It didn't have my childhood furniture or toys, of course. It was just a room. But the air felt wrong. It felt like I was being stared at from all directions. It wasn't a normal feeling of being watched, like someone standing behind you. It was broader, like eyes were everywhere, corners, ceiling, doorway, the space by the window. I felt like I was standing in the center of attention I couldn't see. My skin prickled. My throat tightened. My heart beat faster. It was an intense fear that surprised me because it came so suddenly. I stood very still, almost holding my breath, as if movement would make it worse. I wanted to back out of the room without turning my back, the way people do when they feel danger. I told myself, "This is just your memory. This is just your mind." But the fear didn't listen to logic. It stayed. That moment made me understand something. The way a place feels to you can change over time, especially if you carry unresolved questions. As a child, I may have sensed the little girl as protective. As an adult, standing in the same space, my mind wasn't innocent anymore. I knew more about the world. I knew what people mean when they talk about dark entities and attachments. I remembered the nephew's choking story. I remembered the shadows my mom and uncle saw. I remembered the bar falling over my head. All those memories collided at once, and the room felt like it held them. I left that room quickly, trying not to make it obvious, but I was shaken. Even after stepping into another part of the house, the feeling lingered in my body, like my nerves were still lit up. After the tour, I spoke to some old neighbors. Not everyone from back then still lived there, but a couple people recognized me or recognized my family name. We talked politely, the way neighbors do, and then I gently brought up the house, asking if they knew anything about it now. That's when I heard something that made my chest go cold. They said that ever since my family moved out, no one has lasted very long in that house. They didn't say it like a joke. They said it like a pattern. Like a fact the neighborhood had noticed. People moved in, then moved out. Sometimes quickly. Sometimes after a short time. It wasn't like the house was falling apart, and it wasn't in a terrible neighborhood. Yet people didn't stay. Hearing that made my dreams feel less like random imagination. It made them feel like echoes of something real. It didn't prove anything, but it matched the idea that the house had always carried something unusual. I drove away afterward with my mind spinning. Part of me felt sad, because it was my childhood home, and I wanted it to be a normal place where a normal family could live happily. Part of me felt uneasy, because the fear I felt in my old bedroom stayed with me long after I left. And part of me felt stuck on the same question my family never answered. Was it only the little girl? Or was there something else? I still think about my mother seeing the little girl in the television reflection, how calm she was afterward, how she didn't feel threatened. I think about my uncle seeing the girl by the couch, kneeling as if she were praying. I think about the bar falling in slow motion, like something made time stretch long enough to save me. Those memories feel gentle, protective even. But then I think about my father's nephew, and the man dressed in black trying to strangle him. That memory feels like it belongs to a different story, a darker story. and yet it happened under the same roof. I don't have an answer that ties it all neatly together. All I have is what my family experienced, the pattern of the little girl appearing and never frightening anyone, the one terrifying event with the nephew, the moment that could have killed me but didn't, and the fact that even now, as an adult, that house still reaches into my mind through dreams that feel too real. Sometimes I wonder if the little girl is still there, still wandering the hallway, still kneeling near couches, still quietly watching families come and go. Sometimes I wonder if the house holds more than one presence, one gentle, one dark, and we were simply lucky as children. Sometimes I wonder if the fear I felt in my old bedroom was not the little girl at all, but something else recognizing me after years away. And sometimes I wonder if my dreams are my mind's way of asking me to finish a story that never had an ending, because when you grow up in a place that feels haunted, you don't really leave it behind. You just learn to live with the question. It was the middle of August, the kind of August day where the heat doesn't feel like normal heat. It felt thick and heavy, like the air had weight. Even the wind was hot. When it blew across the yard and over the street, it didn't cool anything down. It just pushed humid air around, as if someone had opened an oven door and the whole neighborhood was standing too close. By late afternoon, that heat had started to feel angry. The sky had that strange look it gets right before a storm, when the light changes and everything turns a little duller, like somebody turned down the brightness on the world. Off to the north, black clouds had started to gather and roll, one on top of another, forming a dark wall that looked almost solid. Every so often, the wind would kick up again and rattle the leaves and toss dust across the road, like the storm was warming up and clearing its throat. It was about 6:30 p.m., and I was waiting for my date. His name was Mark. We had only been dating a few weeks, not long enough that I felt truly settled, but long enough that I was starting to understand his personality. Mark could be charming when he wanted to be. He could also be stubborn in a way that made me tired. One of his favorite things in the world was his motorcycle, and one of my least favorite things in the world was motorcycles. It wasn't a cute disagreement either, like, I like vanilla and you like chocolate. I genuinely hated motorcycles. I hated how exposed they made you. I hated how people drove around them. I hated how even a small mistake could turn into a disaster. I hated the way they sounded when someone revved the engine like they were trying to prove something. Mark knew all of that. I had told him more than once, very clearly, that I was not going to ride on a motorcycle. Not with him, not with anyone, not even once. Just for fun. I didn't care how safe he thought he was. I didn't care how careful he promised to be. It was a firm no, and I thought we understood each other on that point. Still, he insisted on keeping things mysterious, like he enjoyed the power of being the one with the plan. Earlier that day, he had told me he was taking me somewhere as a surprise. He wouldn't tell me where. He wouldn't even give me a hint. He just said, "Be ready by 6. And then he smiled like he was proud of himself. At first I had been excited. I'm not the kind of person who needs to control every detail, and I actually like surprises when they're done with kindness. So I did my part. I got ready. I put on a simple outfit that could work for dinner or for something casual. I fixed my hair. I put on a little makeup, nothing dramatic. I even changed my shoes twice because I couldn't decide whether the surprise might involve walking somewhere or sitting somewhere nice. And then I waited. 6 came and went. Then 6:15. Then 6:30. And Mark still wasn't there. At first I told myself he was stuck in traffic. Or maybe he was picking something up for the surprise. Maybe he was stopping to get flowers. Maybe he was dealing with something at work. But once he hit the 30-minute late mark without calling, my excitement started to drain away, and that familiar irritation started creeping in. I wasn't furious yet, but I was at that point where you begin to wonder whether you're being taken seriously. I kept looking out the front window, then checking the clock, then looking again. Every time a car drove down the street, my heart jumped a little, and then settled again when it wasn't him. Outside, the air grew darker by the minute. The clouds to the north had multiplied, and they looked closer now, like the storm was rolling in faster than I expected. The wind picked up again, and I could smell something that always comes before a storm: wet earth, metal, and electricity, like the sky was charging itself. The smell didn't make me feel calm. It made me feel like we were running out of time. Finally, I walked out onto the open front porch because I couldn't stand pacing inside anymore. The porch boards were warm under my feet. The screen door creaked when it closed behind me, and for a second I just stood there, taking a deep breath and looking down the street. The wind hit my face, hot and damp. I could almost taste the rain coming, even though it hadn't fallen yet. The clouds were darker now, and in the distance there was a low rumble that might have been thunder or might have been a truck on the highway, but my body took it as thunder. I tried to think practically. If Mark showed up, maybe we would just stay at my house until the storm passed. We could watch a movie, order food, make this surprise a different night. It wasn't worth driving around in what looked like it was about to become a serious thunderstorm. Then another thought hit me, and it made my stomach tighten. What if Mark was riding his motorcycle? I hadn't wanted to think that, because he knew how I felt. But he also loved that bike, and he loved any excuse to ride it. And if he was running late, he might have decided that speeding on the motorcycle would get him to me faster. That idea made me angry and worried at the same time. Motorcycles and thunderstorms do not mix. Wet roads are dangerous even in a truck. On a bike, the risk multiplies. One slick patch, one curve taken wrong, one car not paying attention, and it can be over. I found myself whispering, almost without meaning to, "Please be in your truck." It wasn't a prayer exactly, but it felt like a plea. A few minutes later I heard it. That unmistakable roar, getting louder, coming around the corner at the end of the street. My heart sank before I even saw him. And then there he was, Mark on his motorcycle, rolling into view like he was proud of the entrance. He had his helmet on, his posture relaxed, like the weather wasn't about to explode. As he came closer, the first big raindrops started falling. Not a gentle drizzle. Big, fat drops that splattered on the porch railing and darkened the concrete in spots. The sky looked like it had dropped another shade darker, and the wind shifted again, sharper now. Mark pulled up, killed the engine, and swung off the bike. He looked at me like I was the problem, like my standing there on my own porch was an obstacle to his plan. He made a quick motion with his hand, the kind of, "Come on, hurry up," gesture you make when you're late, and you want everyone else to move faster so you don't feel guilty. I stared at him, not even trying to hide my frustration. He said something like, "We've gotta go." "Come on," I told him clearly. "I'm not going. It's raining. I'm not getting on the bike, and I wouldn't even if it wasn't raining." I expected him to argue a little and then give up. I expected him to say, Okay, we'll take my truck," or, "Fine, we'll stay here." I expected him to act like an adult. Instead, he got angry. Not just annoyed. Angry in that sudden, sharp way that made my skin prickle. His eyes tightened. His jaw set. He started talking louder, as if volume could change my mind. He accused me of being difficult. He said I was ruining the surprise. He acted like my refusing to ride a motorcycle in a storm was unreasonable. I told him again. "No. I'm not doing it." I even offered. "Just come inside. We can wait out the storm. Then you can tell me where you wanted to take me, and we'll go another time." He refused. He wouldn't even step onto the porch fully. He stood there with the rain beginning to pepper his jacket and helmet, acting like he was too proud to accept any plan that wasn't his. The rain picked up fast, like the sky decided it was done warning us. It began to fall harder, turning from big drops to a steady downpour. I could hear it hitting the roof, loud and constant. Mark looked at me one more time, furious, and then he swung back onto the motorcycle like he was making a point. He started the engine, the roar cutting through the sound of rain, and he took off down the street straight into the storm. I stood there on the porch, watching his taillight disappear through sheets of rain, feeling a mix of anger, disbelief, and worry. Part of me wanted to slam the door, and go inside and never speak to him again. Another part of me wanted to run after him and stop him, because I could already picture him sliding on a wet road, and the fear of that image made my throat tighten. The storm got heavier. The wind whipped rain sideways. Water ran down the street in little rivers, gathering along the curb. Lightning flickered somewhere far away, lighting the clouds from within like a camera flash. I stayed on the porch because I needed air. I needed a minute to calm down. I also didn't want to go inside and have to explain to my mom why the date was suddenly over before it even began. My mom was inside the house, moving around, doing whatever she was doing that evening. She knew I had plans, and she had probably been listening to the argument through the door, even if she didn't say anything. I leaned against the porch railing and stared into the rain. That's when the first truly strange thing happened. I looked up, and through the heavy rain, all I could see were flashing red and blue lights. The kind of lights you see from an emergency vehicle, police, ambulance, fire truck. The lights reflected off the wet street and jumped across the rain like broken neon. My first thought was, "There's an accident right in front of my house." It felt immediate, close. The lights looked like they were only a little distance away, as if the emergency vehicle was right at the corner or even in the street in front of me. I stared hard, trying to see the shape of a car or a truck, trying to see people moving. But the rain was thick, and the lights were bright and flashing, and it made it hard to see anything else. Then I heard screams. Screams of agony. Not a scream like someone playing around. Not a scream like someone startled. A scream like pain. Like horror. Like someone's body was broken and they were crying out. The sound hit me so hard that I grabbed the porch railing tighter. It sounded like it was coming from only a few feet in front of me, close enough that if I stepped off the porch, I should have been able to see the injured person immediately. But there was no one there. No car. No ambulance. No police officer. No bodies. No crowd. Just rain. The screams continued for a few seconds, and then faded like someone turned down a radio. The lights kept flashing though, as if the emergency scene was still there. My mind started racing. I thought maybe the accident was just out of my line of sight, just beyond the porch view. I leaned forward, looking left and right. Nothing. Then I turned around to grab my iced tea, the cup I had brought out with me. I don't even know why I turned to grab it. It was like my brain needed a normal action to anchor to, like holding a cup could remind me I wasn't dreaming. My fingers touched the cold plastic, condensation slick on the side. I turned back toward the street. The flashing lights were gone. The screams were gone. The rain kept falling like nothing happened. There was no evidence of an accident anywhere. No cars pulled over. No people running. No sirens. Nothing. I stood there, drenched by the mist blowing in, staring at the empty street. My heart hammered like I had been running. I shook my head hard, as if that could shake the vision out of my mind. "It's the heat," I told myself. "The heat and the storm and stress. You're seeing things." I tried to laugh, but it came out as a shaky breath. I was about to go inside when I heard something else. The unmistakable roar of Mark's motorcycle starting. It sounded close, like it was right in the driveway, or right in the street in front of my house. Then I heard screeching tires, the kind of sound you hear when rubber loses grip on wet pavement. I whirled around so fast I almost slipped. Nothing was there. No bike. No lights. No Mark. Only the rain, the porch light, and the dark street. That sound, too, vanished as quickly as it came. At that point I felt genuinely confused. Not just spooked. Confused in a way that made me question my senses. I stood still and listened. The storm noise was constant, but underneath it, everything else was normal. No engines. No sirens. No screams. I told myself I needed to calm down. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe I was dehydrated. Maybe the argument and the weather had thrown me off. I decided I would sit on the porch a little longer, let the rain cool the air, let my heartbeat slow down. It felt safer to stay where I was than to go inside and sit alone with my thoughts. So I sat. The rain kept falling, and the wind kept pushing it sideways. My iced tea sat in my hand, and I realized I wasn't even drinking it. I just held it like a prop. I tried to focus on practical things. The way water ran off the roof edge. The way the streetlights made the rain look like silver threads. The smell of wet asphalt. The distant rumble of thunder. Time passed in a slow way, the way it does when you're waiting for your nerves to settle. About 20 minutes later, I heard my mom calling me from the screen door. Her voice sounded normal, like nothing strange had happened. She opened the door just enough to lean out and said I had a phone call. I asked, "Who is it?" My mom knew most of my friends by voice, and usually she'd say, "It's so-and-so," or, "It's your friend from work." But this time she looked slightly puzzled and said, "I don't recognize the voice." That was enough to make me uneasy. My first thought was Mark, calling to apologize or to yell more. But if it was Mark, my mom would probably recognize his voice, since he'd called before. I went inside, wiping rain off my arms and stepping onto the mat. The house felt warm compared to the porch, and the smell of our home wrapped around me, cleaning products, dinner leftovers, normal life. I picked up the phone. Before I could even say hello properly, the person on the line asked for me by name, and then asked how I was related to Mark. The question threw me off. "Related?" I said. "I'm not related to him." The voice on the other end sounded official, careful. Not a friend. Not a family member. I could hear that controlled tone people use when they have to deliver news. I told them, "We've been dating for a few weeks." There was a pause, then the person said something that made my stomach drop so hard it felt like I might be sick. They told me Mark had my name and phone number in his back pocket, so I was the first person they called. Then they told me Mark had been in a motorcycle accident. As soon as I heard those words, my whole body went cold. It was like my skin forgot the warmth of the house and turned to ice. My hands tightened around the phone, and for a second I couldn't speak. The person explained that the roads were wet and slick. Mark had skidded out of control and had come to rest on sand barrels used as street barriers. The way they described it sounded serious. Not just a scrape. Not a, "He fell and is embarrassed." It sounded like a real crash. As the person spoke, describing the accident, I felt my breathing get shallow. My mind kept flashing images I didn't want: Mark sliding, the bike flipping, his body hitting something hard. And then, as I stood there holding the phone, I looked up. Through the window, I saw flashing red and blue lights again. The lights were there like they had been on the porch. Bright, pulsing, reflecting off rain. And along with the lights, I heard the screeching sound again, that sharp cry of tires losing control. For a second I felt like I was outside again, like my body was back on the porch hearing screams. But inside the house, everything was quiet except for the phone voice and the steady rain outside. The lights were visible, and the sound was there, and yet it didn't match the reality in front of me. I closed my eyes tightly and whispered a silent prayer. It wasn't fancy. It wasn't a long speech. It was just a desperate thought aimed upward. Please let him live. Please let him be okay. Please don't let this be worse than I can handle. When I opened my eyes, the lights were gone again. The screeching was gone. Only rain. The person on the phone told me I needed to contact Mark's parents and come to the hospital. They wouldn't release his condition to me over the phone. That was another moment that made my heart pound, because when someone won't tell you the condition, you start imagining the worst. I asked if he was alive, and the person spoke in a way that made it clear they weren't going to give details beyond what they had already said. I hung up the phone and stood there for a second with my hand still on it, like if I didn't move, time wouldn't continue. My mom was watching my face. She knew immediately something was wrong. I told her Mark had been in an accident on his motorcycle and that I needed to go to the hospital. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, thin and tight. My mom didn't hesitate. She grabbed her purse and keys. I think she understood that in moments like that, You don't ask a lot of questions. You just move. She told me to get in the car. Before we left, I had to call Mark's parents. I didn't know them well. I had met them once briefly, the kind of meeting where you smile and shake hands and try to look polite. I didn't know how they would react to hearing the news from me, especially since we had only been dating a short time. But the person on the phone had told me to contact them, and I also knew that if I were in their position, I would want to know immediately. My mom drove, and on the way we stopped at Mark's parents' home. The rain was still falling hard, and the windshield wipers moved fast, squeaking slightly with each swipe. The roads were shiny and dark. It was the kind of weather that makes every streetlight glow. When we pulled up, Mark's parents came to the door quickly. I could tell they were already tense, maybe because of the way we pulled in, maybe because something in them sensed bad news. I told them about the call. I told them Mark had been in an accident. I told them I didn't know his condition, only that he had been taken to the hospital. His mother's face went pale. His father's shoulders stiffened. They moved fast, grabbing keys, grabbing coats, saying short, urgent words to each other. There wasn't any dramatic crying in that moment. It was more like shock and action. Like their bodies went into emergency mode. We all went to the hospital together. The drive felt like it took forever, even though it probably didn't. Every red light felt like an insult. Every slow car in front of us felt like an obstacle. The rain kept coming, and the wipers kept fighting it. I sat in the car with my hands clenched in my lap, staring at the blurred lights outside, trying not to spiral into panic. Inside my head, the porch scene replayed again and again, the flashing red and blue, the screams, the roar of the motorcycle, the screeching tires. I kept asking myself, did I really see that before I got the call? Was it some kind of warning? A vision? A coincidence so strange it only looked like something supernatural? I didn't have time to process any of it fully because now it wasn't about understanding a mystery. It was about whether Mark was alive, whether his body was broken, whether his life had changed in one moment. When we arrived at the hospital, everything smelled like hospitals always do, cleaning chemicals, antiseptic, and that cold air-conditioned smell that makes you feel like your skin is too warm for the building. The lights inside were harsh and bright. The floors gleamed. People moved quickly, and the sound of voices echoed in a way that made every conversation feel louder than it should be. We checked in at the desk, and the staff looked up Mark's name. They asked questions, confirmed information, and then told us where to go. Walking down the hallway toward the room, I felt like my legs weren't fully mine. It was like my body moved on autopilot. Mark's parents walked ahead, their faces tight with worry. My mom stayed close to me, ready to catch me if I fell apart. When we finally saw Mark, I felt a weird wave of relief mixed with anger. Relief, because he was alive. Because his eyes were open. Because he was talking, even if he was arguing. He wasn't silent, pale, and still. He wasn't behind a curtain with doctors rushing around. He was there, in a hospital bed, looking like himself in a way that mattered. But anger too, because the whole thing felt avoidable. The storm. The wet roads. The decision to ride anyway. The refusal to wait it out at my house. Mark's left leg was in a cast that went all the way up to his hip. It looked huge and heavy, like a prison made of white plaster. His arms and face had scrapes and cuts that had been cleaned, leaving raw red marks and bandages. His hair was messy. His skin looked paler than usual. And he had a cervical collar on, the kind that holds your neck steady so you don't make an injury worse. Mark was arguing with the nurses that he didn't need the collar. He kept insisting he was fine. He kept trying to shift his shoulders and move his head, and the staff kept telling him to stop. His father spoke to him firmly. His mother looked like she wanted to cry and also wanted to yell. My mom stood back, letting them have their moment, but she kept a hand near my arm, like she knew I might shake. Mark looked at me, and for a second I couldn't read his expression. There was pain there, and there was embarrassment, and there was anger. And then it became clear. He was angry at me. Not because I caused the accident in any logical way. but because he needed someone to blame besides himself. He made comments about how this wouldn't have happened if things had gone differently. He said it in a way that hinted he thought I was bad luck, like I had jinxed him. At first I thought he was joking, because people say dumb things when they're in pain or shock. But he didn't laugh. His eyes were serious. I didn't respond right away. I just stood there, looking at his cast, looking at his scraped face, thinking about those flashing lights I had seen earlier. I didn't have energy for a fight in that moment. I was too drained by adrenaline and fear. Mark stayed in the hospital overnight for observation. The doctors wanted to make sure there were no hidden injuries, no internal bleeding, no head trauma that could show up later. His parents stayed with him for a while and then left when visiting hours ended. My mom and I left too. There was nothing else we could do at that point except wait. That night, when I finally got home, the storm had passed. The street was wet and shining under the porch light. The air was cooler. Everything looked calm again, like the world was pretending nothing happened. But I didn't feel calm. I sat in my room replaying the evening over and over. If I had agreed to go, would I have been on that bike when he crashed? Would I have been injured too? Would I have died? The thought made my chest tighten. I imagined my body on wet pavement, and I felt sick. I imagined my mother getting a phone call saying her daughter had been thrown from a motorcycle, and I felt my skin go cold. I also kept thinking about the strange part, the visions. The emergency lights before the phone call. The screams with no one there. The roar of the motorcycle after he had already left. The lights appearing again while the accident was being described on the phone. None of it fit into a neat explanation, and yet it was too vivid to ignore. I had seen it. I had heard it. It had felt close enough to touch. And then, moments later, it became real news on the phone. Mark recovered completely over time. The cast came off eventually. The scrapes healed. He complained a lot during recovery, but physically he got back to normal. He returned to work. He walked without a limp. The hospital stay became a story, a crazy accident, tale he told people. But our relationship didn't continue. We didn't break up in a dramatic screaming fight. It was more like it died quietly after that night, because something about it felt poisoned. Mark insisted I had jinxed him. He said it often enough that I realized he really believed it. And I realized something else. If he could blame me for an accident caused by his own choices, then he would blame me for anything. He would blame me for his bad moods, his bad decisions, his life problems. He didn't want partnership. He wanted someone to carry his responsibility for him. So we stopped seeing each other. I was relieved in some ways. I won't pretend I was heartbroken. I had only been dating him a few weeks. But I was shaken by the experience itself, and the memory of it stayed with me long after Mark faded out of my life. About 3 years later, I heard about Mark again through someone who knew him. They told me he had been in another motorcycle accident. This one was much worse. He broke his back and his pelvis. The injuries were severe enough that it changed his life for a long time. Recovery was slow. Pain was real. And from what I heard, that second accident finally did what nothing else could. It made him give up motorcycles for good. When I heard that news, I didn't feel satisfaction. I felt sadness. Not because I missed him, but because it confirmed what I always believed about motorcycles. They don't forgive mistakes. And you don't always get a second chance. Sometimes, late at night, I still think about that evening in August, the heavy heat, the storm building, the way the rain started just as the motorcycle came around the corner, like the sky itself was warning him. I think about standing on the porch and seeing emergency lights where there were none. I think about the screams that sounded close enough to touch. And I think about the phone call that came 20 minutes later, turning that strange vision into real life. I can't say for sure what it was. I don't know if it was a premonition, or if it was stress and heat and intuition combining into something my mind could translate, or if it was something spiritual trying to warn me, or simply the world lining up in a way that felt impossible. But I do know this. The moment I refused to get on that motorcycle, I saved myself from whatever happened out there in the storm. And even though Mark blamed me afterward, deep down I've always believed I was meant to stay on that porch. Not because I wanted to jinx him, but because I was being kept out of harm's way. That night taught me something that stayed with me. Sometimes your fear is not weakness. Sometimes it's protection. And sometimes, the warning signs come in ways you can't explain until after the fact. I've been working in and around the medical field since I was 15 years old. That part of my life started the way a lot of hard things start, out of necessity. My mom needed help keeping us afloat, and I needed a paycheck badly enough that I lied about my age to get hired. I don't say that proudly, but it's the truth. When you're young and your family is struggling, you stop thinking in terms of rules and start thinking in terms of food, rent, and keeping the lights on. Because I started so early, I grew up inside medical buildings. I learned the smell of disinfectant and floor wax before I learned a lot of other adult things. I learned how to talk to people who were scared, people who were sick, people who were angry, people who were grieving. I learned how to keep a calm face even when I was uncomfortable. Over the years I worked in big hospitals, small private clinics, labs, and offices that were tucked into older buildings with narrow hallways and buzzing fluorescent lights. I saw every kind of setup you can imagine, from shiny new medical parks to outdated offices where the carpet looked like it had been there since the 70s. And in every place, every single one, there were stories. Some places held the normal stories you expect in medicine: loss, recovery, fear, relief, pain, and the quiet bravery of people trying to survive. But some places held something else too. Something that didn't fit into charts and lab results. Something that didn't have a clean explanation. In some buildings, it was just a feeling. In others, it was sounds. In a few, it was actual experiences that made me stop and ask myself if I was losing my mind. By the time the story I'm about to tell happened, I was older, married, and had 3 small children. My husband had been laid off for 3 weeks, and our finances were tight in that deep, exhausting way where you feel it every time you open the fridge. On top of that, I was still recovering from a major surgery. I was not at my strongest physically. I was tired in my bones, and I didn't have the luxury of resting. We needed money coming in. We needed groceries. We needed stability. I couldn't sit at home and heal slowly while bills piled up. So I did what I always did: I looked for work. I picked up the want ads and started scanning through listings the way you do when you're desperate but still trying to be smart. You look for something you can actually do, something you can learn quickly, something that has steady hours. One listing stood out: an area laboratory was hiring for medical billing. Billing wasn't the exact corner of the medical world I had worked in before. I knew the industry from the inside. I understood medical language, I understood patient flow, and I understood insurance headaches in a general way, but I wasn't a trained medical biller. Still, I was willing. I was willing to learn anything that meant I could feed my kids and help my husband breathe again. I applied, interviewed, and got the job. I ended up working at that laboratory for 3 years. Over time I learned the business side of medicine: codes, claims, authorizations, denials, appeals, paperwork that never ends. I learned how to read the language that insurance companies use to say no without saying no. I learned how to fight for payment in a system built to delay. I took classes too, trying to build my skills because I didn't want to be stuck in survival mode forever. I wanted a future. I wanted credentials. I wanted options. The lab itself was an interesting place. It wasn't just a regular lab where you process blood work and run tests. It also doubled as the coroner's office on a rotation basis. That detail didn't bother me at first. I had already seen enough in healthcare that I wasn't easily rattled. Death is part of medicine, whether people like to admit it or not. I wasn't excited about it in a creepy way, but I was fascinated in a professional way. The idea that one of the providers I worked with did autopsies and worked with police was strange and serious. But it also made me respect the range of work happening in that building. I remember thinking that the building must hold a lot of heavy energy. If you're processing the living and the dead in the same place, if grief and police investigations come through your doors, if bodies are stored in coolers down the hall from people typing insurance claims, you can't pretend the atmosphere is normal. But I still wasn't scared. I didn't walk in expecting ghosts. I walked in expecting lab work, paperwork, phones, and deadlines. About 3 months into the job, my schedule changed in a way that felt like an answered prayer. A supervisor offered me the option of coming in at 5 a.m. and leaving at 2 p.m. The idea was that I could still do my work, but also make it to my classes and have time with my family. I almost cried from relief. Anyone who has tried to juggle kids, school, recovery from surgery, and financial stress knows how rare it is to be handed a schedule that actually fits your life. I was ecstatic. I remember thinking, how perfect can this be? Then I was told the only drawback. If I took that schedule, I would be in the building alone from 5 a.m. until about 7:30 a.m., when the rest of the staff started arriving. The building had secure entrances, alarms, cameras, and procedures. They took safety seriously. It wasn't in a terrible neighborhood, but it wasn't a place where you left doors open either. I paused for maybe half a second, then agreed. Being alone didn't bother me much. In fact, I told myself it would be good. I could work without interruptions. I could get more done. I could drink my coffee in peace. I could catch up on billing without the phones ringing nonstop. In my mind, it sounded like a gift, quiet time with no one asking me questions. So I started the early shift. For about 2 weeks, it went exactly how I expected. I would wake up in the dark, moving quietly so I didn't wake the kids too early. I'd get dressed, grab my bag, and drive through streets that were still sleeping. The sky at that hour is a strange color, dark but not fully black, like the night is thinning. I'd park, walk in through the secure entrance, disarm what I needed to disarm, and head to my office. The building at 5 a.m. had its own sound. The hum of machines. The faint buzz of fluorescent lights warming up. The occasional click of an air system shifting. The kind of quiet that isn't truly silent because buildings breathe. It never felt scary to me. It felt empty and calm. Until one morning, when it didn't feel empty at all. That morning, I came in through the secure entrance like usual. I did the usual routine. Keys, code, the little procedures you do so the alarm doesn't blare and so cameras register the authorized entry. Everything seemed normal. I remember my mind being on normal things too, what I needed to finish that day, which claims were about to time out, whether I had time to stop for a coffee refill later, and whether my kids would be okay with my husband that morning. I opened the inner door and stepped into the building. And I walked straight into what felt like a party. That is the only way I can describe it. It was like the building was filled with people. Not one or two. A crowd. People milling about everywhere, talking and laughing in a low, busy way. Not wild noise like a nightclub, but the kind of noise you hear at a big gathering. Dozens of conversations happening at once, overlapping, rising and falling. The air felt occupied. For a second, my brain tried to make it make sense. I thought, did I forget today is some kind of early meeting? Did they schedule a training? Is there a visiting group? Are technicians coming in early for a big case? What bothered me most was that no one reacted to me opening the door. If 40 or 50 people are standing in an office lobby and someone comes in through a secure entrance at 5 a.m., at least someone would glance up. At least one person would look. At least one person would say good morning or ask who I was. But no one did. They acted as if I wasn't there. I stood still for a moment, blinking, letting my eyes adjust, trying to see faces clearly. The group looked real. Their clothing looked real. Their movements looked normal. They were in different clusters, like little groups at a social event. Some were leaning near counters. Some were standing near the lobby area. Some looked like they were talking near the outer office spaces. I started walking. I walked through and around several groups of chatting people, weaving between them to get to my office. And I remember a strange detail. I had to move as if they were truly there. I didn't walk through them like mist. I moved around bodies. I adjusted my path. I felt like I was navigating a crowd. Still, no one acknowledged me. No. Excuse me. No. Hi. No. Who are you? Nothing. By the time I reached my office, I was irritated and confused. I'm not proud of it, but I felt miffed. If they scheduled some early meeting, they should have told me. I had gone through all the security procedures like I was alone, and now I was walking into a full building. It made me feel like I was the last to know something, like I was being left out. So I did what seemed logical. I called security. I remember dialing with a firm hand, still trying to stay professional. When the guard answered, I said something like, "Hi, it's me. I'm here. Why is the building full of people? No one told me about an early meeting." There was a pause on the line. The guard's voice shifted. He asked me to repeat what I said. So I repeated it, and I remember adding, "There are a lot of people here. It's crowded." The guard sounded confused. He told me there was not supposed to be anyone in the building except me. I argued back, still thinking in normal terms, saying, "No, I'm telling you, there are at least 40 people in the lobby and outer office area." The guard said he was going to patch in the security company. They had a service monitoring the building, and the guard could connect us in a three-way call so we could check the logs and cameras. He patched them in. That is when my irritation started turning into something else. Because while I was on the phone, sitting in my office, I could still hear the low hum of conversation outside my door. The meeting was still happening. The mingling was still going on. The laughter rose and fell like waves. I leaned back in my chair, phone pressed to my ear, listening to the security people talk with each other. And suddenly I realized I was barely breathing. Goosebumps crawled over my arms. My whole body tingled, like my nerves were waking up all at once. I felt the air in my office turn colder, or maybe it was just my blood cooling with fear. I remember thinking, please don't let this be what I think it is. The man from the security company said he was checking logs. He was checking cameras. He was checking recorded video from earlier that morning and from the night before. He sounded calm, the way professionals sound when they assume the problem will have a simple solution. He said no one had entered the building since 8 p.m. the previous night. I remember the words hitting me like a slap. He explained that when the last technician left at 8 p.m., they activated all the security locks and cameras, including the gate. The building was locked down. No entry, no exit, no activity. According to the system, the building had remained sealed all night until I arrived. My entry was the only recorded entry. As I listened, my mouth went dry. While he was talking, he asked me if anyone was near me. He asked it in a careful tone, like he was trying to figure out whether this was a safety issue. I told him no, not in my office. I said the people were in the outer office and lobby area, just beyond my door. There was another pause, and then he said something that made the hair on the back of my neck rise again. He told me he was looking at the live camera feed from those areas and there was no one there. No one. I felt my stomach drop so hard I thought I might throw up. I looked toward my office door as if I expected it to burst open. I remember gripping the phone tighter, as if holding it could keep me grounded in reality. The guard and the security company both started talking at once then, voices overlapping, but in a controlled way. They told me police were being dispatched immediately. They told me to lock myself in my office. They told me not to leave that room until someone arrived and cleared the building. I argued with them, and I hate that I did, but I couldn't help it. I was adamant. I told them there were people out there. I said, I just walked through them. I had to move around them. There are at least 40 to 50 people out there. I'm not imagining it. And because I was scared, my voice started shaking. I tried to sound firm, but fear makes your voice betray you. I insisted that if the cameras showed empty space, then the equipment must be malfunctioning. Because I could hear them and see them. I told them I was certain they knew I was in my office, because I had walked right through their groups to get there. That's when the line went quiet again for a second. Then the security guard I spoke with every day asked me a question that made me feel humiliated, even though I understood why he asked. He asked me if I had been partying the night before, or if I had taken anything illegal. It made my throat tighten. It made me want to cry out of frustration, because here I was, alone in a building, terrified, and the people who were supposed to help were wondering if I was high. I told them, in a shaky voice, that I had not been partying and I did not do drugs. I reminded them I had 3 small children, that I was recovering from surgery, that I worked and went to class. Partying was not part of my life. I told them I was scared, and I begged them to hurry and get there. After the call ended, I sat for a moment with the phone still in my hand, listening to the building. The voices continued outside, like a low social buzz. It didn't sound like 1 or 2 people. It sounded like a crowd. I turned slightly in my chair so I could see through the glass panel of my office door into the lobby area. My office door had a narrow window section that allowed you to see out without opening it. The view wasn't perfect, but it was enough. And that's when I saw them again. People of every age group. Different ethnicities. Different styles of dress. Some looked like they were wearing office clothes. Some looked like casual clothing. Some looked like they belonged in a home, not a workplace. They weren't all facing the same direction. They were turned toward each other, laughing, talking, moving like real people. Then I saw something that pushed me from fear into full panic. A woman in a nightgown walked past my office door. Not a dress. Not pajamas that could pass as quirky fashion. A nightgown, the kind you wear to bed. And right behind her I saw a man in boxer shorts, bare legs, like he had stepped out of a bedroom. He didn't look embarrassed. He looked like he belonged in that crowd. That was the moment my brain finally accepted that this was not a normal meeting. If this were a real group of coworkers having a surprise early gathering, no one would be walking around in nightwear. A medical facility isn't a place where people wander in their nightgown and underwear. It didn't make sense in any sane scenario. I remember whispering out loud, "Okay," like I was talking to myself. Like I was trying to keep myself from losing control. My hands started shaking. My heartbeat was pounding in my ears. I knew I needed to lock the door like the security people told me to, but part of me was frozen because I didn't want to make noise and draw attention, even though no one had acknowledged me so far. I didn't know if they could see me. I didn't know if they would suddenly decide to turn and notice. I stood up as quietly as I could. My legs felt unsteady, like I was standing on a boat. I walked to my office door, closed it fully, locked it, and then stepped back. All the doors in the building were fire doors, thick and heavy, designed to block sound and contain fire. Normally, that would have made me feel safe. But in that moment it made me feel trapped. I couldn't hear clearly through the door, but I could still sense the presence outside. It felt like the air itself was crowded. I put my ear to the door anyway, even though I knew it wouldn't help much. I wanted any information I could get. Footsteps, a shift in sound, anything that would tell me whether someone was coming closer. Time moved strangely after that. Minutes stretch when you're afraid. I watched the clock, and the second hand seemed to move too slowly. About 8 minutes later, I heard the sound of keys and movement in the hallway outside my office. Then the lock turned. The door opened. The security guard stood there, and behind him were 3 uniformed police officers. The relief that hit me was so strong it almost made me weak. I wanted to cry. I wanted to run to them like a child. But I also felt embarrassed, because the moment their eyes met mine, I could see the expression on their faces. They looked at me like I was from the moon. Not in a mocking way exactly, but in a, "What are we walking into?" way. Their eyes scanned my office quickly, checking for signs of a struggle, checking for signs of someone hiding. The guard looked at me like he was trying to decide if I was scared, confused, or insane. They asked me questions immediately. How many people did I see? Where were they? What were they doing? Did anyone speak to me? Did anyone touch me? Did I smell anything unusual? Was I feeling okay? Had I taken medication? Had I slept? I answered as best I could. I told them what I saw. I told them I walked through groups of people, that I had to move around them. I told them the voices sounded like a gathering, like mingling and chatting. I told them no one acknowledged me. I told them about the nightgown and the boxer shorts. I told them what time it started and that it was still happening when I called security. They interviewed me for a long time, around 45 minutes. They asked the same questions in different ways, the way officers do when they're trying to see if a story changes. My story didn't change because it was burned into my mind. Then they told me what they had found. They told me there was no one on any of the cameras. Not in the lobby. Not in the outer office. Not in any hallway. No movement, no bodies, nothing. They told me the security logs showed the gate was used only once, and that was by me. They told me no one entered, no one left, no signs of forced entry, nothing out of place. The officers' faces were serious but skeptical, like they were trying to protect me from embarrassment, while also making it clear that, according to evidence, my story didn't match reality. Then one officer mentioned the only motion that had been captured on tape overnight besides me. He said the autopsy cooler room door had closed with a slam. The way he said it was casual, like it was nothing. Like it was just one weird mechanical thing. They told me that happened because of a faulty hinge. I nodded, but inside I was thinking, yeah, okay. Because even if a hinge was faulty, the timing of it made my skin crawl. This building didn't just hold lab samples. It held bodies. It held grief. It held the kind of energy you can't scrub away with bleach. The officers eventually cleared the building. They walked through with the guard. They opened doors. They checked rooms. They looked for signs of people hiding. Of course they found nothing, because the cameras already showed nothing. Before they left, one officer looked at me with a mixture of pity and caution and told me to go home if I didn't feel well. He suggested I see a doctor if I was having hallucinations. He wasn't cruel. He was trying to be responsible. But hearing that felt like being slapped twice, once by fear and once by disbelief. After they left, the building felt empty again. The party atmosphere was gone. The voices were gone. The sense of crowded air had lifted. It was back to the normal early morning hum of a facility waiting to wake up. I sat at my desk and tried to work, but I couldn't focus. My hands kept trembling. My coffee tasted wrong. Every time a pipe clicked or an air system shifted, my body jumped. I kept listening for voices that weren't there. When the staff finally began arriving around 7:30, they came in sleepy and normal, complaining about traffic, carrying coffee, talking about weekend plans. I looked at each person like I was trying to prove to myself they were solid. Their shoes sounded normal on the floor. Their voices had that normal human tone. They laughed in a way that matched their faces. It was the kind of normal that should have comforted me, and yet it didn't fully, because my mind kept replaying the crowd I had seen hours earlier. Eventually I did tell a couple of people, but not right away and not in detail. You learn in workplaces that stories like that can follow you, and I didn't want to be labeled the crazy lady. Still, word spreads. It always does. People would ask me softly if I was okay. One person joked about ghosts. Another person told me, very seriously, that the building had always felt strange in the early morning. A technician told me they hated going near the cooler rooms alone. A cleaning person said they had heard footsteps when they were the only one in a hallway. At first, those comments made me feel better because they meant I wasn't the only one who noticed oddness. Then they made me feel worse because they suggested this was not a one-time fluke. Over the next weeks and months, I learned something slowly, like you learn a truth you don't want. I learned that the building did not only belong to people with pulses. It belonged to others too. Some were quiet. Some were simply present like background static. Some were active, especially during odd hours. The early shift became something I approached with caution. I still worked it because I needed the schedule, and because fear doesn't pay bills. But I stopped walking in without a plan. I stopped assuming I was alone just because the cameras said I was. And the strangest part, the part one still can't explain, is how real that crowd felt. how I navigated between them, how I saw clothing details that didn't belong in a workplace, how the atmosphere felt celebratory, like a social gathering, like a party, like something had happened there long ago, and the energy replayed it in the early morning hours when the building was quiet enough for it to surface. To this day, that morning remains one of the clearest experiences I've ever had in any medical setting. Not because it was the loudest or the most dramatic, but because it was so full, so vivid, and so impossible to prove. The cameras showed nothing. The logs showed nothing. The officers found nothing. But I know what I walked into at 5 a.m. And after that, I never again believed that a building is empty just because the living have gone home.